Chapter 76, Bibi Dong breaks through the limit. At this moment, inside the Elder Hall of Spirit City, Qian Daoliu sat in front of the angel statue in the Elder Hall, while Qian Xunji stood right beside Qian Daoliu, as if observing the situation of the mother and daughter before him. But upon closer inspection, one could notice that Qian Xunji's eyes were somewhat vacant. Obviously, his soul had undergone soul emergence, and it was unknown where it had run off to. However, even though Qian Xunji clearly experienced soul emergence, Qian Daoliu still did not notice anything unusual about him, continuing to sit quietly beneath the angel statue. At this moment, Qian Xunji's soul arrived at Qian Runshui's divine trial grounds, quietly looking over the content of Qian Runshui's love-related divine trial. Inside Qian Runshui's divine trial space, after watching the process of Qian Runshui's love-related divine trial for a while, Qian Xunji's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although he wanted Shuiye to experience the taste of love and prevent them from becoming overly obsessed with love in the future, the content of this divine trial was simply too ridiculous. Not only was there romantic love between men and women, but also between women and women, as well as men and men. If Qian Xunji could still understand and endure these, what the hell was human monster love supposed to be? Did his Shuiye need this kind of thing? But. Fine, there were no buts. Qian Xunji decided to modify the upcoming divine trial content. After all, having peered through several creation god trials, Qian Xunji considered changing minor things like love content to be a breeze. Sigh, it seems I need to adjust this properly. I can't let the upcoming love trials become increasingly outrageous. It'll be fine to just experience different feelings following a normal love process. After all, going by those scenarios, it was simply far too weird. Seeing that the adjustments were complete and watching for a bit longer to ensure there were no major issues, Qian Xunji immediately exited Qian Runshui's divine trial space. With a glance, Qian Xunji looked at his father and said to him, "Father, I will withdraw first. There are still some matters in Spirit Hall that need to be handled. When Shuiye wakes up, remember to come notify me." Hearing this, Qian Daoliu opened his eyes, glanced sideways at Qian Xunji, and spoke impatiently directly to him. Got it. This old man doesn't need you to teach him. You should go busy yourself with your own matters first. If anything happens to Shuiye, this old man will have someone call you. Qian Xunji did not mind Qian Daoliu's attitude toward him, instead respectfully withdrawing from the Elder Hall. After exiting the Elder Hall, before Qian Xunji had walked a few steps on the ground, he suddenly received a soul-guiding phone call from Guangling Duluo. Thus, Qian Xunji picked up his soul-guiding phone, placed it to his ear, and said to the other end of the line, "Hello. Fifth Elder, it is me, Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji. Is there any important matter that you are calling for this time? If you are talking about the matter of capturing Tang Hao, I have already arranged Senior Gold Crocodile to go over. Fifth Elder can just quietly wait for Senior Gold Crocodile's news. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, I am not here to talk about Tang Hao's matter this time." Just as he finished speaking, the other end of the phone suddenly paused for a moment for some reason, then corrected himself. "That's not right either, it might have some relation to Tang Hao." Coming from the other end of the phone was a voice as crisp as a child's. It was precisely the voice of Guangling Duluo. "MN." Hearing this, Qian Xunji's expression couldn't help but turn much more serious. "Fifth Elder can just speak directly if there is something. I am listening here." The other end of the phone fell silent for a moment, as if brewing words. After a moment, having brewed them well, he spoke directly into the phone. This time, a level 98 Super Duluo came to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, and her spirit is the Death Spider Emperor. The newcomer has never left any titled Duluo title in our Spirit Hall. By guess, she should be a reclusive titled Duluo whose name is unknown. But the reason for coming here, by my guess, should have some relation to Tang Hao. After all, over so many years, only Tang Hao and his son inexplicably found this place a few days ago. No one else has ever discovered it. It's impossible that just a few days have passed and another person has directly found this place. Furthermore, not to mention that the newcomer directly stated she came for the treasures here. Therefore, by my guess, the newcomer before us is extremely likely a helper found by Tang Hao. May I ask Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, how should we deal with the newcomer before us? After Guangling Duluo finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent. After a long while, Guangling Duluo frowned and asked again, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, what is the matter? This time, the other end of the phone finally transmitted a voice, as if having reacted. It's nothing, just thought of some things. Have you already captured the newcomer? That's why you have time to come ask about these things. Guangling Duluo rubbed his nose at this moment and replied somewhat awkwardly, cough, cough, cough. Replying to Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, no. Her strength is indeed very strong, and I am not her match. But Second Elder has already made a move at this time, so capturing her shouldn't be difficult. As for me, I am guarding beside the ice and fire yin-yang well right now to prevent Tang Hao and his son from using the strategy of luring the snake out of its hole and taking advantage of this opportunity to break in. MN, you did very well. In that case, if Second Elder can capture her, then simply seal away all of her spirit power and send her to Spirit City. And if Second Elder truly cannot catch her, just eliminate her right then and there. Hearing this, Guangling Duluo patted his chest and promised Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff can rest assured. With Second Elder's strength, in a few days the Supreme Pontiff will be able to see the figure of this time's invading person within Spirit City. MN, then I shall wait for your good news in Spirit Hall. When saying these words, Qian Xunji was standing at the entrance of the Elder Hall, obviously somewhat absent-minded. However, Guangling Duluo clearly did not notice Qian Xunji's strange tone at the moment, instead saying full of confidence. The Supreme Pontiff can rest assured. After speaking, Guangling Duluo directly ended the call on the soul-guiding phone. Seeing that Guangling Duluo had ended the call on the soul-guiding phone, Qian Xunji thought about it, but still did not call back. After all, in Qian Xunji's view, the worst possible result was nothing more than Bibi Dong escaping. Moreover, Qian Xunji did not want to truly capture Bibi Dong so early right now, confronting the gods of the God realm this early. Therefore, Qian Xunji simply didn't bother with the two of them anymore. At this moment, at the ice and fire yin-yang well, Guangling Duluo, after hanging up the phone, caught sight of Bibi Dong sliding across the ground in the distance. Seeing Bibi Dong's condition, Guangling Duluo couldn't help but put his mind a bit more at ease. It seemed this matter was already a sure thing. Thus, Guangling Duluo directly shouted at Gold Crocodile Duluo, Second Elder, show mercy. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff wants a live captive. Hearing this, Gold Crocodile Duluo was inevitably attracted by Guangling Duluo's voice and looked straight over. Right at this moment, Bibi Dong directly utilized and crazily circulated the spirit power within her body, preparing to succeed in a breakthrough in one go. Gold Crocodile Duluo hadn't even had time to ask Guangling Duluo why before he suddenly sensed that the spirit power energy in the surrounding air began to violently churn. Feeling the turbulence of the energy in the air, Gold Crocodile Duluo couldn't help but look directly at Bibi Dong, who was currently undergoing a breakthrough. Is she going to break through to the limit? Seeing this, Gold Crocodile Duluo was still somewhat disdainful. How could a limit Duluo be so easy to break through to? If it were that easy to break through, he wouldn't have been trapped at the Super Duluo stage for so many years back then. However, although Gold Crocodile Duluo thought this way, his hand movements were not slow at all, casually striking out with a self-created spirit ability. A self-created spirit ability that could easily heavily injure a Super Duluo flew rapidly straight toward Bibi Dong before him. At this time, Bibi Dong was not paying attention to the external situation, still trying her utmost to break through to a limit Duluo. Gold Crocodile Duluo's self-created spirit ability was also getting closer and closer. Due to being squeezed, the surrounding air had already formed a few wind blades that struck Bibi Dong's face. Along with the strike of the wind blades, Bibi Dong's face was continuously cut with scratches, and some even tore through her skin, with blood constantly oozing out. At this critical moment, Bibi Dong's aura suddenly surged greatly, breaking through to become a limit Duluo. But Gold Crocodile Duluo's attack was already close at hand. Even if Bibi Dong was a limit Duluo at this moment, it was already too late to react. Bibi Dong could only rely on her limit Duluo spirit power to form a simple protective shield around herself for self-protection. Chapter 77, End. Boom. After a loud bang, Bibi Dong was once again sent flying by Gold Crocodile Duluo's attack. Although this attack was noticeably stronger than the previous one, Bibi Dong did not sustain any severe injuries this time, save for a few more broken ribs and minor scrapes. After all, with a limit Duluo's strength, merely breaking a few ribs would heal after resting for a few days. In truth, this was because Gold Crocodile Duluo never expected that Bibi Dong would actually achieve a breakthrough to limit Duluo. After all, if he had attacked with the full force of a limit Duluo, it might have beaten her to death directly, which clearly conflicted with the orders given by the Supreme Pontiff. Therefore, Gold Crocodile Duluo's attacks against Bibi Dong were aimed at leaving a breath in a 98th rank Super Duluo. She really broke through. Gold Crocodile Duluo looked at the Bibi Dong before him, his brows furrowing slightly. It seems a bit troublesome. That's right, it was merely a bit troublesome. After all, Gold Crocodile Duluo hadn't spent all these years as a limit Duluo for nothing. His spirit core had long since condensed successfully, making him distinctly stronger than limit Duluos without a spirit core. Furthermore, things like a cultivation technique provided far from a negligible boost to a limit Duluo's strength. How is it? Senior didn't expect this, did you? I actually broke through right in the middle of battle. Gold Crocodile Duluo's expression had long since returned to normal by this point, and looking at Bibi Dong, he said in a calm tone. This old man truly did not expect that you would actually choose to break through during battle. You must know that if you had failed to break through just now, you would never have had any chances left. Didn't I already have no chances in front of Senior to begin with? Since that's the case, why not take the risk and give it a fight? That's true. However, are you really certain that you'll have a chance after breaking through? Speech finished, Gold Crocodile Duluo no longer held anything back. His spirit rings flashed continuously, and his 9th spirit ring shone with brilliant light at this moment. 9th spirit ability, Golden Crocodile shakes the heavens. As Gold Crocodile Duluo deployed his 9th spirit ability, Bibi Dong's gaze could not help but violently tremble. She hurriedly mobilized the Rakshasa divine force within her body and unleashed the strongest attack of her 2nd spirit. As Bibi Dong unleashed her 2nd spirit, Gold Crocodile Duluo could not help but recognize the identity of the person before him, and he shouted in shock, Soul-devouring Pearl Emperor. You are the former Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong clearly had no time to answer Gold Crocodile Duluo's question at this moment, continuing to face the impending attack before her with all her might. As Bibi Dong unleashed her Rakshasa divine force, Gold Crocodile clearly recognized the Rakshasa divine force she employed. Divine force. You have actually obtained the recognition of a god. Bang. The attack directly blew the dust on the ground into the air. After a billow of smoke cleared, Bibi Dong walked out from within looking rather disheveled. After using her spirit power to clean herself up, Bibi Dong gazed at Gold Crocodile Duluo before her. Her eyes were no longer as calm as when she had first broken through to limit Duluo, and a trace of panic began to appear. She truly hadn't expected Gold Crocodile Duluo to be this strong, surpassing her by so much. Could it be that limit Duluos were also divided into tiers? He had actually forced her to use her divine force to protect herself so effortlessly. How can you be this strong? We are clearly both limit Duluos, why are you so much stronger than me? Bibi Dong asked Gold Crocodile Duluo with a face full of confusion. She did not understand why the person before her was on the same realm as herself yet could be so strong. Gold Crocodile Duluo did not speak at this moment, instead looking at Bibi Dong before him, and after a moment, he said, It should be a god that resurrected you, right? Although it was phrased as a question, Gold Crocodile Duluo spoke in a certain tone. Clearly, he had already settled on this matter. However, Gold Crocodile Duluo clearly had no intention of lingering long on this topic, and directly answered Bibi Dong's previous question. As the former Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, you didn't know. Limit Duluos are indeed divided into tiers. Limit Duluos are divided into 3 tiers, which are quasi-demigod, demigod, and pseudo-god. You have merely just broken through the limit now. You are still only a quasi-demigod. Your comprehension has not yet reached the level of the limit. After some time passes following your breakthrough, your comprehension will reach the limit level, and only then will you be a qualified limit Duluo, and be called a demigod. This old man is also at this tier. Therefore, this is also one of the reasons why this old man can suppress you so easily. As for the pseudo-god, it is the tier of our high priest. On the level of limit Duluo, it takes a small step further in the direction of a god, which generally can only be achieved by god inheritors with the help of a god. But there is no lack of extraordinary talents among them who can also achieve it once their limit Duluo comprehension is sufficient, such as the Clear Sky sect old ancestor Tang Chen. Therefore, former holy maiden Bibi Dong, please accompany this old fellow to Spirit City to see the Supreme Pontiff. After all, with your strength, you are definitely unable to defeat this old man. Hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Many thanks to Senior Gold Crocodile for the clarification. But even if I can't beat you, can't I run away from you?" Finished speaking, Bibi Dong directly circulated all the spirit power in her body at this moment, fleeing at top speed in the direction of a town in the distance. Gold Crocodile Duluo looked at the direction of Bibi Dong's escape with a calm face, as if he didn't care about her fleeing. After a long while, a soft sigh slowly came from Gold Crocodile Duluo's mouth. "Sigh, why make these pointless struggles? With your strength, you truly cannot outrun this old man. Even though this old man himself does not specialize in speed, you still cannot outrun him. Not to mention that this old man still holds a self-created spirit ability of Spirit Hall that specializes in speed." Speech finished, Gold Crocodile Duluo vanished from the spot, and reappeared 1,000 meters behind Bibi Dong. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. As the distance grew closer and closer, Bibi Dong also sensed something. Looking back, she saw that face of Gold Crocodile Duluo. Bibi Dong almost failed to steady herself in the air at this moment, nearly falling straight down. However, Bibi Dong quickly stabilized her own balance. Looking at Gold Crocodile Duluo before her, Bibi Dong wore a face of despair. Could it really be that there was no way to escape? Bibi Dong tried hard to recall the resources she currently possessed, and finally thought of a method: Rakshasa God. Rakshasa God, open the 7th Rakshasa trial. As Bibi Dong's voice fell, a voice instantly rang in her ear. In the eyes of Bibi Dong at this moment, this voice was simply the most beautiful sound in the world. The 7th Rakshasa trial begins. Please God Inheritor enter the secret realm as soon as possible to complete the divine trial. Immediately afterwards, a special spatial gate opened up before Bibi Dong and Gold Crocodile Duluo. Gold Crocodile Duluo looked at the scene before him. Having witnessed the divine trials of the Qian family, Gold Crocodile Duluo immediately realized that this might be the entrance to a special divine trial. Space, and just as he wanted to stop her, it was already too late. After all, the spatial entrance was right in front of Bibi Dong. Even though Gold Crocodile Duluo was less than 10 meters away from Bibi Dong at this moment, it was already too late. Bibi Dong went straight into the space. Gold Crocodile Duluo looked at this scene with an ugly expression. After all, once a divine trial space opened, the place where the God Inheritor emerged from the divine trial space might not necessarily be the same spot. It was also possible she would be directly teleported back into the divine temple of that god. Moreover, even if it were the same spot, when would she emerge? Would it be in a few days, a few months, or a few years later? He could not possibly wait here for several years. Furthermore, besides himself, the others in Spirit Hall who could subdue that holy maiden just now were probably only the Supreme Pontiff and the High Priest. They could not possibly garrison this place for several years just for a Bibi Dong. Even if she was already a limit Duluo, it was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Gold Crocodile Duluo had no choice but to retreat with unwillingness. At this moment, Bibi Dong inside the divine trial space could no longer hold it in, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After all, ever since she was injured, Bibi Dong had been continuously using all her strength to deal with Gold Crocodile Duluo's attacks and pursuit, causing her body to inevitably operate under an overload, leading to her original injuries inevitably worsening. Looking at her current injuries and the content of her upcoming divine trial, Bibi Dong couldn't help but wryly smile and say, "Truly, just as I escaped one hell, I've ushered in another hell. May I manage to endure this divine trial. This time should be the most dangerous divine trial Bibi Dong had ever faced in history." Yet at this time, she actually encountered this matter. Chapter 78, Scheme. Half a month later, Tang Hao came to Yu Shaoging's door, pushed the door open, and entered, saying, "Grandmaster, how is that matter going now? Is there any specific news?" Seeing Tang Hao enter, Yu Shaoging panicked somewhat. This was already the fourth time Tang Hao had come in these past few days. Yet at this time, he had long been unable to contact Bibi Dong, and he did not know what on earth had gone wrong over at Bibi Dong's side. Seeing the clear sky Duluo arrive once again, Yu Shaoging was completely out of ideas. The excuses he could think of in the past had all been used once, and nowadays he had no excuses left. It seemed he could only tell the truth to the clear sky Duluo. Thinking of this, Yu Shaoging mustered up his courage and said to Tang Hao, "Clear sky Duluo, I haven't been able to contact that friend of mine for half a month." Hearing these words, Tang Hao could not help but frown slightly at this, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Are you certain that the person you selected is someone you trust? Will he betray us?" Hearing this, Yu Shaoging straightened his expression and said, "Regarding that friend I selected, the clear sky Duluo can be absolutely rest assured about this matter. The friend I selected is absolutely trustworthy. She will definitely not betray us." "Oh, do you trust her that much?" Yu Shaoging said. "Yes, Your Grace Houshan, I have absolute faith in that friend of mine." "In that case, then we can only deduce that he might not be able to defeat the Spirit Hall garrison stationed there, and perhaps he was kept there by Spirit Hall." "Impossible." Before Tang Hao could finish speaking, Yu Shaoging directly shouted excitedly. Seeing Yu Shaoging so emotional, Tang Hao couldn't help running his spirit power to directly and forcibly suppress him, which also forced Yu Shaoging to calm down. Feeling the pressure of the surrounding spirit power, Yu Shaoging hurriedly begged for mercy. "Clear sky Duluo, spare my life." Seeing that Yu Shaoging had also calmed down, Tang Hao released his suppression on Yu Shaoging. However, he still said with a rather unsightly expression, "Speak properly. Don't be so emotional. Isn't that friend of yours just caught by Spirit Hall? My entire Clear Sky sect has been captured by Spirit Hall, and I am not as emotional as you." At this moment, Yu Shaoging could only repeatedly say yes, but in the end he still couldn't help saying, "Clear sky Duluo, the strength of that friend of mine is actually a rank 98 super Duluo." Hearing this, Tang Hao was stunned. "What did you just say? A rank 98 super Duluo?" "Yes. Furthermore, it's not just an ordinary rank 98, it's that kind of rank 98 super Duluo who is about to make a breakthrough to rank 99. Hearing this, Tang Hao couldn't help but take a good while to recover before speaking again. "Impossible. How could Spirit Hall dispatch a limit Duluo to garrison that place? This is completely unreasonable." Just as Tang Hao and Yu Shaoging were racking their brains thinking about this matter, Qian Xunji at this moment also couldn't help beginning to assemble the people of Spirit Hall, starting to plan and participate in the affairs of the Star Luo Empire. The matters of the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duluo in the Star Luo Empire have fallen somewhat into a bottleneck. They need two rather special elders to go and help them. One elder needs to be a poison expert, and the other elder needs to be proficient in mental force. Is there any elder willing to help? Although it was an inquiry, anyone with discerning eyes could see that the Supreme Pontiff wanted Wanmang Duluo and Porcupinefish Duluo to go. After all, Spirit Hall only had 3 or 4 people with these characteristics in total, and the remaining elders all had other things to do. Naturally, this matter could only be handed over to Wanmeng and the others. Wanmeng Duluo naturally understood at this moment that the Supreme Pontiff wanted them to go, so she also proactively took it upon herself. "Let Elder Porcupinefish and I go." Good. Let Elder Wanmeng and I share the worries for the Supreme Pontiff." Porcupinefish Duluo also nodded in response. Good. Since both Elder Wanmeng and Elder Porcupinefish are willing to go, then this matter will be left to the two elders. After success, the two elders can choose a 10,000-year spirit bone from the Spirit Hall treasury. Hearing this, the other elders couldn't help casting envious gazes toward the two titled elders. Wanmeng and Elder Porcupinefish couldn't help but be overjoyed. After all, even though Qian Xunji currently had the help of the system to exchange for 10,000-year spirit bones, he hadn't gathered a full set of spirit bones for every elder. After all, in Qian Xunji's eyes, the effect of 10,000-year spirit bones on the future development of Spirit Hall was not that great. To Qian Xunji, 10,000-year spirit bones were like tasteless chicken ribs, insipid to eat, yet a pity to throw away. They might only be used normally to reward the elders of Spirit Hall, but rewards simply wouldn't consume that many 10,000-year spirit bones. Coupled with the fact that inside Spirit Hall, people constantly comprehended cultivation techniques slightly lower in grade than the Qingyang skill from within it, these lower-grade cultivation techniques were thus passed down to some bishops of Spirit Hall, causing the number of titled Duluo to continuously increase. This also led to the quantity of 10,000-year spirit bones inside Spirit Hall falling far short compared to the number of titled Duluo. Therefore, a 10,000-year spirit bone was still quite attractive to the titled Duluo of Spirit Hall. Rest assured, Supreme Pontiff. Porcupinefish and I will definitely earnestly complete every task assigned by the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duluo. In that case, tidy up a bit and get ready to set off. Yes. At this moment, within the Star Luo Empire, another Spirit Saint powerhouse has fallen. Watching yet another Spirit Saint's corpse being transported over, the second prince of the Star Luo Empire couldn't help sighing with a pessimistic look on his face. Could it be that heaven truly wants to destroy me? The people around looked at the corpse of this former colleague before them, all of them wearing gloomy expressions. Why do the gods show mercy to that patricidal villain die we see? Exactly why? Why is even the heavens helping him? Second Prince, I believe that we have not reached a dead end at this time. We actually still have a glimmer of hope. We can ask Spirit Hall for reinforcements. Hearing this, the second prince's eyes lit up slightly at first, but quickly dimmed again. Hey, why would Spirit Hall help us? What value do we still have now? Second Prince, you were mistaken. Your identity is the greatest value. And precisely because we currently have nothing, we can better trade with Spirit Hall at this time. Why? We can use the territories of those city lords who defected to the first prince to trade with Spirit Hall. Hearing this, the second prince also reacted at this moment, his expression unsightly. You want this prince to sell his own country's territory? Your Highness, you were mistaken. Judging by your Highness's current situation, these territories will not belong to your Highness in the future. They belong to the first prince. Now, your Highness only needs to give up a small portion of the first prince's territory to acquire most of the first prince's remaining territory. For your Highness, isn't this still a profit? Hearing this, the second prince's expression changed again and again, shifting several times in a row, his face remaining hesitant throughout. Right at this moment, that person suddenly added fuel to the fire and said, even if your Highness is wise and does not consider yourself, how can your Highness not consider your deceased father in our Star Luo Empire? Ever since the establishment of our Star Luo Empire, there has never been such a heinous patricide incident. If such a person becomes the Emperor of Star Luo, where will he lead our Star Luo Empire? For the future of the Star Luo Empire, your Highness, you must live. You are the absolute hope for the future of the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, even if you suffer temporary humiliation from Spirit Hall, what does that count for the future of the Star Luo Empire? Hearing this, the second prince couldn't help being shaken in his heart, and seeing the expectant gazes of the people around him toward him, he had no choice but to nod and agree. Fine. In that case, since this matter was proposed by you, you will be responsible for it. Do not let me down, and do not let everyone down. Once the matter is accomplished, there will be a heavy reward. Many thanks for the second prince's trust. Many thanks also for the trust of all my colleagues. For the second prince, and for the future of our Star Luo Empire, even if I throw away this old life of mine, I will definitely strive to secure Spirit Hall's support. Seeing this, the crowd successively comforted him. Elder Yu, do not speak like this. You are a pillar of the Empire. On this trip, whether it succeeds or not is secondary, the key is that you must first pay attention to your own safety. Indeed, Elder Yu. After discussing this matter, the second prince and everyone else had no mood to continue discussing, so the second prince also dismissed everyone. Meanwhile, that Elder Yu who proposed the suggestion arrived at a small wooden hut at this moment, and seeing his comatose grandson, tears couldn't help flowing out. Your Majesty, this time this old man has failed you. Chapter 79, finally seeing Tang Yuehua. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, Wanmeng Porcupinefish has come to report to you. Did the Supreme Pontiff send just the two of you over? Yes, Grand Elder. I believe the two of us can help the two Grand Elders solve the problem at hand. Elder Ju smiled. Good. Since that is the case, you can follow me. Yes. Inside Shrek Academy. Uncle Ning, this is the first batch of Zug crossbows. Ning Fengji casually took the storage spirit tool from Tang San's hand, checked the number of Zug crossbows inside, and after confirming there were no issues, casually took out one of the Zug crossbows. After taking a look, Ning Fengji aimed it at a tree 50 meters away, and as the trigger was pulled, whoosh tilde whoosh, two arrows instantly appeared on the tree in the distance, embedding themselves deeply into the wood. Seeing such power, Ning Fengji nodded with satisfaction and said to Tang San. Little friend Tang San, our 7 treasure glazed tile school is very satisfied with this batch of weapons. Here is the remaining balance for this batch of weapons. After politely taking the balance from Ning Fengji's hand, Tang San immediately said. Many thanks, Uncle Ning. At this moment, Ning Fengji also softly asked about Tang San's daily life, gradually closing the distance between the two of them. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, Ning Fengji suddenly asked. In a short while, the Soul Master tournament will open. I wonder if little friend Tang San has made any preparations. Tang San smiled and said. I leave everything to teacher's arrangements. Hearing this, Ning Fengji glanced slightly at Tang San and said with profound meaning. I heard that this Soul Master tournament is different from the past. Tang San was a bit puzzled by this and didn't understand what was different about this Soul Master tournament, so he asked Ning Fengji directly. Uncle Ning, how is this Soul Master tournament different from usual? Why haven't we received any news yet? Ning Fengji glanced sideways at Tang San and replied. This news is currently only circulating within the internal circles of his top forces. It's completely normal that there is no external news. It's estimated that it will only spread out after some time. Oh, Uncle Ning, then I wonder what makes this Soul Master tournament different from the past. It is said that this Soul Master tournament allows the use of self-made offensive type spirit tools. Offensive type spirit tools? Tang San asked doubtfully. But don't I remember that spirit tool manufacturing technology is only known by Spirit Hall personnel? Yes, offensive type spirit tools that only Spirit Hall knows how to make. This rule was actually established by Spirit Hall specifically for their newly built Soul Tool Academy. After all, only the students in Spirit Hall's newly built Soul Tool Academy can learn spirit tool manufacturing technology. Spirit Hall is truly selfish. Knowledge that can benefit the Spirit Master's world is something they only know how to swallow up for themselves, rather than choosing to bring it out to benefit the Spirit Master's world. Ning Fengji also immediately nodded in agreement and said, Indeed, but who can make Spirit Hall's strength on the continent the strongest? Where is there any force on the continent stronger than Spirit Hall? In the past, when Senior Tang Chen of the Clear Sky Sect was still around, there was still the Clear Sky Sect that could resist Spirit Hall's invasion. But now, because of Tang Chen's departure, coupled with the fact that it fell into the mire of evil soul masters, the Clear Sky Sect was wiped out by Spirit Hall. Now Spirit Hall has long since become the sole dominant power. As the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I truly harbor deep concerns for the future of the continent. I estimate that for the current Spirit Hall, only if all forces on the continent merge into one can it be successfully resisted. Uncle Ning need not worry. I believe that with Spirit Hall being so tyrannical, someone will eventually choose to stand out and lead all righteous forces on the continent to wipe out Spirit Hall. Hearing Tang San's words, Ning Fengji couldn't help smiling and said, "Perhaps. However, for the upcoming Continental Soul Master Tournament, what do you Shrek plan to do? After all, this time there is a 100,000-year spirit bone as a reward." Hearing this, Tang San was somewhat surprised that Spirit Hall was actually willing to take out a 100,000-year spirit bone as a reward. However, Tang San still said full of confidence, "Uncle Ning, you can rest assured. Shrek will definitely not fail. I believe that in this Soul Master Tournament, we Shrek 7 Devils will defeat Spirit Hall's team in one fell swoop, seize the championship position, and win the match." Ning Fengji smiled, neither saying he didn't believe it nor saying he believed it, just responding gently. "Is that so? Then I really must look forward to the subsequent performance of you Shrek 7 Devils." "Ha ha, Uncle Ning, since that's the case, I'll head out first. I'm going to tell teacher about this. After all, even though I have absolute confidence in us Shrek 7 Devils, we Shrek 7 Devils will never choose to look down on any enemy." Ning Fengji smiled again. "Ha ha, alright. Since that's the case, you should head back first. Goodbye, Uncle Ning." Seeing this, Ning Fengji nodded in response, but suddenly remembered there was still one thing he hadn't told Tang San, so he hurriedly called out to Tang San. "Wait a moment, there's one more thing." Hearing this, Tang San turned his head and looked at Ning Fengji once more. "If I guessed correctly, Dai Mubai should be the third prince of Star Luo, right?" "That's right, Uncle Ning. You can pass a message to him. The Star Luo Empire is in chaos. Emperor Dai Tianfeng is dead, and the first and second princes of Star Luo have already started recruiting people to fight for the throne." Tang San frowned and said, "Uncle Ning, you're saying the Star Luo Empire is in chaos?" "That's right. Then why haven't I seen this matter in Spirit Hall's newspapers?" Ning Fengji shook his head, looking equally puzzled by this, and said, "I don't know either. Perhaps they reached some kind of deal with the Star Luo Empire. Of course, there is another possibility. The culprit behind this Star Luo internal rebellion is none other than Spirit Hall themselves." Hearing this, Tang San understood and nodded, saying, "Uncle Ning, I understand. I will pass this matter on to Boss Dai." All right." Tang San turned around, his mood somewhat heavy. He hadn't expected that in this lifetime, even the Star Luo Empire would experience such changes. "Little San, what you said is true. The Star Luo Empire is really in great chaos. This matter was told by Uncle Ning, it's unlikely to be false. Boss Dai, the Star Luo Empire might really be in chaos. Your two brothers have already started fighting for the throne. Little San, what about my imperial father? Why hasn't my imperial father stepped forward to suppress the rebellion?" Tang San was speechless for a moment and could only say, "Boss Dai, my condolences. Emperor Dai Tianfeng is already no longer in this world." Hearing this, Dai Mubai couldn't quite process it for a moment, and directly took a few steps back because of it. "Little San, is my father really dead?" Thinking that Dai Mubai was deeply immersed in the grief of Dai Tianfeng's death and unable to extricate himself, Tang San directly comforted him. "Boss Dai, please accept my condolences. After all, the dead cannot be brought back to life." As soon as he said it, Tang San felt something was a bit off. On the Duluo continent, people seemed to really be able to be brought back to life. He himself seemed to have brought tens of thousands of people back to life. Therefore, Tang San thought about it again and decided not to say anything more, just quietly accompanying Dai Mubai like this. After a long time, Dai Mubai seemed to regain his wits slightly, a glimmer of light appearing in his eyes as he roared toward the sky. "Father, why did you have to die so early? Now that you're dead, what am I supposed to do? Even if I defeat my eldest brother next, who else can make me ascend the throne? I just wanted to go and fight my eldest brother for the throne. Why did you have to die? Father, why did you have to die at a time like this? I managed to meet someone like Tang San with such difficulty. With his help, plus the martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zuqing, I figured I could contend with my eldest brother for the throne. As a result, before I even started, how could it already be over? Father, why did you have to die? Now that you're dead, how am I supposed to fight for the throne from now on? Dai Mubai was completely decadent at this moment. Even if he won in the upcoming Soul Master tournament, so what? Would his brother, who had already ascended the throne, directly abdicate and hand the throne to him according to the ancestral precepts? It's over, everything is over. From now on, he really only had a dead end ahead of him. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai wore a look of utter decadence. Sitting beside him, Tang San was evidently shaken quite a bit upon hearing these words. So, Boss Dai, you weren't grieving for your father. You were grieving for your throne. Boss Dai, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Tang San stared at the heartbroken Dai Mubai in front of him with a complicated expression, not knowing what else to say. Little San, I'm going out for a bit. Don't look for me anymore, I won't participate in tomorrow's training. After saying that, Dai Mubai didn't care about Tang San's reaction and walked straight out of the academy. Tang San knew that Dai Mubai was probably going to that kind of place again. Regarding this, Tang San could only sigh helplessly. Hopefully Boss Dai won't affect the upcoming Soul Master tournament. After all, according to Uncle Ning, the reward for this Soul Master tournament is a 100,000-year spirit bone. Tang San was determined to win this. Having left Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai walked aimlessly down the street at this moment. After walking for a while, he found his destination appearing ahead. Womanlu. The flashy and gaudy women before his eyes instantly attracted Dai Mubai. Looking at the girls in front of him, Dai Mubai unconsciously walked into this tall building. The next day, Grandmaster looked at the Shrek crowd in front of him and asked in confusion. Where did Dai Mubai go? The Shrek crowd was also full of confusion about this, and they all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Just as everyone was looking at Zhu Zuqing, Tang San stepped forward and explained for Dai Mubai. Teacher, yesterday I told Mubai about some issues of the Star Luo Empire. Mubai probably couldn't handle the blow and went straight to a place he shouldn't go. After saying that, Tang San also secretly glanced at Zhu Zuqing. Mubai, I can only help you up to here, I hope you won't go too far. Hearing this, Grandmaster couldn't help being stunned. A place he shouldn't go. What kind of place was that? However, Grandmaster quickly reacted. Wasn't that a brothel? After listening, everyone immediately understood and couldn't help secretly glancing at Zhu Zuqing. They saw Zhu Zuqing's face was gloomy, obviously realizing where Dai Mubai had gone. Seeing that the atmosphere was obviously a bit wrong at the moment, Grandmaster had no choice but to change the subject and say, Ahem, Little San, what happened over at the Star Luo Empire? It actually made Mubai degenerate like this again. In an instant, everyone was also attracted, wanting to know what had happened over at the Star Luo Empire that would make Dai Mubai abandon Zhu Zuqing again and choose to degenerate. Zhu Zuqing also turned her head to look at this moment. Seeing this, Tang San could only tell the truth. Teacher, according to Schoolmaster Ning, Emperor Dai Tianfeng of the Star Luo Empire is already dead. What? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help covering their mouths and exclaimed in disbelief. Tang San didn't care too much about everyone's reaction and continued. Yeah, not only that. After Emperor Dai Tianfeng's death, over at the Star Luo Empire, the first prince and second prince have already begun to win over supporters for the throne. Mubai couldn't accept the blow somewhat, so he chose to degenerate. Tang San still didn't directly say that Dai Mubai couldn't accept the blow of the throne leaving him, only saying that he couldn't accept the blow. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help casting their gaze towards Zhu Zuqing again, seeing that Zhu Zuqing's expression not only didn't return to normal, but instead directly became even more gloomy. Everyone wanted to comfort Zhu Zuqing, and Xiaowu spoke up first. Zuqing, Mubai really didn't do it on purpose. After all, he might really be very sad about his father's passing. All of this really can't be completely blamed on Mubai. Zhu Zuqing didn't speak, and directly left the Shrek team. Seeing this, everyone was somewhat speechless. Was Zuqing worried about Dai Mubai? She was obviously worried about herself. Xiao Wu, you really are clueless. You can't even see this. Seeing Zhu Zuqing leave, everyone at this moment couldn't help looking at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do next. After exchanging glances for a few moments, Yu Shaogang still chose to step forward and resolve this matter. Ahem, let's not train today. Rest for a day first, and come back for training tomorrow. Xiao Wu, wrong. Here, today you must properly persuade Zuqing. You are a whole. No matter what method you use today, you must persuade Zuqing back as soon as possible and let her return to training as soon as possible. Yes. Seeing this, Yu Shaogang nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Tang San. Ahem, little San, come with me, let's go find Mubai. No matter what reason happened over at the Star Luo Empire, this is not a reason for him to skip class this time. Yes, teacher. Afterwards, Grandmaster led Tang San to the street outside Shrek Academy. Little San, you go look to the east, and I'll go look to the west. Then gather here. Yes, teacher. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai turned over with satisfaction in Wamenlu, tidying up his attire. Looking at the beauties below, he still couldn't help feeling a wave of surprise. Immediately after, Dai Mubai bantered with the girl beneath him. I really didn't expect that Miss Yuehua would also come to Heaven Do City. Hearing these words, the woman responded casually. Since young Master Dai has come, why can't I come? Ha ha ha, I thought Miss Yuehua missed me and came specially for me. Aiya, young Master Dai is so annoying. Tang Yuehua acted as if she were shy, burying her head deeply into Dai Mubai's arms. Ha ha ha. However, if Dai Mubai could see the expression on Tang Yuehua's face buried in his chest, he would find that Tang Yuehua's face was full of disdain at this moment. Bah, just based on that little tiger of yours. You think you're worthy of me coming specifically to find you. At this moment, Tang San had also arrived inside Wamenlu, and directly asked the Wamenlu staff ahead. Excuse me, has a guest with heterochromia and blonde hair ever been here? Seeing Tang San come forward to inquire about last night's guest information, the people of the brothel immediately became vigilant about this and hurriedly said. No, I don't remember having this type of guest. You can go other places to ask around. Tang San was somewhat unwilling to accept this, so he asked the people of Wamenlu once again. After all, this was already the last place he had come. 2. Really none. None. Really none. As they spoke, the people of Wamenlu directly prepared to drive Tang San out. Seeing this, Tang San could only retreat with a helpless face. Just as Tang San planned to leave here and rendezvous with Yu Shaogang, a familiar voice came out from Wamenlu. Tang San turned his head to look, and saw two familiar figures walking out from within. Tang San could not help but have his figure firmly fixed in place, without moving for a long time. Aren't the incoming people in front of him Dai Mubai and his aunt? Why would they be here? Wasn't his aunt already captured by Spirit Hall? Ha ha, Miss Yuehua, I'll leave first. I'll come again next time. The Wamenlu staff next to them immediately changed their attitude, saying with a flattering face. Take care, young Master Dai. Come play often when you have time. Yeah, I will. Tang San's head was somewhat dazed at this moment. Miss Yuehua, wasn't that the girl Ma Hongjun mentioned? Could Miss Yuehua really be referring to his aunt? Spirit Hall was actually so devoid of human decency, actually humiliating people of their clear sky sect like this. Thinking of this, Tang San's eye sockets instantly turned red and swollen. Spirit Hall, you all truly have a way to court death. Although Tang Yuehua's hair color had changed at this time, and her face had become even prettier, Tang San was still incomparably certain that the person in front of him was his aunt Tang Yuehua. Hidden in the dark, Tang Hao saw this scene before him, and could not help but become somewhat excited. Spirit Hall, they truly lack human decency. To dare humiliate his younger sister like this. Tang Hao's eye sockets turned red. At this time, he could no longer hold back. He was going to destroy everything here to avenge his younger sister. Boom. Following a loud bang, the original Wamenlu instantly turned into a pile of ruins. When it appeared once again, only 4 people remained in this area. They were Tang Hao, Tang San, Tang Yuehua, and Dai Mubai, who had been scared to the point of pissing himself at this moment. Chapter 80. You will know later. Second brother. Looking at the newcomer before her, Tang Yuehua wore a complex expression. Dad. Looking at the newcomer before him, Tang San could not help but exclaim softly. At this moment, Tang Hao had no mind to respond to Tang San's words. Instead, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Dai Mubai before him, revealing an earth-shattering killing intent from his eyes. Moreover, he raised the clear sky hammer in his hand from time to time, aiming at Dai Mubai's head. Looking at Tang Hao's appearance and the killing intent revealed in those bloodshot eyes, Dai Mubai was scared unconscious on the spot. He didn't even hear the exclamations of Tang San and Tang Yuehua clearly, which led to Dai Mubai never understanding from beginning to end why the person before him had such intense killing intent directed at him. Seeing his father's expression, Tang San realized something was wrong and hurriedly reminded his father. Father, Mubai is my friend. Although his aunt had suffered such an incident, which made Tang San very angry at Dai Mubai's actions, Tang San wanted even less for anything to happen to Dai Mubai because of this. After all, in Tang San's heart, Dai Mubai's status was much more important than his aunt's. He was one of his initial core foundations after ascending to the God realm in the future. As for his aunt, when all was said and done, whether in his previous life or this life, his aunt had not played a very helpful role for him at all. Even though his aunt had helped him suppress the side effects of the slaughter god domain, to Tang San, as long as he was willing to spend a little more time, that matter could have been resolved very well. Moreover, purely in terms of relationship, Tang San and Tang Yuehua actually didn't have much of a bond. Compared to his bond with Dai Mubai, it was simply not worth mentioning. Hearing Tang San's words, although Tang Hao's eyes were still filled with killing intent, he slowly put away the clear sky hammer in his hand. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuehua before him again, his eyes full of tears. Little sister, you have suffered. Looking at the emotional Tang Hao before her, Tang Yuehua's expression remained complex. In the past, she thought that when she saw this second brother again, the culprit who made her, their father, and eldest brother suffer, she would feel resentment and even generate killing intent. But when she truly saw her second brother again, she found that she didn't have as much resentment as before. Instead, she felt a sense of past events vanishing like smoke and clouds, and the person no longer being there. Looking at her second brother, Tang Yuehua's expression was calm at this moment. Yet seeing her second brother's appearance, she ultimately chose to force a faint smile onto her face and said, "Second brother, take me back to take a look first." Looking at Tang Yuehua before him, Tang Hao's eyes reddened, and in the end, tens of thousands of words condensed into a single word, okay. Tang Hao no longer cared about Tang San's affairs and directly took Tang Yuehua to leave this place. Seeing his father fly away with his aunt, Tang San could not help but cast his gaze towards Dai Mubai, who was lying unconscious on the ground before him. His eyes turned slightly cold, flashing a trace of sternness. But soon, that sternness disappeared from Tang San's eyes. After all, he still needed Dai Mubai's help right now and couldn't just give up on him like this. But when he took power in the God realm in the future, as for these two people, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, let them be buried together with the goddess of life and her husband. Tang San slowly lifted the unconscious Dai Mubai before him, supported him, and moved slowly in the direction of Shrek Academy. At this moment, Grandmaster stood quietly at the entrance of Shrek Academy, observing the old man in the eastern direction, wanting to see if his disciple's figure was among them. Soon, Grandmaster spotted Tang San in the distance and immediately recognized that the person supported in Tang San's hands was none other than Dai Mubai, whom Grandmaster had wanted Tang San to look for. Seeing Dai Mubai's current state, Grandmaster couldn't help feeling somewhat puzzled and hurriedly stepped forward to ask Tang San. "Little San, what happened? What is wrong with Mubai?" Seeing that his teacher had arrived, Tang San couldn't help but feel a slight relief in his heart. But his teacher's question put Tang San in a difficult position again. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Teacher, all of this is related to my father. You should wait until my father comes over and ask him yourself." Hearing that Dai Mubai's condition was actually related to the clear sky Duluo, Yu Shaogang couldn't help feeling somewhat surprised and sighed. Looking at Dai Mubai's miserable state, he couldn't help being curious. What on earth had Dai Mubai done to make even the clear sky Duluo unable to help himself from bullying the junior to punish him? Thinking about it, Grandmaster still suppressed his curiosity and first brought Dai Mubai before the Academy's Healing Soul Master. Seeing that Grandmaster had arrived, that Healing Soul Master wanted to hurriedly stand up to welcome him, but just as he reached the door, he was stopped by Grandmaster. Immediately afterward, he saw Dai Mubai, who had pissed all over himself, and the corners of his eyes twitched instantly. However, out of professional ethics, the Healing Soul Master still stood up to welcome Dai Mubai inside. With one hand covering his nose and the other hand executing his healing soul ability. As the third spirit ring lit up and extinguished, the healing process was completed. After the treatment was finished, the Healing Soul Master hurriedly fled from here, leaving this space for Grandmaster, his disciple, and Dai Mubai to stay alone. Dai Mubai, lying on the bed, had also gradually regained consciousness. At this time, as soon as he woke up, Dai Mubai instantly smelled a foul odor on his body. Just as Dai Mubai felt a wave of discomfort and wanted to find a place to get up and wash, he immediately saw Grandmaster and Tang San surrounding him and watching him. Seeing Tang San, Dai Mubai instantly recalled his recent experience. He only remembered a person holding a large hammer who used powerful strength to instantly flatten the land around him into a flat plane. After flattening it into a plane, he continued to stare at him with those blood-red eyes, and from time to time waved the large hammer in his hand as if he wanted to smash him to death with a single hammer. Then, it seemed that because he was afraid of death, he was scared unconscious directly. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai couldn't help asking Tang San, "Little San, where is that fierce-looking uncle who looks like an evil soul master? Where did he go? Also, how did you bring me escaping from that person's hands? I see that person's strength should already be a titled Duluo, right?" Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San's expression darkened slightly, and he said seriously, "Mubai, he is not any evil soul master. He is my father." Hearing this, Dai Mubai's slight movement of getting up couldn't help pausing slightly. He looked at Tang San before him in disbelief and said, "Little San, are you sure you're not lying to me? Is that person really your father?" Tang San nodded with a dark expression, confirming the matter before them. Dai Mubai carefully observed Tang San's appearance and compared it with the person he had just seen. He actually found that Tang San's eyebrows and eyes did bear a few similarities to the powerhouse he had just seen. With no other choice, Dai Mubai still chose to accept the reality before him. But at the same time, he couldn't help asking with a face full of confusion, "Little San, then why did your father do that kind of thing just now? And why did he have such strong killing intent? Directed at me?" Hearing this, Tang San stared at Dai Mubai before him with a complex expression. Countless words gathered in his heart, but in a flash, they were suppressed again by Tang San without being spoken out. In the end, all those words merged into a single sentence. "You will know later." Chapter 81, Soul Master Tournament beginning. Tomorrow, it is the opening ceremony of the Soul Master Tournament. Although this time it is merely the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master Tournament on the Heaven Do Empire side, this is the admission ticket to the final finals of the Soul Master Tournament. Only by passing this test can we enter the next round of Grand Finals inside Soul Guidance City. If we cannot even win the matches here and fail to enter the finals, then don't go to Soul Guidance City to make fools of yourselves. Even if you forcefully go over, it will merely add to the jokes. Therefore, our Shrek in these preliminaries has only one goal, and that is the championship. Moreover, this time the Soul Master Tournament, because of the joining of the Spirit Hall Soul Guidance Academy, has caused the final rewards to become extremely generous. There will be one 100,000-year spirit bone and 5 10,000-year spirit bones among them. The reward for first place is one 100,000-year spirit bone and 2 10,000-year spirit bones. The reward for second place is 3 10,000-year spirit bones. Therefore, I hope everyone can advance together, jointly win the championship, snatch over the spirit bones taken out by this spirit hall, let the entire continent know the name of Shrek, and spread the might of our Shrek Academy. Yes. This time for the Soul Master Tournament, besides you all, I have also picked 3 substitutes within Lanba Academy to assist you. Introduce yourselves respectively. Yes. The 3 people behind answered in unison. Afterwards, a girl among the 3 took the lead to step out. Rank 35 Healing System Tool Spirit Elder Zhang Zhu, Spirit, Healing Scepter, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Rank 35 Attack System Battle Spirit Elder Huang Yuan, Spirit, Lone Wolf, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Rank 35 Agility Attack System Battle Spirit Elder Jing Ling, Spirit, Skeleton, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. At this time, all 3 of them had somewhat unconvinced expressions. After all, before Tang San and the others arrived, these 3 were the main team members of Lanba Academy who were going to participate in the Soul Master Tournament next. But after Tang San and the others came here, they instantly reduced to substitute members, and their hearts inevitably felt somewhat resentful about this. After all, in this world, there was no strength clan to let Tang San act cool and slap faces, thereby establishing his prestige. This also led to Tang San and the others' prestige in the original Lanba Academy being completely insufficient. Coupled with the fact that Tang San and the other Shrek members had not yet eaten immortal herbs at this time, although their talent was still called terrifying by people, it had not reached the degree of making people despair. Among the strengths of the Shrek members, quite a few were not even as high as the 3 of Jing Ling. How could the 3 of Jing Ling possibly be convinced by Tang San and the others before them? At this time, Grandmaster naturally saw the dissatisfaction of the 3 of Jing Ling, but he did not care too much. After all, he believed in his disciple Tang San's ability to tame people. After the 3 of them went through his disciple Tang San's taming, Grandmaster believed that they would become loyal supporters of Shrek Academy and the Shrek 7 Devils. I will talk about the match system of the Soul Master Tournament preliminaries here first. It is different from the match system of the promotion tournament. The preliminaries adopt the team battle format and take a points system. In the preliminaries, you will conduct a team battle with every academy. In the end, the few teams that obtain the most victories in the team battles will obtain the qualifications to finally participate in the grand finale. The grand finals include a total of 34 teams, including Spirit Hall. And the final victor will also be born from these 34 teams. Grandmaster, please wait a moment. This time the one who spoke was Dai Mubai, and he asked doubtfully, Grandmaster, I remember that over in the Star Luo Empire, hasn't it already fallen into chaos? How can they still dispatch teams to participate in the war? Hearing Dai Mubai mention this, Grandmaster's expression first darkened slightly, but he still explained. This time the preliminaries over at the Star Luo Empire are hosted and conducted by Spirit Hall. The Star Luo Empire has already agreed to this at this time. Hearing this, Dai Mubai could not help but feel somewhat doubtful. Grandmaster, hosting things like the Soul Master Tournament has always been one of the Empire's methods to win over the Empire's younger generation. How can the Star Luo Empire's Soul Master Tournament be handed over to Spirit Hall to conduct? Grandmaster shook his head and said, this time the Star Luo Empire's Soul Master Tournament being hosted by Spirit Hall is a matter that both the first prince and second prince of Star Luo have already agreed to. Whether we oppose it or not is no longer of much use. Hearing this, Dai Mubai could not help but gnash his teeth and say, those 2 traitors, the first prince and second prince, actually committed such an act of seeking glory by betraying the country. I am irreconcilable with these 2. Watching Dai Mubai's appearance with eyes split open in anger, Grandmaster could not help but softly sigh. Sigh, Mubai, even if you look like this again, it won't cause the slightest bit of harm to them at all. Rather than being like this, you might as well work hard to cultivate, uprightly defeat all of them in the Soul Master Tournament, win the championship, and ultimately slap the faces of those 2 traitors, Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. Perhaps, after you win the championship, you can still contend with your 2 older brothers far away in the Star Luo Empire. What Grandmaster says is right. Rest assured, Grandmaster, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to achieve better results in the Soul Master Tournament. Speaking of this, Daimubai even secretly glanced at Tang San not far away in the distance, hoping that he could see his performance. Ever since knowing that Tang San had a father who was a titled Duluo, Daimubai regained his past confidence and once again became full of direction for the future. He knew that as long as he could serve Tang San well and establish a good relationship with Tang San, his future would definitely not be getting dragged back to the Star Luo Empire and then being killed or imprisoned. Therefore, starting from the second day after that incident, Daimubai returned to his usual normal life and worked even harder to cultivate than before, just hoping that in the future, when Tang San knew he was being threatened by the Star Luo Empire, Tang San could look after him a bit more. Returning to the subject of the Soul Master Tournament. Finally, to ensure the relative fairness of the Soul Master Tournament, there will be two formats, team battles and individual knockout matches. All of this, the match system is certainly important. But when all is said and done, if your strength can achieve crushing everyone without any pressure, then all of this will become completely meaningless. Ultimately, everything in the Soul Master Tournament still depends on your strength in the end. Chapter 82, Meeting Kenghui Academy again. As soon as Tang San and the others entered the venue of the Soul Master Tournament, they attracted widespread attention from the people. What academy is that from? Look at their uniforms, good heavens. Did they just crawl out of an outhouse? I'm dying of laughter, is that green monster pattern on their chests for real? How adorable. Their ears look just like megaphones. Ha ha ha. Look, they even have commercial advertisements on their backs. Are they really here to participate in the Advanced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, or are they here to beg for food? Ha ha, keep it down. No matter what, they are still spirit masters. Even though they might just be here to go through the motions. Ha ha ha. Hearing the mocking laughter of the people around them, the Shrek members felt quite embarrassed, and hurriedly took out the competition masks they used when participating in the Great Spirit Arena and put them on their faces. At the same time, they quickened their pace, wishing they could walk through this section of the road immediately. After squeezing into the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, Tang San and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the clothes on everyone's bodies, they sensibly went to a small corner and quietly waited for the opening ceremony to end. Kenghui Academy. Daimubai looked at the adjacent team next to them, wore an astonished expression, and said softly. Hearing Daimubai's words, Tang San and the others inside Shrek Academy couldn't help turning their heads, looking at the academy team approaching them with some surprise, as there were clearly quite a few familiar faces in the team before them. It's you guys. Upon hearing the voice, Kenghui Academy also turned their heads and looked at the people beside them. Evidently, someone recognized the members of Shrek Academy. Looking at Shrek Academy before them, they couldn't help being somewhat surprised, not expecting that they had also come to participate in the Advanced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. However, upon second thought, the people of Kenghui Academy felt it was completely reasonable. After all, their strength could truly not be called weak. At the same time, members of the other two teams who did not know Shrek Academy and Kenghui Academy couldn't help learning about the conflict between the two teams through others within them. HMPH, and here I thought who it was. So it's that trash Spirit Master Academy that only knows how to launch sneak attacks and breaks its promises. Ma Hongjun took the lead in interrogating Kenghui Academy. Who are you calling a trash academy? Whoever is getting anxious is naturally the one it refers to. Ma Hongjun responded with an indifferent expression. You, what about you? Am I wrong? Hongjun is right. Isn't your Kenghui Academy a trash academy? You clearly agreed to our terms, but in the end, your teacher ran away directly with the students. Since your teachers are such unreasonable and untrustworthy people, you students naturally aren't much better. HMPH, that's still better than your academy advocating bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Those who dare not stir up trouble are mediocre talents. What a big boast. It's clearly just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, yet you still have to find an excuse for yourselves. How shameless. Exactly. Shrek Academy's main philosophy is just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, oppressing the small while fearing the powerful. You guys probably act submissive when weak and strike heavily when strong. Ha ha ha. You guys. Haha, I'm afraid it's not just that. When they are weak, they probably tell the strong who bully them that bullies picking on the weak is using bigness to oppress smallness and they aren't worthy of being strong. And when they become strong and bully spirit masters weaker than themselves, they will say that survival of the fittest is the rule of the spirit master's world. What's wrong with bullying the weak? Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, all the Shrek members turned flushed with anger, yet they didn't know how to retort. HMPH, your Kenghui Academy only knows how to pull these small tricks. If you have the ability, let's see our true capabilities under our hands after the Soul Master tournament begins. Ha ha ha, people coming out of Shrek Academy have nothing else to say, but their skin is truly thick. Wasn't this matter started by you guys in the first place? How did it end up being our Kenghui Academy playing these small tricks? Your Shrek Academy is truly as shameless as ever. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the faces of the Shrek members couldn't help turning even redder. However, they could only swallow this bitter pill in secret. After all, causing trouble now would result in being directly driven out of the Soul Master tournament, so all these grudges could only await revenge when the Soul Master tournament officially took place. Thinking of this, the Shrek members secretly engraved these humiliations in their hearts and left this place directly without looking back. Once all the Shrek students entered the rest area, their ears finally became a bit quieter. Watching the busy staff members organizing other academies to enter one after another, yet forgetting only them, the Shrek members couldn't help feeling somewhat angry. Especially since those students from Kenghui Academy, who had originally entered after them, were actually lined up ahead of them, making the Shrek Academy members even angrier. But in the end, they could only helplessly choose to endure it. Finally, when there was only one team left in the entire rest area, a staff member finally walked over and led them into the entrance passage. Entering last is the participating team of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, formerly known as Lanba Academy, changed its name to Shrek. A year ago. Look how eye-catching their shit green uniforms are. This time, a total of 10 students from Shrek Academy are participating. Furthermore, their registration slogan is quite unique. Champions without opponents. They really have quite some thoughts. I wonder if their subsequent strength and performance will live up to their slogan. Hearing the MC's words on stage, the audience beneath the stage could no longer hold back their laughter. At this moment, several people sitting in the first row of the stands looked at Shrek Academy before them, and special expressions couldn't help flashing in some of their eyes. Among them, the Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall located in the first row looked at Shrek Academy below with an expression of amusement. Schoolmaster Ning, if I remember correctly, among the young ladies in that Shrek Academy down in the stands, it seems one of them is your beloved daughter. Oh, Schoolmaster Ning's beloved daughter is actually among these Shrek students. It seems the Shrek Academy before us is not simple. Even Schoolmaster Ning is optimistic about it. Ning Fengji also knew that he couldn't hide it any longer, so he admitted it on the spot. I am indeed quite optimistic about the Shrek Academy before us. I believe they will be the biggest dark horse in this Advanced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Oh, since Schoolmaster Ning has said so, we can only wait and see. Hearing Ning Fengji praise Shrek Academy like this, the Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall looked at Shrek Academy, and the interest in his eyes inevitably grew a bit stronger. Emperor Shui Yi was the same. At this moment, the MC on one side of the VIP gallery said in a loud voice. Next, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire to announce the opening of this tournament. Seeing this, Shui Yi also stood up and began to announce the opening of this tournament. I, Shui Yi, Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, on behalf of the Heaven Do Empire and as the organizer of this event, announce that this Advanced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is officially open. Chapter 83, a chapter full of filler. Below, we invite Lord Solace, the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall of Heaven Do City and a Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary matches. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Kenghui Academy vs Zixing Academy. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Shrek Academy vs Heaven Do Imperial Academy second team. Upon hearing the opponent drawn for them by Spirit Hall, the members of Shrek inevitably wore strange expressions on their faces. Could it really be such a coincidence? After exchanging glances, the members of Shrek all saw surprise on each other's faces. But immediately after, eager expressions appeared on their faces. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to take revenge on Heaven Do Imperial Academy for driving Shrek Academy away back then? HMPH, this will just let them know what kind of price they will pay after provoking Shrek Academy. It's time to let Heaven Do Academy know what kind of genius they have missed out on. After scanning each other and confirming the determination on each other's faces, the members of Shrek couldn't help but respond in unison. At this moment, the members of Heaven Do Imperial Academy second team were lying in the rest area, contentedly enjoying the service of the surrounding maids, completely unaware that a catastrophe was about to befall them. After all, in their impression, no one had ever dared to severely injure them. Tomorrow's match would probably just be a formality before they were defeated. Didn't their senior always come through this way in the past? For people like them to enter the Imperial Do second team was just to put a layer of gold on themselves. If they really had outstanding talent, they would have entered the Imperial Do first team long ago instead of staying here. At this time, the members of Heaven Do Academy second team were still casually discussing where to go and play tonight. By the way, Master Feng, where are we going to play tonight? The man called Master Feng slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at his serious look at the moment. Anyone who didn't know would have thought he was pondering all kinds of unknown universe mysteries, but who would have thought that his mind was filled with thoughts of where to go play tonight. I must say, these nobles of the Heaven Do Empire might not be good people, but their genes were really quite good. At the very least, after tidying up, these people in front of them in the Heaven Do Academy second team wouldn't look like prodigal disciples at all. Anyone who didn't know would think they were some talented youths who had achieved success in cultivation. At the very least, when Tang San stood with them, judging purely from his current appearance, Tang San really looked least like a person who had achieved success in cultivation. I heard that Womanlu recently somehow provoked some mysterious powerhouse, and several of Womanlu's branch stores in Heaven Do City were directly smashed in anger. Even though Womanlu still has a few branch stores, it's obviously no longer suitable to go there at this time. After all, who knows if that mysterious powerhouse will bring a hammer down and smash us together. Looking at the appearance of the shops smashed by that powerhouse in the past, we know that this powerhouse is almost a person with no scruples. If we really encounter this matter, we really wouldn't even be able to articulate our grievances. Hearing Master Feng say this, the others couldn't help recalling the miserable state of Womanlu's smashed branches in the past, and they nodded in agreement. Yes. It seems Womanlu is currently out of bounds. Then where are we going? Master Feng, you decide. We trust you. All right, since everyone trusts me so much, I can't let you down. I've decided to take everyone to a good place tonight, just like Womanlu, to Womanlu's old rival, Chuncheonglu. What do you guys think? Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in blank dismay, full of confusion. Chuncheonglu. Why hadn't they heard of it? The crowd couldn't help casting doubtful glances at Master Feng before them. Seeing the puzzled gazes of his little companions next to him, Master Feng couldn't keep them hanging any longer and had to explain. Chuncheonglu is a shop from the Star Luo Empire side, which is a rival to the shops on our Heaven Do Empire side. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly reacted and understood. Thus, they nodded in approval. Then we'll listen to Master Feng and go take a look at Chuncheonglu. We'll listen to Master Feng. Great, then tonight I will take my brothers to have a great time. The accompanying teacher on the side, upon hearing the conversation of the Heaven Do second team members next to him, only glanced at them with a helpless expression. In the end, thousands of words turned into a sigh, and after gently shaking his head, he no longer bothered to manage them. After all, the academy itself didn't expect these guys in front of them to amount to much. Their purpose in coming here naturally couldn't be to win glory for the academy. Even for the academy, as long as they didn't cause any big trouble during this period and blacken the academy's name, it would already be enough. As for them winning glory for the academy teachers didn't have such unrealistic thoughts at the moment. Making sure they didn't cause big trouble was one of his only two team leading requirements as the accompanying teacher of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy second team. As for the other requirement, it was naturally to protect their safety well and not let them suffer things like lifelong disabilities. As for injuries, matches inevitably involved injuries, and getting beaten up was fine too, sparing them from being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth in the future, provoking right and wrong arbitrarily, or even accidentally provoking powerhouses they couldn't afford to offend for the family, thus creating disasters. This was also something allowed by the families behind these prodigal sons. Why did the Heaven Do Academy second team use such people? Could it be that inside Heaven Do Academy there were no people more outstanding than them? Of course there were, but the identities behind them were not enough. Things like showing their faces in front of the Heaven Do Emperor were not their turn. If you wanted to enter the Heaven Do team, you only had two methods. Either your talent was outstanding enough to enter the Heaven Do first team, or your background was outstanding enough to enter the Heaven Do second team. Otherwise, you had no possibility at all of entering the Heaven Do team and then getting the chance to show your face in front of the Heaven Do Emperor. This was also one of the methods used by the Heaven Do Empire, as a federal country, to appease the surrounding city lords. Chapter 84 First Match. Both sides bow, non-participants please leave the arena. At this time, the crowd of Shrek Academy and the members of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy second team also faced each other. Looking at the Shrek Academy personnel on stage before them, among the members of the Heaven Do second team, inevitably someone recognized them. Who did I think it was? Turns out it is you group of beggars driven out by our Heaven Do Academy. How is it, after failing to enter our Heaven Do Imperial Academy, did you deliberately choose a rival academy of ours to join, specially coming to gift us a victory, so that you can easily enter Heaven Do Academy in the future? Ha ha ha. Hearing the provocative words of the Heaven Do Academy students before them, the expressions of Tang San and the rest of the Shrek crowd involuntarily turned cold, and looking at the Heaven Do Academy crowd before them, they counterattacked. We dare to gift it, do you Heaven Do second team dare to receive it? Even if you dare to receive it, who in your Heaven Do second team can withstand us holding back? Don't let it be that after we deliberately hold back, your Heaven Do Academy second team cannot withstand it and lose again. By then, who will you blame once more? After all, the strength of your Heaven Do second team is known to all. Losing even like this is not an impossible thing, wouldn't you say? Hearing Tang San's retort, the Shrek crowd could not help but clap and cheer. HMPH, what little San says is right, even if we dare to gift it, which of the trash in your Heaven Do second team could withstand it? Dai Mubai activated his own white tiger spirit, releasing his aura outward, and his whole body emitted a soul-stirring aura, looking down at them with a haughty expression and full of disdain. Hearing the Shrek crowd use their talent to counterattack, the Heaven Do Academy crowd couldn't help but turn red-eyed with anxiety. They hated most when others brought up their talent. Although their talent compared to ordinary commoner spirit masters could already be considered quite outstanding, compared to these geniuses who could stand on the Soul Master tournament, their natural endowment could not even be considered middle tier. Innate spirit power could still barely compare, counting as lower middle, but adding their own level of effort, they could only be considered at the very bottom here, and even if not for the protection of their fathers, they wouldn't have the qualifications to come here at all. HMPH, no matter how poor our Heaven Do Academy second team is, it is still not something students coming from your backyard chicken academy can compare with. Talk is cheap, let this backyard chicken academy witness the foundation of our Heaven Do Academy. Even so, our Heaven Do Academy is not something just anyone can provoke. Hee hee, your Heaven Do second team is not quite the worst in the Soul Master tournament. The Heaven Do student turned his head to look at Ma Hongjun, and just as he was puzzled as to why he was speaking up for people like them, another voice from Ma Hongjun came again. You guys are simply the worst among them, without a single exception. The faces of the entire Heaven Do Academy second team instantly turned crimson, glaring with extreme anger at the little fatty in front of them. You. Before the words could leave his mouth, another voice from Ma Hongjun arrived. After all, the glorious battle records of your Heaven Do second team through the generations, who in the entire Heaven Do Empire does not know? Who does not understand? To be honest, if it weren't for your Heaven Do second team monopolizing the bottom first place in the Heaven Do Empire Academy competitions year after year, maybe they wouldn't even be able to gather this many academies to participate. After all, no one wants to take home a last place ranking. And moreover, if you hadn't stably remained in the last place position year after year, maybe our Shrek Academy wouldn't have dared to enter the tournament either. Ha ha ha. The captain of the Heaven Do second team was obviously angered quite badly, and at this moment could only stare fixedly at Ma Hongjun, completely unable to utter a sound. After recovering for a good while, the Heaven Do second team captain finally produced a sound and said, "Dead fatty, just you wait. After the match, I will let you know the strength of our Heaven Do second team." Hearing this, Ma Hongjun very cooperatively put on an expression of "I am so scared. I am so scared oh." Looking at Ma Hongjun's appearance, the Heaven Do captain involuntarily became even more furious, with his mind filled entirely with thoughts of why the match hadn't started yet so he could beat up this dead fatty sooner. The match between both sides is about to begin, please have the members of both sides prepare. Hearing this, the emotions between both sides also began to calm down. However, looking closely, one could still see that the Heaven Do second team members before them were still glaring fixedly at Ma Hongjun, their chests heaving unevenly, evidently still generating life chi over what had happened just now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The first round of the preliminary match, first match, officially begins. As the referee's voice landed, the forces on both sides also rapidly made their moves toward each other's direction. Blue-silver binding. Stalks of blue-silver grass continuously emerged from the ground, winding toward the Heaven Do second team members before them. As the blue-silver grass coiled around their feet, the 5 attack system Spirit Master members of the Heaven Do second team currently charging forward were inevitably tripped by these suddenly appearing blue-silver grass, delaying them for a moment. At this very moment, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had their spirit's avatar, rapidly charging forward to attack the opponent. White Tiger, Shockwave, Phoenix Fire Wire. With the attacks of the two spirit abilities, the members of the Heaven Do second team were inevitably thrown into a flurry. At the same time, the blue-silver grass affected by the Phoenix Fire Wire inevitably began to burn. Looking at the burning blue-silver grass at this moment, as well as the blue-silver grass constantly being torn apart, Tang San's expression turned ugly. As expected, was blue-silver grass that lost the blue-silver emperor bloodline and didn't eat an immortal herb still too weak? It actually couldn't even endure a single Phoenix Fire Wire, and its toughness had evidently weakened quite a bit as well. At this time, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu also successively rushed forward, delivering the final blow to the injured Heaven Do second team members to make them lose their remaining combat power. Teleportation, soft skill, waist bow, one spirit ability after another was continuously used in Xiao Wu's hands, cooperating with Zhu Zuqing's surprise attack to harvest the members of the Heaven Do second team one by one. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Following the descent of the 4th spirit ability White Tiger Meteor Shower that Dai Mubai recently obtained through a breakthrough, coordinated with the obstruction of Tang San's blue-silver binding, not a single member of the Heaven Do second team escaped the attack range, and as expected, all of them suffered heavy blows once again. Stop, our Heaven Do second team concedes. Seeing that the members of the Heaven Do second team had all sustained not so small injuries, the accompanying teacher of the second team hurriedly pulled out the white towel in his hand, signaled surrender to the referee, and hurriedly rushed onto the arena to stop the next move of the Shrek Academy crowd, shouting loudly for them to halt. Seeing that the opponent's accompanying teacher had already come up, the Shrek crowd knew they could no longer make a move, and after exchanging glances with each other, they also successively stopped the actions in their hands. Chapter 85, Star Luo Affairs concluded. PFF'd, you still want to make this young master pay a price with just this? Look at your own strength first. Ma Hongjun sneered with a face full of disdain. Hearing these words, the captain of the Heaven Do second team couldn't help but be consumed by a surge of anger, spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. Combined with the injuries he had just sustained, he was directly angered into fainting. Enough. Don't you Shrek people think this is going too far? We have already conceded defeat. Oh, I wonder if my students have done anything wrong. At this moment, Zhao Wuji also stepped onto the stage, looking at the team leader of the Heaven Do second team, and spoke in an overbearing tone. Looking at the suddenly appearing Zhao Wuji before him, the Heaven Do second team leader wore a look of mixed surprise and uncertainty, obviously unable to ascertain the strength of the newly appeared Zhao Wuji. However, the Heaven Do second team leader wasn't cowardly either. After all, this was the center of the Heaven Do Empire. He didn't believe anyone would dare to make a move right here in the center of more under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Does Your Excellency not think your students' attacks were a bit too heavy? Oh, I don't think so. The Heaven Do team leader was so angered by the Zhao Wuji before him that his nose was practically crooked. Listening to the preaching from the Heaven Do Academy team leader beside his ear, Zhao Wuji wore an utterly indifferent expression, even taking a moment to pick his ear. Finally, as if annoyed by the nagging beside him, he waved his hand and said, got it. You'd better take your students to find a healing soul master first. Otherwise, once they die, don't you Heaven Do Academy go blaming it on us Shrek. Seeing that the Zhao Wuji before him hadn't listened to a single word he said, the Heaven Do second team leader was so angered that he lost his temper completely. HMPH, suit yourselves. At this moment, Dai Mubai from Shrek couldn't help but mock. I thought the team leader of Heaven Do Academy was how great, but it turns out all he can do is talk big. Tang San watched this scene with cold eyes, having no intention of stopping them, completely unaware of what kind of trouble this behavior would bring. Star Luo Empire. Why? The second prince angrily interrogated the spirit hall personnel before him. The person stared at the second prince in front of him with an unmoving heart, but still politely answered the second prince's question. Second prince, it's not that we in Spirit Hall want to betray you. It's truly because the first prince offered a more affordable price. As a neutral faction, Spirit Hall naturally has to choose the more affordable price. At this moment, Dai Wisi couldn't help but say to the Star Luo second prince before him with a smug face. Haha, second brother, Spirit Hall is right. As a neutral faction, naturally they have to choose the more affordable price. Dai Wisi, I didn't expect the heavens to be so unfair, actually letting a villain like you achieve ultimate victory. Alas, second brother, there's no helping it. This is probably because the heavens favor me more. Perhaps I am the legendary child of destiny. The Star Luo Prime Minister watched the scene before him with an indifferent face, while his body quietly moved behind Dai Wisi. Feeling someone behind him, Dai Wisi was just about to turn around to look when a blade pierced straight out from the front of his body. Immediately following this, Dai Wisi felt his vitality rapidly draining away. Turning back, he saw that the one who stabbed the blade into his body was none other than his own Prime Minister, and he couldn't help but question him. Why? Those loyal supporters of Dai Wisi couldn't help but be dumbfounded as they watched this scene. However, before they could even react, various weapons attacked from behind them as well. Looking at the weapons piercing through their bodies, and then turning back to glance at the people who had run them through with those weapons, they wore faces full of confusion, unable to understand why these former comrades would attack them. The Star Luo second prince was also dumbfounded by the scene before him. How did Dai Wisi's forces suddenly rebel? Your Highness First Prince, your mission is already complete, and your remaining tasks are no longer needed. Hearing these words, Dai Wisi quickly reacted. So, all of this was a trap set by you Star Crown sect, right? Correct. My imperial father was killed by you guys, right? The Prime Minister shook his head and said. That's not it. Although the death of the Star Luo Emperor is indeed related to us, he truly wasn't killed by us. Hearing this, the second prince's mouth opened slightly, his eyes widening. He had truly wronged Dai Wisi. The purpose of you doing all this was to eliminate the loyal ministers of our Star Luo Empire so as to usurp the Star Luo Empire. Prime Minister, what a brilliant scheme. Looking at the Prime Minister before him, Dai Wisi couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. He truly hadn't expected the scheming of the Prime Minister by his side to run so deep. Looking at the Spirit Hall people beside the Prime Minister, the first prince's complexion turned even uglier. You Spirit Hall also participated in this. Hearing this, the Spirit Hall personnel immediately put on an aggrieved expression, looked at Dai Wuxi before them, and said, First Prince, you must not wrong our Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall is merely a neutral faction, it's just that Star Crown sect gave a Spirit Hall a good price. Moreover, hasn't the Matter Spirit Hall promised the first prince already been completed? The Star Crown sect's matters were not included. Therefore, Spirit Hall could only tacitly allow this matter. HMPH. I understood long ago that there is never a free lunch in this world, but I just didn't expect the Prime Minister's ambition to be so huge, actually wanting to seize the entire Star Luo Empire. First Prince, please rest in peace. If not for the battle for succession between you and the second prince, our Star Crown sect wouldn't have been able to so easily uproot most of the factions in the Star Luo Empire that were loyal to your Dai family to the death. HMPH, the ambition of your Star Crown sect will eventually be known by the entire continent, and then your villainous deeds will be spurned by the entire continent. The conspiracy of Spirit Hall and Star Crown sect plotting to seize the entire Star Luo Empire together will also be resisted by a united continent. There's no need for the first prince to worry about that. We will naturally handle these minor matters well. Come two people, send the first prince and the second prince on their way. Yes. Following closely behind, two people walked out from the crowd standing behind the Star Luo Prime Minister and Spirit Hall, respectively stabbing a final blow into the first prince and the second prince, which could be considered giving them the final strike of their lives. Just like that, under these two blades, the two people who should have had the highest hopes of becoming the new generation of successors to the Star Luo Empire after the death of the Star Luo Emperor died just like that. They died in this final struggle for the throne. In this struggle for the throne, neither of the two princes succeeded, they were both losers. In the end, everything was taken over completely by the Star Crown sect. When the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who benefits. In the end, this conflict concluded with the deaths of the two Star Luo princes and the ultimate change of ownership of the Star Luo Empire. Starting from today, the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire will no longer have the surname Dai, its surname is Shu. Chapter 86, Heaven Do Conspiracy. Has the Star Luo Empire been taken down? Yes, Supreme Pontiff. The current ruler of the Star Luo Empire is now a member of the Star Crown sect. Very well. I am already aware of this matter, you may withdraw for now. Yes. Qian Xunji lowered his head to look at the map in his hands, casually placing a Spirit Hall flag over the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Looking at the red-marked territory on the map, Qian Xunji calmly uttered a sentence. There is only one Heaven Do Empire left. After thinking for a moment, Qian Xunji took out his soul guide phone. Not long after, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, who is this? Solace, it's me, Qian Xunji. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment before replying with trepidation. Supreme Pontiff, why are you calling? Is there something you need to instruct me on? Solace, I hope you can. Quote. Star Luo Empire, inside the Star Luo Imperial Palace. How many city lords are still unwilling to submit? Replying to your majesty, 20% of the lords of the small cities are unwilling to submit, choosing to directly flee the Star Luo Empire and seek refuge in the Heaven Do Empire. As for the lords of the major cities, with the help of the struggle between the first prince and the second prince, the vast majority of them are already our people. Therefore, aside from those die-hard loyalists, those 3 or 4 city lords, all the others have already submitted. Have people from the nearby Spirit Hall fill the positions of the small city lords who left? Yes. All right, you may withdraw. The visitor silently retreated. It seems that Sect Master is still willing to continue being friends with our Spirit Hall. I thought that with such great power, Sect Master would want to ditch our Spirit Hall directly. Ha, I wouldn't dare. After all, your Spirit Hall is the true ruler behind the scenes in the Star Luo Empire. I'm afraid that if I wanted independence today, my head would appear on the table of your Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff tomorrow. The Star Crown Sect Master sneered in response to Ghost Du Luo's probing words. Ha, Your Majesty, please don't overthink it. Our Spirit Hall is still willing to let Your Majesty continue ruling the Star Luo Empire. After all, the Star Luo Empire needs a suitable emperor right now. Hee. A suitable emperor, what a wonderful, suitable. However, he didn't need to think too much about it, he himself never had any grand ambitions about becoming emperor anyway. Furthermore, now that he had already submitted to Spirit Hall, he just needed to quietly do as Spirit Hall instructed. Heaven Do Empire. Inside a noble residence. How is Fenger doing? Master, young master's injuries are very severe. Even with our assistance for his recovery, it will still take more than half a year for him to recover. I'm afraid only the benevolent hands of the Sage of Hearts, Yi Renxin, can quickly heal this injury. Hearing this, the old man's expression completely darkened. Having a son in his old age, he only had this single child. Yet this battle between his son and Shrek had actually left his only son paralyzed for half a year. How could he possibly swallow this anger so easily? Ah! At that moment, a miserable scream came over. The old man hurried into the room and immediately saw his son tumbling down from the bed. What is going on? The old man asked the maid serving nearby with a gloomy face. The maid hurriedly knelt down. Master, spare my life. It was the young master who wanted to stand up and try it himself. Father! Master Feng shouted out loudly before him. Seeing this scene, the old man had no time to worry about the maid's faults anymore. He went straight to the bedside and helped his son back onto the bed. Fenger, father is here. Father, those people from Shrek are simply too excessive. It was clearly just a verbal dispute, yet they beat all of us half to death. Father, you must seek justice for us. Master Feng continuously wept and complained to his father about Shrek's brutality. Listening to his son's words, although the old man knew much of it was false, he still took some of what his son said to heart. And this little bit was enough to drop Shrek's image to freezing point in the old man's eyes, not to mention that his son had been beaten so badly he couldn't get out of bed for half a year. How could the old man possibly have a good impression of them? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Master, Minister Gong is here to see you. He says he wants to discuss the situation between young master and Shrek with you. Hearing this, the old man frowned and said toward the doorway. I know. Have him wait for me in the main hall for a moment. Yes, master. The old man turned around and looked at his son again, saying to him. Fenger, rest assured. As for your matter, this old man will definitely seek justice from Shrek for you. Father, I believe you. Father, you should go attend to your matters first. The old man got up and left the room. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced over and saw the maids who had just been serving his son kneeling on the ground. The old man frowned and said, Go give each of them 30 heavy board strikes. Yes. After giving his orders, the old man didn't bother with it anymore and walked towards the direction of the main hall. Walking into the main hall, he immediately saw Minister Gong, who was drinking tea at the moment. Minister Gong, how is it that you have time to come to my place today? Seeing the old man arrive, the Minister Gong before him first bowed slightly before speaking. I have come to see the Chancellor precisely for the matter concerning my unworthy son and Shrek. Hearing this, although he had anticipated it, the old man first narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Minister Gong before speaking with an indifferent expression. So it's for this matter. However, I cannot help Minister Gong with this. After all, when all is said and done, this matter was merely a match. During the match, some contestants didn't know their own strength and dealt heavy blows resulting in injuries. Isn't this the most normal thing in the world? How could I seek private gains for Minister Gong because of this matter? Hearing this, Minister Gong first narrowed his eyes, then cut straight to the point and said, Lord Chancellor, let's stop speaking in riddles. Your esteemed young master was also involved in this matter. I don't believe that you have no slight dissatisfaction towards this Shrek in your heart. I came here today precisely to want Lord Chancellor to give us a clear attitude. If it works, we will deal with Shrek together. If it doesn't work, Lord Chancellor, do not try to stop us. The old man was clearly dazed by the blunt words before him. After all, how many years had it been since he heard such straightforward words among his colleagues? Now, suddenly hearing such straightforward words again, he actually didn't know how to respond for a moment. Just as Minister Gong in front of him was growing impatient, thinking that the Chancellor was unwilling to plot with them, the Chancellor's voice finally came. Regarding this matter, I am willing to join you all. In that case, then. Hearing this, Minister Gong was just about to take his leave when he suddenly froze in place, dumbfounded. Lord Chancellor, what did you say? Giving him another deep look, the Chancellor slowly took a breath and said, I said, I am willing to join you all. Chapter 87, Illusion. Teacher, Little San, tomorrow is the match against Blazing Academy. Do you have confidence? Teacher, you can rest assured. Our Shrek Academy's goal is the championship of the Advanced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. How could we fall here? After hearing Tang San's words, Yu Shaogang still couldn't help but show worry on his face and said, well, Little San, even so, I still want to remind you that Blazing Academy has 2 spirit ancestors above level 40, who are their captain and vice-captain respectively. In our team, besides Mubai, everyone else is only a spirit elder. Teacher, I understand. Moreover, your blue-silver grass spirit, Little San, is naturally afraid of fire, and Blazing Academy all use fire-type spirits. This is simply your natural nemesis. I'm afraid that in this match, Little San, your blue-silver grass spirit won't be of much use. Hearing this, Tang San also reacted a bit. That's right. This wasn't his past life. Without the immortal herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well, his blue-silver grass no longer possessed the immunity to ice and fire. If he really used his blue-silver grass to go head-to-head like this, the final result would only be hitting a rock with an egg, overestimating his own capabilities. However, even with so many shortcomings, Tang San only took it slightly more seriously than before and still didn't care too much. After all, Tang San's experience as a God King in his past life was not for nothing. At the very least, Tang San's aloof and arrogant temperament had definitely been cultivated. Mere Blazing Academy, to me, Tang San, is simply not worth mentioning at all. If it weren't for this God King losing all cultivation, just this tiny Blazing Academy would even deserve to be this God King's opponent. What kind of figures were his opponents in his past life? They were all God King titans who controlled territories and possessed such supreme strength and supreme wisdom. But even so, they all fell under this God King's wit and wisdom, let alone a tiny Blazing Academy. Thinking of this, Tang San's ungrounded confidence came back again. Mere Blazing Academy, how dare they make an enemy of this God King? They truly have a way to court death. Teacher, you can rest assured. No matter how strong Blazing Academy is, Shrek Academy will not lose. After all, we Shrek are all monsters. How could monsters be defeated by ordinary people? Seeing his disciple so confident, Yu Shaogang couldn't help but be infected by it. In that case, it seems I was worrying too much. Teacher can rest easy. In that case, Little San, you should step back first and discuss countermeasures with Mubai and the others. After all, no matter how confident we are of victory, we shouldn't underestimate our opponents too much. Yes, teacher. After leaving the teacher, Tang San intended to walk towards Shrek Academy, but soon Tang San found something was wrong. What was going on? This place had clearly been visited just now. Unconvinced, Tang San accelerated and started speeding up once more, but he still failed to escape this place. At this moment, Tang San immediately realized that he might have fallen into an illusion set up by the enemy. Thinking of illusions, Tang San immediately thought of Xinyan of Kenghui Academy. Could it be that Xinyan saw through his talent in advance and intended to make a move against him early? But soon, Tang San stopped thinking that way. Because this illusion before him seemed to have no other function besides restricting his range of activity. If it were Xinyan, he should have long since started to lead him into that painful illusion. Xinyan wouldn't be so bored as to set up a small illusion array to confuse his location. After all, if Tang San hadn't arrived before tomorrow's match, then Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy would definitely send people to search for Tang San's whereabouts. Therefore, secretly imprisoning someone, this kind of practice basically had no feasibility. Thinking of this, Tang San decided to walk through the illusion a few more times to see if he could get out. If he really couldn't, he would think of other things. Meanwhile, the few people standing outside the illusion quietly gazed at Tang San walking in place before them, a trace of indifference revealing itself in their eyes. Elder Mo, can your illusion bring this little beast into painful memories? After all, Tang San is currently a bit too comfortable. Hearing this, Elder Mo hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'll try. However, I can't guarantee success. That's still better than simply watching this little beast right now. All right. Immediately, Elder Mo urged his own spirit power to surge toward his own spirit. As the spirit power gradually converged, his spirit seemed to have sensed something and underwent some slight changes. As the spirit power gradually converged, Elder Mo's expression couldn't help but become happy. It's a success. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but be overjoyed. Great, let's see if this little beast can rest peacefully until nightfall now. Let's go now. Are we really not going to kill him directly? Foolish, the Advanced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is currently being held. If you kill him now, Spirit Hall definitely wouldn't mind investigating to the end and wiping out your family. Then can we only leave them alone now? Who says so? We can first take back some interest from them. As for killing them, we can only do that after they finish participating in the tournament. Indeed. Indeed. After all, we still can't afford to provoke Spirit Hall right now. Therefore, we should honestly wait until the Soul Master tournament is over and Spirit Hall no longer cares, and then we can go, right? In that case, all right. Chapter 88, Shrek Splits. Solace, what are you here for? Heaven Do Prime Minister's estate. An elderly man frowned as he looked at Solace, the Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall who had come to the Prime Minister's estate, and asked somewhat unnaturally. Solace paid little attention to the Heaven Do Prime Minister's astonished gaze at the moment, walking straight over to sit on a chair to the side, completely unconcerned about the Heaven Do Prime Minister, who was left standing aside with a face that was growing increasingly dark. Even if you are a Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall, you cannot act so arbitrarily and break into the home of an important official of the Heaven Do Empire as you please. Solace sat down as well, looking at the Heaven Do Prime Minister who was angrily questioning him, and spoke in a leisurely tone. The matter regarding Shrek, it was done by people like you, right? After finishing, Solace did not forget to pour himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Hearing these words, the Prime Minister wore an expression full of doubt. Shrek Academy, what is that? Is it a newly established academy of the Heaven Do Empire? Solace ignored the confusion in the Prime Minister's words and instead spoke on his own. It's useless for you to quibble, Spirit Hall has already grasped enough evidence. This evidence is enough to arrest you. The Prime Minister did not believe Solace's nonsense at all at this moment. If Solace really had enough evidence, shouldn't he have dragged him off to the Spirit Hall prison long ago instead of wasting time arguing here? Bishop Solace, you mustn't wrong a good person. I don't even know what kind of academy Shrek Academy is. How could I possibly deal with them? Looking at the Heaven Do Prime Minister who wore an aggrieved look, Solace could not help but marvel at how well he was acting. If he hadn't already grasped a massive amount of evidence, he might have truly been fooled by him this time. As expected of someone who could become a prime minister, his psychological resilience was truly impressive. Solace had no choice but to take out an item from his storage ring and speak unhurriedly. Take a look, this is the evidence for this matter. The Heaven Do Prime Minister frowned, taking the evidence, and could not help feeling some doubt in his heart. Could Spirit Hall have really grasped the evidence? After reading through the evidence, the Prime Minister confirmed that these items in front of him were all real, but he still unhurriedly returned them to Solace without the slightest trace of panic on his face. After all, whether Solace came to arrest him or not, he actually didn't care. First, the things he had done were not really a big deal. Even if discovered, at most he would only be imprisoned by Spirit Hall for a few months. Second, Solace had come this way without bringing anyone else, and even handed all the evidence over to him. Presumably, he wasn't here just to discuss this trivial matter with him. Whatever the bishop's purpose in coming here is, just speak straight. I believe it won't be these minor matters. As expected of the Prime Minister, you saw at a glance that we have another purpose. My coming this time is naturally hoping that the Prime Minister. That's impossible. Lord Prime Minister, don't speak so absolutely, right? After all, we might even be colleagues in the future. Is it really good to treat your future colleague like this? HMPH, this old man will absolutely not do such a thing for your spirit hall. In that case, I can only express my deep regret for this. Saying this, Solace walked out the door. The Prime Minister frowned, watching Solace's retreating figure, and asked doubtfully. Bishop Solace is just leaving like this, aren't you afraid that I will leak your spirit hall's scheme? Solace said with a completely nonchalant expression. What if you leak it? Can you change it? The Prime Minister opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. That's right. Even if he leaked it, could he change it? Could the Heaven Do Empire change it? I'm afraid the final result would only be to cause panic. At this moment, at the Soul Master tournament, Tang San stared gloomily at the members of the Blazing Academy before him, occasionally sliding his hand into his chest, wanting to take out the hidden weapons placed within. Yet, unsure of what concerns he had, in the end he still did not take them out. Just like that, under the condition that Tang San did not use hidden weapons, Tang San was knocked flying off the arena by someone from Blazing Academy, and this match belonging to Shrek came to an end. The referee standing on the high platform at this time also announced the match result. The 11th match of the preliminaries, Blazing Academy vs Shrek Academy, Blazing Academy wins. Following Blazing Academy's ultimate victory in this match, Tang San and the others could not help but look somewhat disheveled. Shrek's spirit and morale had been shattered, and the backbone of Shrek Academy had been broken. Shrek's style of teaching actually could not afford to fail, especially right at the beginning. Once it failed at the very beginning, what geniuses! What monsters! They were all fakes. Shrek at present was not yet that academy which would dominate the continent for tens of thousands of years in the future. At this time, Shrek had not yet cultivated that powerful spirit of standing tall on the continent for tens of thousands of years without falling, which could be used to tell oneself that this failure of Shrek was merely a coincidence. Therefore, this failure was enough to break the backbone of this newly founded Shrek Academy. Returning to the injury recovery room, Dai Mubai and the other original members of Shrek could not help but be filled with confusion in their eyes at this moment. Little San, you tell me, are we really not monsters? Hearing these words, Jing Ling beside them could not help but look toward Dai Mubai. Mocking the original Shrek members with a full face of ridicule. Of course you aren't monsters. Although you are much more of a genius than I am, there are always people in this world who are more outstanding than you. Right now it is only Blazing Academy, but in the future there will still be Tianshui Academy, Heaven Do Academy, Star Luo Academy, Wuhan Academy, and Spirit Hall Soul Tool Academy, and so on. All of them will defeat you. In that case, by what right are you monsters? Enough. Tang San loudly stopped Jing Ling from continuing his words, and only looked coldly at Jing Ling as he said. Please get out of Shrek, we at Shrek do not welcome you. Little San is right, please get out of our Shrek, this place does not welcome you. Grandmaster also walked into the room at this time, looking coldly at Jing Ling, who had been talking eloquently just moments before, and said. Seeing that Grandmaster before him would actually speak this way and pressure him, Jing Ling suddenly felt a wave of grievance. Didn't he just complain a few words? How could even the team instructor want to drive him away? Moreover, his current condition was due to getting injured from the match. Wasn't one of his legs still limping right now? Under such circumstances, they still wanted to chase him away. Jing Ling instantly felt that he did not belong here. Looking at the surrounding crowd, basically all of them were uniformly people from the original Shrek. Jing Ling understood that Shrek was no longer the Lanba Academy of the past, this place was no longer suitable for him. Ever since these people came to Lanba Academy was no longer the Lanba Academy of the past. Jing Ling understood that this place did not belong to him, it belonged to these people who considered themselves monsters. Thinking of this, Jing Ling limped out of the infirmary, and until the Soul Master tournament ended, Jing Ling never came back again. At the same time, after Huang Yuan saw Jing Ling, Leave Shrek Academy. That very night, once Huang Yuan had rested well, he also followed closely behind Jingling and left Shrek Academy. These proud sons of heaven originally from Lanba Academy were now leaving the academy, this former Lanba, now Shrek, in such a disheveled state. Chapter 89, Qian Xunji Assessment completed. Boss Dai, don't listen to Jingling's nonsense. How could we in Shrek not be monsters? The Shrek 7 devils are not only monsters, but monsters among monsters. Then, Dai Mubai wanted to say something, but Tang San interrupted him again and answered his doubts. This failure was mainly because we couldn't use our full strength in this tournament. For example, due to changes in the tournament rules, my hidden weapons could not be used casually and had to be reported to the tournament officials in advance. Furthermore, Jingling and the others were not people from Shrek to begin with and were unfamiliar with us, which caused Shrek's combat power to drop by another level as a result. Therefore, in the end, Blazing Academy managed to narrowly win by a single level. Third brother is right. Jingling and the others were never official members of Shrek to begin with. In this match, if it weren't for them holding back the Shrek 7 devils, we wouldn't have lost. At this moment, Xiaowu echoed Tang San's words in complete agreement. Little San is right. Your failure this time is actually my fault. It's my fault for not letting Little San use his full strength. This matter was indeed my oversight. Yu Xiaoging let out a soft sigh and said again, although you are the monsters among monsters of Shrek Academy, you are still too young right now. I completely overlooked the entire 6-year age gap between you. Coupled with my refusal to let Little San use his full strength and the fact that not all of the Shrek 7 devils took the field, this is what led to this failure. HMPH, when all is said and done, it's all Jingling and the others' fault for holding the Shrek 7 devils back. At this point, Xiaowu spoke even more bluntly and without restraint. After drinking a large bowl of toxic chicken soup fed to them by Tang San and Grandmaster, Dai Mubai and the others instantly became full of spirit again and chimed in. One after another. Right, all of this is simply because we are too young and not all of us Shrek 7 devils took the field. All of this is Jingling and the others' fault for holding Shrek back. If it weren't for them holding us back, Blazing Academy would have long been defeated by my White Tiger Meteor Shower and Fatty's Phoenix Fire Wire. How would it ever be their turn to be so arrogant now? At this moment, Dai Mubai completely forgot how beaten up he was by his opponents on the match arena, and simply felt that all of this was Jingling and the others' fault. Standing in a corner at this moment, Huang Yuan silently listened to the discussion among the Shrek members, touched his arm that had been broken during the battle with Blazing Academy, and fell into a momentary silence. But if anyone observed his gaze closely at this moment, they would notice that his eyes were growing increasingly resolute. Inside the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, the Prime Minister was reporting to the Heaven Do Emperor Shui Yi. Your Majesty, that is how it is. How should we respond to those schemes of Spirit Hall? After hearing this, Emperor Shui Yi let out a bitter smile. Isn't this a blatant and open conspiracy? What methods do we have to deal with it? We can only let soldiers meet them with weapons and water meet them with earth. At this, the Heaven Do Prime Minister couldn't help but nod with a face full of sorrow. Indeed. However, there is no need to worry too much about this matter for now. After all, Spirit Hall has existed for so many years, and it's not like they haven't tried such things in the past. Didn't they fail then? This time will surely be the same. Emperor Shui Yi comforted the Prime Minister. Your Majesty is right. After hearing Emperor Shui Yi's comfort, the Prime Minister's worries lessened quite a bit. What is truly worrying now is not that Spirit Hall wants to win over the city lords of the various Heaven Do cities, but why Spirit Hall wants to win over those city lords, and what they plan to do by winning them over. Hearing the Heaven Do Emperor's words, the expression that had just relaxed on the Heaven Do Prime Minister's face tightened once more, and it was even more solemn and serious than before. That's right. Does Spirit Hall winning over those city lords mean that their ambition is no longer satisfied with just wanting to be a guardian of the continent's order? Do they want to truly become the dominator of the continent for once? Yes. Even I now at one point suspect that the events in the Star Luo Empire were manipulated behind the scenes by Spirit Hall. Even the death of the Star Luo Emperor is related to Spirit Hall. Hearing these words, the Prime Minister widened his eyes even further. Your Majesty means. The rest of the words were not spoken, but just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder. If that really were the case, then Spirit Hall's current strength would be simply unimaginable. At this moment, in the sunset forest, a disheveled figure slowly appeared. I finally came out. I almost died in there. The person who emerged was none other than Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong looked extremely disheveled. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even dare believe that the tattered-clad woman before you was the former Spirit Hall Holy Maiden, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong glanced back at the Rakshasa gate behind her, her gaze revealing a clear sense of disgust. Although Bibi Dong had passed the 7 trials of Rakshasa, even for a very long time afterwards, whenever Bibi Dong thought of the things within the 7 trials of Rakshasa, she would experience a sickening sense of nausea. At this moment, Bibi Dong just wanted to find a place to rest properly, but right now she didn't want to go find Yu Shaogang and the others. She couldn't explain why she didn't want to go find them either, she simply didn't want to go look for Yu Shaogang anymore. Right now, she just wanted to stay quietly by herself and didn't want anyone to disturb her. Inside the Angel Temple, Qian Runshui and Qian Ning both woke up one after another at this moment. Looking at her grandfather before her, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. That feeling was just like someone who had just woken up from a deep sleep, unable to tell the difference between reality and fantasy. Qian Runshui reached out her hands and touched her grandfather's face. It was soft. All of this instantly gave Qian Runshui a strong sense of reality, causing her mind and spirit to rapidly return to reality. Meanwhile, Qian Ning, who was sitting not far beside Qian Daoliu, also recovered a portion of her mental force relying on her strength as a titled Duluo. Looking at the spacious hall beside her, Qian Ning for some reason suddenly felt a strong sense of reality rushing toward her. Feeling this sense of reality that used to be somewhat displeasing, she now found it to be so refreshing and uplifting. This experience of 100 lifetimes of reincarnation truly felt like a great dream. Mom. At this moment, Qian Runshui also saw her mother beside her grandfather, and with a face full of joy, she pounced over. At the same time, Qian Ning opened her arms and embraced Qian Runshui as she rushed over. The mother and daughter hugged tightly, both enjoying the tranquility after their hearts embraced each other in this moment. Far away in Soul Guidance City, inspecting the development of spirit tools at the Soul Tool Academy subordinate to Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji couldn't help but sense something and looked toward the distant direction of Spirit City. Is it Shui and the others back? Qian Xunji's action of gazing into the distance immediately caught the attention of the Dean of the Soul Tool Academy, who was currently briefing Qian Xunji on the development of spirit tools. The Dean's heart skipped a beat, and he asked Qian Xunji with slight unease. Supreme Pontiff, is there something you are unsatisfied with regarding this spirit tool? After glancing at the Dean, Qian Xunji simply shook his head gently and said, I am very satisfied with the development of spirit tools. Just now, I merely sensed something special, which is why my gaze was drawn away. The Dean may continue the introduction. At first, the Dean was startled by Qian Xunji's gaze turning toward him, thinking that he had somehow offended the Supreme Pontiff once again. But soon, upon hearing Qian Xunji's explanation, the Dean of the Soul Tool Academy let out a slight sigh of relief, and then continued pointing at the giant spirit tool cannonball beside them, introducing it to Qian Xunji. Supreme Pontiff, this weapon is an 8th rank spirit tool cannonball recently researched by our Soul Tool Academy. Its power can match the full strength strike of an 80 ranked spirit Duluo. And the researcher of this weapon is from the Soul Tool Academy. While listening to the Academy Dean's introduction, Qian Xunji nodded from time to time, expressing his approval of this weapon and its creator. However, Qian Xunji's heart was clearly no longer here, he only wanted to wait for the Dean to finish his introduction so he could hurry back to the Angel Temple and check if Shui's assessment was already completed. Chapter 90, The Battle Between Shrek Academy and Kenghui Academy. The next match, Shrek Academy vs Kenghui Academy. Hearing this, Solace, a platinum bishop of Spirit Hall, couldn't help but straighten his posture. Was it time for the affiliated Academy of Spirit Hall to take the field? Although the Elephant Armored Academy behind the Elephant Armored Academy had a close relationship with Spirit Hall, that did not mean the Elephant Armored Academy belonged to Spirit Hall's forces. The Elephant Armored Academy still belonged to the Elephant Armored Academy. But Kanghui Academy was different. Kanghui Academy could be considered the first high-level Spirit Master Academy acquired externally by Spirit Hall. Although it was acquired in the late stage, it indeed belonged to Spirit Hall's direct forces, which was somewhat different from the Elephant Armored Academy. Watching Kanghui Academy and Shrek Academy bow to each other, Solace nervously focused on the situation on the field and the balance of victory and defeat. Solace knew that although Shrek Academy had always been mocked by others, it was undeniable that these little fellows in Shrek were indeed very talented. Even for the entire Spirit Hall, their talent was enough to rank at the top. Therefore, Solace was still somewhat worried that the group from Kanghui Academy before him might not be able to handle it. After all, they were not geniuses directly cultivated with emphasis by Spirit Hall. Looking at the scene on the field, Kanghui Academy's formation was rapidly shifting, and the spirit power surrounding their bodies began to circulate one after another. As the formation arranged neatly, under the operation of the spirit power of everyone in Kanghui Academy, 7 colored lights shot up into the sky from Kanghui Academy almost at the same time. Centered around the captain spirit of Kanghui Academy, a massive colorful light pillar condensed around it, and the light pillar was as wide as 30 meters. Looking at this huge light pillar before him, a trace of dread couldn't help but flash through Tang San's heart. Although in this match he had already reported in advance regarding the information about hidden weapons, and he was able to use hidden weapons in this match, none of these could play a role in dealing with the mental force attacks before him. Why would they use this move? In this lifetime, Kanghui Academy of theirs hadn't been kicked out of the Soul Master Tournament. This wasn't their last match either. Why were they using this move right now? At this moment, Emperor Shui Yi, sitting in the VIP seat, was taken aback watching the 7-in-1 fusion technique used by Kanghui Academy, and couldn't help exclaiming, "What is going on? Could this be the legendary, long-lost 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique?" Ning Fengji at the side shook his head with a solemn expression and said, "No, it shouldn't be. In my memory, there should be no one on the continent capable of completing a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. However, although this isn't it, it should also be the use of a fusion skill. Even if it's not a true martial soul fusion technique, its power is bound to be much stronger than the addition of their own strengths. As for more specifics, Your Majesty will probably have to ask Bishop Solace. After all, this is a force of Spirit Hall." By the end of his words, Ning Fengji's tone revealed an inexplicable nuance. What Schoolmaster Ning said is correct. This is indeed not a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, but a 7-in-1 fusion technique. Spirit Hall has also not found 7 people capable of performing a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. At most, we can only find people who can wield a 7-in-1 fusion technique. On the field at this moment, Tang San looked at the illusion that had already enveloped them with an ugly expression, but in his heart, he was crazily rejoicing over the breakthrough of his purple demon. Last night. However, even with the breakthrough, could Tang San really block it? He had improved, but had Kanghui Academy not improved at all? If it were before without the help of Spirit Hall, this might have been possible, but with the help of Spirit Hall, the mental force of everyone in Kanghui Academy had improved by a large margin compared to the original work. Watching himself sinking more and more into Kanghui Academy's illusion, Tang San couldn't help but activate his own purple demon eye. Then, following the activation of Tang San's purple demon eye, and then, there was no then. Tang San and the others all fell into the illusion set up by Kanghui Academy. Tang San within the illusion looked at the defeated members of Kanghui Academy before him, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Immediately, the scene shifted, turning into a scenario where Tang San defeated Spirit Hall and achieved dual god positions. Tang San was filled with complacency at this moment. No matter how many variables there were, wouldn't the ultimate victor still be him? Following closely, the scene shifted once more. At this time, Tang San had just led Chong Gongwei and these people to break through the black hole and return once again. Within it, Tang San established his own supreme prestige. Chang Gongwei and a group of god kings from the Great God Circle all recommended and demanded that he become their god emperor and rule over them. Through all these shifting and changing scenes, Tang San did not feel the slightest bit wrong from them, as if everything should have been this way. Looking at the Tang clan god realm before him, Tang San's heart was filled with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. At this moment, Tang San was sitting on the throne of his god emperor, quietly enjoying the offerings coming from his descendants. At this moment, a voice came over. Little San, wake up. The match is over. Wake up, the match is over. Tang San felt this voice was somewhat familiar, and just as he was about to recall whose it was, Tang San in the real world suddenly felt his eye sockets somewhat heavy, so he tried to open them. After opening his eyes, Tang San looked at the scene before him, feeling a momentary sense of bewilderment. Wasn't he just in his Tang clan god realm receiving worship from his descendants a moment ago? How had he suddenly arrived here? Wasn't this Shrek Academy, the place where he once grew up? As Tang San recalled Shrek Academy, Tang San's past memories also rushed over one after another. That's not right, wasn't I battling Kenghui Academy? It's just that I seemed to have fallen into the illusion they set for me. In other words, that Tang clan god realm of mine was all an illusion. No, not entirely. The future me will definitely make all of this become reality. Grandmaster saw Tang San fall into a daze, thinking he couldn't accept this failure, and couldn't help comforting him. Little San, failure once or twice is nothing. What's more, this failure cannot be blamed entirely on you. After all, who could have expected that Kenghui Academy would directly use a 7-in-1 fusion technique on you all? Even if other academies took the field, they probably wouldn't fare well either. Tang San had also snapped out of it at this moment. In this match, Shrek seemed to have lost once again. If the previous matches could still be blamed on the substitute members, then this time, with only one Zhang Zhu left among the substitutes, plus the fact that she hadn't even taken the field, there was simply no way to blame it on them anymore. Not to mention that after Kenghui Academy unleashed the 7-in-1 fusion technique, he and the others successively fell into the illusion, without even getting to fight at all. This time, it was truly Shrek Academy that lost, losing fair and square. They couldn't even find an excuse. Detestable Kenghui Academy, how dare you do this? How dare you treat Shrek Academy like this? Do you know that you have already brought upon yourselves the way to die? Chapter 91, The Conclusion of the Soul Master Tournament Preliminary Rounds. Now, I will announce the list of the 5 academies that have successfully advanced to the finals of this Soul Master Tournament Preliminary Rounds. They are respectively: first place, Kenghui Academy. 14 matches in the promotion stage, 14 consecutive victories, ranked first, winning the best ranking in the Heaven Do Empire Soul Master Tournament. Although everyone knew that Kenghui Academy's weakness was very obvious, that is, as long as one's mental force was strong enough to withstand their illusion impact, one could defeat their lineup composed entirely of control system spirit masters. But judging from the current results, there clearly hasn't appeared anyone whose mental force could surpass that of Kenghui Academy's students after performing the 7-in-1 fusion skill. Second place, Kamikaze Academy. Quote. Fifth place, Shrek Academy. Let us congratulate the above teams. They will represent the Heaven Do Empire to head to Soul Guidance City and participate in the grand finals of this Soul Master Tournament. Let us congratulate them with the warmest applause. Clap 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 tilde clap 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 tilde. After a burst of fierce applause, the crowd could not help but begin to disperse. As they dispersed, their words were still filled with amazement for the Dark Horse Kenghui Academy that had suddenly surged out this time. As for Shrek Academy, sorry, there were truly not many people discussing it. This competition was truly unexpected. To think it would be Kenghui Academy, an academy with almost no fame, that achieved the final victory. Indeed, this competition was actually walked to the end by an academy coming from an unknown little place. Hey, let me tell you all, Kenghui Academy is no longer a small academy now. I heard some grapevine news about this Kenghui Academy from the neighbor's home of my neighbor's third aunt's second great aunt. Hearing this, The crowd couldn't help but turn their heads, surrounding him into a semicircle, and then all asked with faces full of curiosity. "Oh, what is that? Someone in the neighbor's home of my neighbor's third aunt's second great aunt is a person of Kenghui Academy, which is why I was able to obtain this information that only insiders can get." The speaker emphasized once again that this information was only known to insiders. Hearing him say this, the crowd inevitably became even more curious and spoke one after another. "Oh, Third Wu, what on earth is this secret? To actually be so mysterious." The man called Third Wu first frowned, then carefully observed the surroundings, and after confirming that there was no one else except the dozens of people present before his eyes, he spoke. "Before I tell you all, you must first promise me not to tell this information to others." "Definitely, definitely," everyone answered casually with full faces. Seeing that everyone present nodded and successively indicated that they would keep it confidential, the person about to tell the secret couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, then said, "I heard that behind this Kenghui Academy, there is the support of Spirit Hall." "Ah, that's impossible, right? Doesn't Spirit Hall have their own academy? How could they still want to support another academy? Third Wu, you aren't tricking us, are you?" At this moment, a person in the crowd hearing this information suddenly voiced out in doubt. The others in the crowd, upon hearing this person's doubt, also turned their heads and looked at Third Wu in puzzlement. And the man called Third Wu, upon hearing these words, also became somewhat anxious at this moment. "I'm lying to you. If I lie to you, what benefits do I have? Would I run over just to lie to you?" Hearing this, the crowd felt it indeed made sense, and immediately began to comfort old Wu again, telling him not to mind the person just now and to just continue speaking. According to insiders of Kenghui Academy, Spirit Hall actually didn't take out too many resources to support them. They just exposed a tiny bit of their leg hair, and it already allowed Kenghui Academy to eat their fill and make a fortune. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh in exclamation one after another. As expected of Spirit Hall, even if it's just exposing a bit of leftovers, it's enough to let a Kenghui Academy make a fortune. Geez, those major forces are simply too wealthy. Before he finished speaking, everyone's disdainful gazes were transmitted over, leaving the speaker looking bewildered. At this time, a good friend of his said, "Money, money, money. Your whole brain only knows money. Are some things something you can buy with just money? Does Spirit Hall only have money? What it has is resources. Those are resources and foundations that you can never buy no matter how much money you have. Do you understand? Then does Spirit Hall not have money? Money." That good friend at this moment was clearly almost angered to fainting by him. Hey, brother N, do not life chi, anger harms the body. Since Brother Jin is like this, Brother Jin must surely have a pure and innocent heart. That's right, Brother N, since Brother Jin is like this, you should be happy. Happy, my foot. A pure and innocent heart. Bah, he is simply a fool. He has clearly fallen into the eyes of money. And a pure and innocent heart at that. At this moment, Tang San and the others who accidentally overheard their conversation from afar couldn't help but have dark faces. Was their Shrek just that inconspicuous? When Kenghui Academy passed by just now, it was filled with gazing eyes. How come when it came to them Shrek, it turned into everyone playing on their own? Not only that, they were actually still discussing the matters of Kenghui Academy. Tang San even blushed somewhat because of this. Detestable Kenghui Academy. A few days later, when everything was packed up and ready, Shrek Academy of the Heaven Do Empire and the other 4 major academies also set off one after another, heading towards the direction of Soul Guidance City to participate in the elite grand finals of the Continental Soul Master Tournament. At this time, Qian Xunji, far away in Soul Guidance City, also arrived inside the Soul Guidance Academy, conducting final inquiries towards the 2 major Spirit Hall academies gathered inside the Soul Guidance Academy. Meanwhile, the academies located at the Star Luo Empire also began setting off toward the direction of Soul Guidance City. Only, this time, Dai Wuxi no longer appeared in the Star Luo Royal Academy. Chapter 92, Asura watches over his big baby. Is that Soul Guidance City ahead? Ma Hongjun looked at the city ahead, which was full of technological sense, and couldn't help asking the surrounding Shrek group directly. Indeed, I didn't expect that after so many years, Spirit Hall actually created another city as large as Spirit City. If I hadn't come here personally this time, it would be really hard to imagine that the city built by Spirit Hall would look like this. Flender couldn't help but sigh at the Soul Guidance City before him. At this moment, Tang San was also stunned as he looked at the appearance of Soul Guidance City. Judging from its exterior, the sense of detachment from this era was simply too strong. If he didn't know he was currently participating in the continent-wide Soul Master Tournament, Tang San would have thought he had transmigrated to 10,000 years later again. Were those spirit cannons on Soul Guidance City serious? Tang San initially thought that this era only had relatively low-tier offensive spirit tools, but he truly didn't expect that Spirit Hall had even researched 7th-tier spirit tools, and he didn't even know if this was Spirit Hall's limit. HMPH, isn't the land for this city snatched by Spirit Hall from other kingdoms? Spirit Hall is truly tyrannical. They actually directly demanded such a large territory from various kingdoms. Just at this moment, Yu Shaogang, who had a rather poor impression of Spirit Hall, spoke up. You can't say it like that. After all, this land was jointly provided and built by several kingdoms. Averaged out, it didn't take much from each kingdom. Besides, this land was also provided voluntarily by those kingdoms. Flender rubbed his nose at this, rarely defending Spirit Hall. HMPH, who knows if Spirit Hall used some special means to coerce those major kingdoms in the process. Seeing that his close friend loathed Spirit Hall so much, Flender didn't dare to say anything more. Have we arrived? Here. At this time, the teams from other academies of the Heaven Do Empire walking behind Shrek also successively walked to Shrek's current position, catching sight of the magnificent and grand major city not far ahead, Soul Guidance City. On every single tile of the city walls, various dazzling spirit formations were arranged. And these numerous spirit formations arranged together formed a giant large-scale spirit formation, protecting the safety of the entire city. On the city walls, dense intermediate spirit cannons were scattered across every corner, and figures of high-tier spirit cannons would appear from time to time. These spirit cannons full of modern technological sense placed on the city walls gave would-be invaders an oppressive threat. Looking at these weapons full of modern hierarchical sense, the crowds from various academies of the Heaven Do Empire who came to participate in the competition couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamation. It truly is magnificent. The teachers of various academies were even more shocked by the scene before them, and successively expressed agreement. Indeed, Tang San, having just walked out of his shock, heard the surrounding crowd expressing shock at Spirit Hall's strength. Hearing this, Tang San grew even more worried. Could such a Spirit Hall still be defeated even if the two great empires joined forces right now? Moreover, the Star Luo Empire was currently undergoing internal strife and simply could not join forces with the Heaven Do Empire. As the participating academies of the Heaven Do Empire gradually entered Soul Guidance City, the academies of the Star Luo Empire at the other gate of Soul Guidance City also followed closely behind and entered Soul Guidance City. Have they all arrived? At this moment, Qian Xunji was sitting inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace of Spirit Hall within Soul Guidance City. As if suddenly sensing something, he spoke softly. After speaking, Qian Xunji turned his head and looked towards the sky. This time, it seems we are very likely to officially clash once. Asura God. At this moment, in the God realm, Asura God couldn't help shivering all over, always feeling as though someone around was spying on it and plotting against it. But after carefully examining the surrounding environment, Asura God still failed to find anyone peeping at it nearby. For a moment, Asura God only thought that it might have perceived wrongly. But thinking about it carefully, it always felt something was a bit off. It tried to cultivate, but Asura God still felt its mind could not calm down. Therefore, Asura God decided to go check on how its big baby was doing right now to ease its mood. After all, it had been quite busy these past few days and hadn't checked on it for a few days. Several years should have passed in the lower realm, right? In several years, with the luck it gave it, it should be at least a spirit ancestor by now. Asura god instantly arrived above the Duluo continent world in the god realm, and glanced down at the lower realm Duluo continent. Oh mother! Why did its big baby become like this? Why is it still a spirit elder in the 30s? Where is the opportunity it arranged for it? Didn't it take it? If this continues, before it even bestows the simplest Asura god trial, its big baby might directly kick the bucket and croak. Thinking about it, Asura decided to first check what on earth had happened to its big baby during this period. What could have caused its big baby to turn into this current state? After withdrawing the Asura divine soul it left inside its big baby's body, and taking a look at what had happened to its big baby during this period, Asura god couldn't help frowning. This spirit hall had actually made a comeback. Those various treasures it left for its big baby had actually all been pocketed by Spirit Hall. Daimubai listened with a blank face to the latest news brought by the Academy from the Star Luo Empire side. For a moment finding it somewhat hard to accept. The Star Luo Empire had actually perished. He had become the third prince of a fallen Star Luo Empire. Although Daimubai knew that after the fall of Star Luo, he would no longer need to fear the cruel competition among the royal family and wouldn't have to die, Daimubai still couldn't feel happy at all at this moment. Even Zuqing on the side was stunned for a long time upon hearing these words. The Star Luo Empire had perished. The Dai family was gone. She was free. But for some reason, thinking about how she was free, Zuqing not only felt no joy at all at this moment, but on the contrary, she had a trace of confusion in her heart. At this moment, Zuqing even turned her head to look at Daimubai standing alone and dazed aside, and her heart felt a pang of twisting pain. If they used the martial soul fusion technique again at this time, they would discover that the fusion degree of the martial soul fusion technique had nearly reached its maximum, because at this moment Zuqing's heart had already been completely filled with Daimubai. Chapter 93, Ningrongrong's Terror. God Realm. Asura god looked at the goddess of life and god of destruction before him, and could not help but loudly question. God of destruction, do you not think you have gone a bit too far? God of destruction looked at Asura god, who had suddenly run over and loudly questioned him, his face full of doubt and incomprehension. Asura, what madness are you spouting? What have I done? Why do I not know anything about it myself? Destruction, do not play dumb with me. What on earth have you done? Do you still not know yourself? Hearing Asura god's words, God of destruction's brows furrowed even deeper. Could it be that he had really done something even he was unaware of, making Asura god this life chi? Yet after carefully thinking about his whereabouts recently, apart from spending intimate moments with Goddess of Life every day, he had done nothing at all. Moreover, the God realm had been very calm and peaceful recently, with no major events, and not even a single God-King meeting had been held. Then how had he offended Asura god? After confirming once more that during these days, apart from being intimate with Xiao Lu, there was nothing else. God of destruction could not help but think of a possibility. Could it be that Asura god liked Xiao Lu, and seeing his intimate moments with Xiao Lu during this period, had turned sour and jealous, and therefore wanted to pick a fight with him so they could have a showdown? At this time, Goddess of Life also tried to persuade from the side. Asura, did you misunderstand something? Xiaozi has been with me all these days. If he had done anything, there is no way I wouldn't know. Seeing Goddess of Life still speaking up for God of Destruction, Asura god could not help but become even more life chi. Very well, you are still stiff-necked, are you? I see, you are in this together, right? Seeing Asura god grow anxious after being rebuked by Goddess of Life, God of Destruction became even more certain of his guess. This Asura god must have seen Xiao Lu speaking up for him and got jealous. Thinking of this, God of Destruction's gaze toward Asura gradually turned cold. Well, Asura god, you are truly bold enough to lust after heaven, how dare you even covet Xiao Lu? As he thought about it, God of Destruction's expression also turned cold, his hands ready at any moment for a battle with Asura god, and his tone directly shifted to one of interrogation. You haven't even said what the matter is. How would I know? It's about my great darling. Sure enough, this Asura god liked Xiao Lu, and actually dared to call his Xiao Lu, great darling, right to his face. He was truly courting death. God of Destruction's gaze grew a few degrees colder as he said. Well, Asura God, you actually dare to call Xiao Lu, great darling, right in front of me. If you want to die, just say so. I will grant your wish. While Goddess of Life was just wondering what Asura God's great darling was, she suddenly heard God of Destruction's words and was naturally misled, growing indignant toward Asura God. Asura God, you have gone too far. I am a married woman. How dare you tease and humiliate me like this? Hearing this, Asura God thought, what on earth? How did he suddenly become a lecherous scoundrel coveting Destruction's wife? He wasn't that desperate and thirsty, was he? Yet seeing the couple about to strike and deliver a joint husband and wife beating upon him, Asura God hastily spoke up to explain. The great darling I am talking about refers to that fellow whose soul I brought from another world. Not the Goddess of Life. Hearing Asura's words, God of Destruction was also taken aback and directly asked. What fellow whose soul was brought from another world? It's that soul which I brought from a minor plane to be reincarnated onto the Duluo continent. Hearing this, God of Destruction frowned and said with a face full of disgust and disdain. I never expected that Asura God, the dignified enforcer of the God realm, would actually choose to knowingly violate the law. However, I can tell you clearly about this matter, I did not do it. I, the God of Destruction, am above telling lies. At this time, Asura God was also jolted awake by God of Destruction's attitude, and his previous suspicions regarding destruction wavered uncertainly. Could it really not have been done by God of Destruction? Asura considered himself to have worked with God of Destruction for many years and had some understanding of him, knowing that he could not be considered someone who liked to lie. Earlier, due to excessive anger, he hadn't listened further to God of Destruction's defense, but hearing God of Destruction's somewhat angry words at this moment, Asura God also reacted. If you ask me, the reason your successor encountered a problem is because your successor messed up themselves. After all, you know what kind of successor you wanted to choose. If Asura God had heard such taunting words from God of Destruction in the past, he definitely would have attacked and fought a match with him long ago. Yet at this moment, Asura God couldn't help but doubt, could it really be because the successor he selected was too useless? A few days later, the grand finals of the Soul Master tournament officially began. Our opponent for Shrek's first match in the promotion tournament is Blazing Academy. Hearing Grandmaster's words, everyone from Shrek inevitably darkened their expressions. Blazing Academy, how could people like them possibly win against them? Tang San's role at this moment was perfectly manifested, as he directly applied his Tang-style chicken soup philosophy to the Shrek members before him. The chicken soup has arrived. With a bowl of chicken soup down their stomachs, the Shrek members inevitably perked up again in spirit. Right, Little San has already made a breakthrough to level 40 Spirit Ancestor, and this time Little San can also use hidden weapons. This time we are bound to win. Right, with Third Brother's leadership, we will definitely succeed in winning this match. Grandmaster, seeing everyone regain their spirit after having a bowl of chicken soup from his disciple, could not help but give them another shot of adrenaline. Not only that, the martial soul fusion technique of Mubai and Zuqing has already reached the point of complete fusion. This time, we Shrek shall surely win. Hearing these words, the Shrek members couldn't help casting their gazes toward Mubai and Zuqing. At this time, Ning Rongrong parted her small lips slightly, and in a surprised whisper asked Zhu Zuqing beside her, though her tone carried some unspeakable implication. Is it true, Zuqing? Zhu Zuqing had also perked up again after Tang San's bowl of chicken soup. Hearing Ning Rongrong's inquiry beside her, she didn't think much of it at the moment and simply smiled in response. It's true, Rongrong. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately squeezed a smile onto her face and said in a tone that seemed very happy. Then I truly must congratulate you, Zuqing. To what stage has the relationship between you and Mubai developed? At this moment, Ning Rongrong's fox tail showed a little, but Zhu Zuqing clearly didn't care at the moment and didn't think much of it, simply saying, Rongrong, thank you. As for my relationship with Mubai, it's all right. Although Zhu Zuqing said it was all right with her mouth, the smile naturally revealed on her face when mentioning Dai Mubai let Ning Rongrong know that the relationship between them was definitely not as simple as Zuqing described. Ning Rongrong wanted to probe once more. Zuching, it really is unexpected. The first successful couple among us turns out to be you and Mubai. After all, Mubai used to be a playboy, often embracing beauties in his arms. I never expected you would forgive him so quickly. Ning Rongrong's tone was filled with emotion, as if she were simply reminiscing about the past, yet her words constantly and intermittently revealed the information that Dai Mubai used to be a playboy. In fact, when saying these words, Ning Rongrong was already taking the risk of being found out by Zhu Zuching or others that something was amiss, just to remind her. After all, if anyone among the Shrek members heard her words and understood the deeper meaning behind them, then her relationship with Shrek and the others would come to an end. However, the Shrek members before her were obviously still immersed in the chicken soup that Tang San and Grandmaster had fed them earlier, and clearly didn't think much of what Ning Rongrong said to Zhu Zuching. They only thought Ning Rongrong was feeling somewhat emotional. Rongrong, although Mubai used to be a playboy, he is no longer one now. He has turned over a new leaf. We have no need to fixate on someone else's past. Who hasn't made mistakes? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyelids drooped slightly, but in the end, she still responded with a smile. Zuching is right. Only, the gaze with which she looked at Zhu Zuching once again was no longer the same as before. She understood that the Zhu Zuching before her was no longer the Zuching of the past. Indeed, some things can be forgiven, but can some things truly be forgiven? Not everything is worthy of forgiveness. If you must forgive everything, it can only prove that all the injustice you suffer is deserved. This is just like someone wanting to murder your entire family, and you still forgiving the other party. Is this really your magnanimity, or are you just a fool? Looking at the Shrek members before her, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a trace of terror in her heart for some unknown reason. This Shrek doesn't look like an academy at all. Compared to an academy, it is more like a prison. An evil prison capable of devouring people's thoughts and brainwashing people's soul. Moreover, everyone who graduated from here unexpectedly ended up thanking Shrek for its guidance, without the slightest bit of resentment. Even an academy where a saint exists might not necessarily be able to achieve this step. Chapter 94, Qian Xunji's Another God Trial. In the evening, inside the resting area of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Looking at her father in front of her, Ning Rongrong did not know how to speak up, and just sat hesitantly beside Ning Fengji. At first, Ning Fengji did not pay attention to these small actions of his daughter, but seeing her lingering and refusing to leave, he could not help but gently ask the daughter beside him. "What is wrong, Rongrong? Do you have anything you want to say to me?" Seeing that her father had already asked, Ning Rongrong found it hard to hide things any longer, so she said to her father coyly, "Dad, I hope to withdraw from Shrek Academy." Ning Rongrong whispered her thoughts. After finishing, Ning Rongrong was like a child who had made a mistake, waiting for her father's scolding to come. However, upon hearing these words, Ning Fengji was slightly stunned, but instead of flying into a rage directly, he asked gently, "Rongrong, did something unhappy happen over at Shrek?" Ning Rongrong shook her head, but after thinking for a moment, she nodded again. Seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, a trace of curiosity could not help flashing in Ning Fengji's eyes. "Rongrong, can you tell me about it?" After thinking for a moment, Ning Rongrong still told her father about what happened at Shrek Academy today and her own thoughts. After listening, Ning Fengji frowned, nodded, and said, "So that's how it is. However, Rongrong, the matter of withdrawing from Shrek might have to wait until you finish participating in the Soul Master Tournament." Thank you, Dad. Then I will withdraw from Shrek Academy after participating in the Soul Master Tournament." Hearing these words, although Ning Rongrong was still somewhat worried, upon hearing that it was merely enduring for a little longer, she still happily agreed. Thank you, Dad." Before leaving, the sound of a kiss came over. Ning Rongrong deliberately and happily kissed Ning Fengji on the face as a thank you to her father. Watching Ning Rongrong's departing back, Ning Fengji could not help laughing and shook his head. This little girl. With the start of the Soul Master Tournament, this day finally arrived. It was Blazing Academy's turn to match up against Shrek Academy, but during the match, the host suddenly announced that Blazing Academy had abstained. Hearing the news of Blazing Academy's abstention, everyone in Shrek could not help being stunned. Even Tang San was the same. After all, regarding the matters of his previous life, it was impossible for him to remember everything in such detail. Until everyone in Shrek dazedly withdrew from the match arena, they reacted and realized that they, Shrek, had won. That's right, indeed. No matter what, Shrek had indeed won this match. Even though the victory was not glorious. It looked more like charity from the enemy. But that did not prevent everyone in Shrek from feeling a burst of happiness about it. Haha, it must be that after learning about Shrek's trump card, the people of Blazing Academy didn't even have the courage to take the stage. That's right, otherwise how could the people of Blazing Academy suddenly not show up? You must know that the ultimate reward of this Soul Master tournament is a 100,000-year spirit bone. That is a treasure even titled Duluo Covet. I don't believe that those people in Blazing Academy are like saints who are not interested in these things. Hearing the words of everyone in Shrek, Tang San vaguely felt something was wrong, but he could never figure out where it was wrong. In the end, he could only temporarily agree with the words of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. At this moment, inside Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji's another god trial had begun. Before fighting the Asura god, he needed to completely possess the power of the God King level. He could not just be like the past, having only the mental force of a God King without possessing the actual strength of a God King. Only in this way could he officially sit at the poker table and communicate equally with the Asura god. The Chaos God trial is about to begin. Host, please prepare. Following Qian Xunji's confirmation, the Creation God trial opened once again. Following closely, as Qian Xunji opened his eyes once more, the scenery around Qian Xunji also turned into a scene of chaos. Please have the God trial candidate use their own dilapidated plane to successfully build a small plane. And successfully operate in the Chaos Sea for 100 years without collapsing. After taking a look at his surrounding environment, Qian Xunji gradually digested the information of this plane within it. His current state was the plane will of this plane, and it seemed he could dominate everything between the heaven and earth of this plane. His current goal was to operate this already dilapidated plane in this dangerous chaos sea for 100 years and reach the level of a small plane. As for the current state of his plane, the energy was only enough to operate for about 3 years. If within 3 years, the energy could not be replenished at all, let alone promoted to a small plane, this dilapidated plane of his would be utterly done for. Of course, obtaining energy was not particularly difficult, because he would continuously extract energy from the Chaos Sea. However, the current extraction speed was a bit too slow, at most maintaining the world for another 2 or 3 years. Thinking about it, Qian Xunji directly integrated the laws he had comprehended into the plane will of this plane. This could be considered the plane promotion method with the fewest future troubles. Directly enhancing the plane's comprehension of laws could effectively speed up the plane's energy extraction speed from the Chaos Sea. Sure enough, with Qian Xunji's comprehension of laws as a level 1 god, this dilapidated plane's energy extraction speed greatly increased, preventing it from suddenly coming to a natural end within this 100 years. Of course, these were still not enough. If it suddenly encountered dangers in other aspects, such as plane collisions and chaos storms, the plane would still be finished. After all, these all required the plane to have a large amount of energy replenishment to resist or escape. Although in this Chaos Sea, the worlds were relatively peaceful and quiet, and chaos would not suddenly go crazy from time to bring about a chaos storm, he certainly didn't believe his god trial would be so easy. After all, judging from past situations, there was simply no such thing as an easy god trial for him. Qian Xunji decided to first take action to regulate the plane's environment, using the plane's resources to achieve maximum utilization with minimum consumption. After this matter was completed, these natural resources could also directly help the plane extract a small portion of energy from the outer Chaos Sea, no longer like the past where it not only failed to extract energy but also consumed energy. Chapter 95 Star Luo Royal Academy. Looking at the adjusted world scene, Qian Xunji felt a wave of satisfaction. The scene before his eyes was no longer the apocalyptic landscape from when he had first entered, although it was still completely desolate, and looking as far as the eye could see, there was still nothing except land. However, the foundation of Qian Xunji's world had been laid down. At the very least, the center of the world was no longer a patch of world rifts like before. After thinking for a moment about what other methods could replenish the world's energy, Qian Xunji cast his gaze toward the outside Chaos Sea. There were quite a few world fragments in the Chaos Sea. He could devour them all. Although his world origin was currently insufficient and he couldn't move for long periods, searching for surrounding world fragments still wasn't too big of a problem. Thinking of it, he did it. Qian Xunji immediately utilized his God King level mental force along with the power of the world to begin searching the surrounding space. After a very long time, Qian Xunji finally found a small world fragment. Qian Xunji immediately controlled his own small plane, cautiously heading toward the world fragment ahead. He was terrified that because his movements were too large, he would accidentally vibrate the world fragment in the Chaos Sea before him, causing it to move away from him. Just as Qian Xunji was cautiously participating in his godly trial, the second round of drawing lots for the Outside Spirit Master Tournament also began. Next match, Shrek Academy vs Star Luo Royal Academy. On the competition arena, looking at the Star Luo Royal Academy before him, Daimubai repeatedly scanned it many times, but ultimately still didn't find anyone from his Dai family within the Star Luo Royal Academy in front of him. Daimubai looked at this for a long time. Although his face was filled with unwillingness, in the end he had no choice but to accept the fact before him, the Dai family of Star Luo might really be gone. Otherwise, that older brother of his couldn't possibly have not come. Daimubai looked at the unfamiliar people from Star Luo Royal Academy before him and asked with a hoarse voice. Which family from the Star Luo Empire are you people? The members of Star Luo Royal Academy looked at the person with a disappointed expression before them, unable to help exchanging glances, not understanding why this person suddenly looked like this. Did he fall ill with some sickness? Seeing that the crowd before him completely didn't recognize him, Daimubai had no choice but to release his own spirit. White Tiger, Possession. Looking at the White Tiger spirit before them, the people of Star Luo Royal Academy couldn't help opening their mouths wide, their faces full of disbelief. People of the Star Luo royalty. Was there still someone alive from the Star Luo Royal Dai family? Which family do you belong to? After his spirit possessed him, Daimubai asked the people of Star Luo Royal Academy before him once again. And how would the crowd from Star Luo Royal Academy dare to answer him at this moment? After all, their families had already submitted to the new king. Therefore, they could only exchange glances to communicate through their eyes. The team battle can be lost, but Daimubai must die. If Daimubai didn't die, the ones who might die would be them. After the people of Star Luo Royal Academy silently hardened their resolve through their gazes, they no longer hesitated in the slightest, silently circulating their spirits, waiting only for the referee's command to strike. The match begins. As the referee's voice fell, the members of Star Luo Royal Academy moved swiftly. 4 of them intercepted the remaining 6 members of Shrek, while 3 immediately rushed toward Daimubai, each unleashing their strongest attacks, preparing to cripple Daimubai in a single move. God Realm. As the Asura god watched the scene on the competition arena, he couldn't help frowning. Just as he was about to make a move to help his big baby's teammates, the god of destruction stopped him. Asura, the gods of the God Realm cannot arbitrarily interfere with the lower realm. This is a rule set by the God Realm Committee, and as an enforcement god, you should lead by example. Looking at the god of destruction who was stopping him beside him, the Asura god's expression immediately darkened, and he said in an unsatisfied tone. I know. The Asura god was currently full of regret. Why on earth did he have nothing better to do than tell the couple, the god of destruction and his wife, about his own affairs? The Asura god was currently filled with remorse. Back then, he should have confirmed everything first before going to find the god of destruction. Seeing that the Asura god had retracted his desire to continue intervening, the god of destruction also released the Asura god's hands. The 2 god kings quietly watched the events happening on the Duluo continent in the lower realm, looking at each other in speechless silence. At this moment, Dai Mubai had truly reached a life or death crisis. The powerful attacks rushing toward him were already almost touching his face. At this time, Dai Mubai could only reluctantly activate his spirit, use his defensive type spirit ability, and take it head-on. As expected, just as anticipated. Taking it head-on was simply something he couldn't withstand. Dai Mubai was instantly sent flying, blood spraying from within his body from time to time, splashing all over the competition stage. After Dai Mubai landed, his body only moved slightly a few times before stopping all movement entirely. He had probably passed out directly. The referee on the competition arena couldn't help being stunned as well, not expecting Star Luo Royal Academy to strike with such ruthlessness. However, there was no time to care about that now. He directly carried Dai Mubai down quickly and placed him near the healing soul master prepared for the match. As he left, the referee did not forget to announce, "The match is suspended." The Shrek Seven Devils looked at the members of Star Luo Royal Academy before them, glaring at them angrily. This is merely a competition, yet you people from Star Luo Royal Academy have actually resorted to such vicious methods. Tang San stood out and loudly questioned the people of the Star Luo Empire before him. The Star Luo Royal Academy students looked coldly at the impotently furious Shrek crowd before them, and simply said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for revealing his spirit. If we hadn't used lethal force, when we went back later, the ones who would have died would be us. Referee, I demand that Star Luo Empire Royal Academy be banned from the competition. This is not a competition, this is murder." At this moment, Yu Shaogang stood up and loudly questioned the members of Star Luo Royal Academy toward the referee. Upon hearing Yu Shaogang's words, although the referee didn't particularly like Yu Shaogang, he couldn't help agreeing with what Yu Shaogang said. Because the students of Star Luo Royal Academy struck with excessive force. Their competition qualification is revoked. This match is judged as a victory for Shrek Academy. Chapter 96. Who tilde finally a success. Qian Xunji smiled. Looking at the small world before him, which had grown a bit larger after absorbing that broken fragment, Qian Xunji's heart was filled with motivation. All right, starting from now, let me devour all these fragments. 30 years later, the area of Qian Xunji's plain expanded to be no less than the Heaven Do Empire. 50 years later, the area of Qian Xunji's plain expanded to be no less than the Duluo continent. 80 years later, Qian Xunji's plain successfully promoted into a small plain, and things different from land gradually appeared in small amounts within the plain. Such as the appearance of water sources, which gave the world a small number of lakes and formed rainy days. The appearance of wind allowed Qian Xunji to feel the long-lost wind, which dragged dark clouds and allowed water sources to appear in different places. And like all of these things, there was simply too much to say, and it couldn't possibly be finished. In short, along with Qian Xunji's gradual refinement of the plane. If this plane could experience a long wait through time in the future, it would surely be able to give birth to living beings. After all, giving birth to living beings was different from everything else. The appearance of living beings meant a major development for the plane. While living beings were alive, they could help the world comprehend the law and pursue the Tao. After living beings died, they could also return all of their energy back to the plane. They were simply the best workers. 20 years later, looking at the small chaos storm before him, Qian Xunji's expression turned grave. I knew it. How could his own god trial let him pass so easily? Sure enough, it finally hit him with a blockbuster bomb. But after watching for a moment, looking at the chaos storm before him, Qian Xunji couldn't help laughing out loud. In that case, come on. Let me see how strong this chaos storm can be this time. Ha ha ha. He hadn't seen such an unsettled event in a long time. Being stuck in this plane and unable to get out had made Qian Xunji feel a trace of boredom. Now that such an exciting scene had suddenly arrived, how could Qian Xunji not feel excited because of it? After the chaos storm passed, Qian Xunji stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled as he spoke toward the direction of the chaos void realm ahead. It seems I won this time. Even though the small world he had worked so hard to develop was mostly destroyed, and he almost dropped out of the small plane, he still won. At that very moment, the voice passing through the God trial also reached Qian Xunji's ears. Congratulations to the God trial participant for passing the 7th trial of the Chaos God trial. Reward the God trial participant with complete control over a small plane, Chaos God position affinity plus 15%. Just as Qian Xunji wanted to ask what the ownership of the small plane meant, he was suddenly sent out of the small plane where the God trial took place. Sent outside, Qian Xunji felt his strength suddenly and sharply increase, and couldn't help frowning. What was going on? Qian Xunji had no time to think more and hurriedly sat down to regulate his own qi. Soon, Qian Xunji discovered that there was actually a small plane inside his body replenishing energy for him. It was precisely that plane he had developed for 100 years. So complete control over a small plane meant this. With the blessing of such a small plane inside his body now, even he himself before participating in this trial could fight against a God King. Moreover, with this small plane, he could completely take this opportunity to push for a breakthrough to the God King realm, and his recovery speed from now on would greatly increase because of this. Qian Xunji breathed a sigh of relief at this, estimating that after a while longer, once he broke through to become a God King, he could directly fight against that veteran God King, Asura God. Meanwhile, in a rather unknown spirit beast forest, Bibi Dong also walked out. Although I passed the 8th trial of Rakshasa, why are the requirements given by the Rakshasa god so strange before the 9th trial? However, although Bibi Dong had some doubts about this, she still chose to follow them. Bibi Dong shook her head. After finishing her thoughts on the Rakshasa god, she also shifted her gaze forward. It's about time to go see Xiaogang and the others. Incidentally, having said that, Bibi Dong paused for a moment before speaking leisurely once more. And incidentally go see my former good teacher, Qian Xunji. Inside Seoul Guidance City, Ning Fengji was currently strolling through the streets of Seoul Guidance City with Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong would fiddle with one small item after another from time to time, and whenever she took a fancy to one, Ning Fengji would affectionately buy it for her as a small gift to give her. Finally, not knowing how long they had walked, Ning Fengji led Ning Rongrong to a place called the Spirit Hall Auction House. Ning Fengji calmly led Ning Rongrong straight inside. The auction house was extremely luxurious, with countless luxurious decorations, and all kinds of expensive gemstones were casually embedded in the walls, as if there was no concern that anyone would take them away at all. Not only that, in the vast hall, there were also all kinds of fountains flashing within. There were water columns rising from the ground, diamond-shaped mesh water curtains crowded around the water columns, and water spheres rising in mist-like shapes. This was accompanied by pleasant and beautiful music, which harmonized with the sounds produced by the fountains as the pitch rose and fell. It was hard to imagine that such a scene before their eyes was actually a scene of the mortal world. Even Ning Rongrong, who had seen grand scenes since childhood, couldn't help falling into a daze for a moment when looking at the scene before her. She tugged at her father's collar beside her and whispered to ask him, "Father, where is this?" Ning Fengji did not answer Ning Rongrong's words, but simply held Ning Rongrong's hand tightly, leading her to the resting area at the back of the hall. Soon after entering the resting area, someone walked over, slightly bowed to Ning Fengji to show respect, and then said, "Schoolmaster Ning, the Lord has already told us about your purpose here. Please come with me, the Lord is inside the room waiting for Schoolmaster Ning's arrival." Ning Fengji nodded, and then did not forget to use spirit power to transmit his voice to Ning Rongrong. "In a moment, no matter what happens, do not scream. Whatever happens, we'll talk about it after returning to the Soul Master Tournament arena." Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help being stunned, then immediately realized something. She instantly entered the state, and her expression also became silent. Looking at Ning Rongrong's expression, Ning Fengji also nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Rongrong clearly understood something. Immediately afterwards, the maid at the door led the two of them, Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, to a place with the doorplate 01 and stopped. Schoolmaster Ning, our lord is waiting for you inside. Immediately, seeing that she had led him to the destination, the maid stepped back. Lord Ning, since you're here, why not come in and sit? As soon as the maid left, a deep and powerful voice came from inside the room. Pushing the door open, Ning Fengji saw at a glance the culprit who had invited him here, and smiled. Supreme Pontiff, long time no see. Schoolmaster Ning, long time no see. Chapter 97, Conversation with Ning Fengji. Schoolmaster Ning, what would you like to drink? 3 glasses of juice will do. The waiter nearby was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Clearly, there were only 2 people in front of him. Senior Bon Duluo, won't you come out for a drink? As soon as Qian Xunji finished shouting, a spatial crack suddenly split open inside the room before them, and Bon Duluo walked out from it. It seems that the Supreme Pontiff's strength has advanced quite a bit over these years. Even Super Duluo slightly stronger than me wouldn't be able to detect this spatial technique of mine. Bon Duluo, you flatter me. After all, over so many years, some major matters of Spirit Hall still require me to personally take charge. After all, I can't rest easy when subordinates handle things. Take the destruction of the Clear Sky sect for instance. If it were merely led by a few elders, I would inevitably still have some concerns. As Qian Xunji mentioned the matter of the Clear Sky sect, the atmosphere on the scene involuntarily grew a bit colder. Before the atmosphere could become any more tense, Qian Xunji spoke again. However, this time he merely addressed the waiter nearby. You may go out first. I'll press the doorbell if there's anything. Yes, Supreme Pontiff. After the waiter withdrew and the atmosphere on the scene eased slightly, Ning Fengji looked at Qian Xunji before him and said. As the Supreme Pontiff threatening our 7 treasure glazed tile school. That depends on how Schoolmaster Ning interprets my words. Ning Fengji's expression turned dark. Could it be that the Supreme Pontiff intends to brave universal condemnation and directly make a move against our 7 treasure glazed tile school within Soul Guidance City? Qian Xunji smiled, then gently shook the wine in the goblet in his hand and said. Not at all. Just as Ning Fengji finished listening and wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard Qian Xunji's other sentence reach him. After all, your 7 treasure glazed tile school is not that important yet. It doesn't require our Spirit Hall to stake its own credibility for this. Qian Xunji's tone was calm, as if all this was merely speaking of a trivial matter of no consequence, seemingly without the slightest realization that this was an event sufficient to change the situation of the continent. Hearing these words, although Ning Fengji's expression turned dark, he did not say much more. It was just that Bon Duluo on the side clearly didn't have such a good temper and could no longer endure it directly. It seems the strength of the Supreme Pontiff Spirit Hall is already capable of dominating the Duluo continent. Otherwise, you wouldn't look down even on our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Although Bon Duluo's words seemed full of praise for Spirit Hall's strength, who among those present could fail to notice the mockery in his tone? Qian Xunji smiled, and regarding this did not generate life qi, merely saying softly. Bon Duluo, do not generate life qi. I am merely expounding a fact on behalf of our Spirit Hall. Then I wonder if the Supreme Pontiff can tell us about Spirit Hall's strength. After all, if the Supreme Pontiff doesn't say, it is very difficult for our 7 treasure glazed tile school to make a choice. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Qian Xunji gave him a deep look and then said. Before absolute strength, any schemes and plots will appear useless. Does Schoolmaster Ning think so? Ning Fengji frowned, then nodded slightly. Qian Xunji looked at Ning Fengji, then slowly spoke again. It does no harm to tell you. It's just a matter of whether you believe it or not. I can clearly tell you that our Spirit Hall alone possesses around 40 titled Duluo, and that doesn't even include titled powerhouses above the Super Duluo level. Before Ning Fengji could be shocked by the number of titled Duluo in Spirit Hall, another voice from Qian Xunji also reached them. As for the titled powerhouses above the Super Duluo level in Spirit Hall, there are also around a dozen or so. Schoolmaster Ning, I wonder if you think such strength of Spirit Hall can sweep across the continent. Before Ning Fengji could think to say anything, Bon Duluo on the side interjected again at this moment, saying, HMPH, talking nonsense. Never before in the Duluo continent have so many titled Duluo appeared at the same time. By what right does the Supreme Pontiff think that the number of titled Duluo in Spirit Hall as a single faction alone surpasses the factions of the entire Duluo continent in all past eras? Although Ning Fengji did not say anything, it could also be seen from his gaze that Ning Fengji did not believe Qian Xunji's words either. Bon Duluo, do not be impatient. Has our era not always been developing forward? Although the process will always have some twists and turns, it will ultimately move forward with the rolling torrent of history. Just like how spirit masters at the very beginning could only hunt 10-year spirit beasts and absorb white spirit rings, it was precisely because of the contributions of these people that later spirit masters gradually came to have those capable of hunting 100-year spirit beasts and gradually came to have spirit masters capable of absorbing yellow spirit rings. And similarly, assuming that the initial spirit power absorption method was also backward, then once the improved spirit power absorption method became advanced, could it foster the emergence and progress of strong individuals? Ning Fengji understood at this moment. So to speak, the Supreme Pontiff means to say that Spirit Hall has already mastered the improved spirit power absorption method. Qian Xunji gently raised the wine in his hand, took a small sip, and then said indifferently, "Not just me, that Tang San of yours in Shrek has also mastered this spirit power absorption method." Tang San. Correct, Tang San. Reminded by Qian Xunji, Ning Fengji also immediately recalled Tang San's special traits and reacted. So that's how it is. Tang San actually masters a special spirit power absorption method. No wonder he could cultivate so quickly. Ning Rongrong's small mouth was also slightly open at this moment, truly not expecting that her classmate Tang San could actually master such an advanced spirit power absorption method. Are you surprised? Schoolmaster Ning should have anticipated this long ago. Ning Fengji smiled and said, "At that time, I didn't pay too much attention to Tang San." Then, to return to the topic, does Schoolmaster Ning think there are any problems with the 7 treasure glazed tile school joining our spirit hall now? Schoolmaster Ning, after all, my patience is limited. Ning Fengji gave a bitter smile and then said, "I ask the Supreme Pontiff to grant me a few more days. I still need to discuss some matters with the various sect elders before deciding. Allow me some time to think about it before giving an answer." Hearing Ning Fengji's reply, Qian Xunji did not answer immediately, but simply said, "Schoolmaster Ning, I will only give you half a month, which is before the end of the Soul Master tournament. If you still cannot give me the answer I want, then our spirit hall will directly regard your 7 treasure glazed tile school as an enemy." Ning Fengji gave a bitter smile. "Rest assured, Supreme Pontiff, I will definitely give you an answer before then. Since that is the case, I am naturally willing to believe in Schoolmaster Ning's credibility." Chapter 98, Disciplining Shrek. A few days later, Qian Xunji in the God Trial space opened his eyes at this moment, felt his own power, and slowly said, "This is the God King realm. It has indeed improved a lot compared to before. However, is that all it comes down to?" Exerting a little force, Qian Xunji indeed felt the power of a God King, which was much stronger than his previous self, but was that really all? Qian Xunji was somewhat disappointed. However, Qian Xunji quickly adjusted his state. After all, this was all just the beginning. Returning to the Supreme Pontiff Palace, he happened to see his clone handling official business. Recalling the divine thought within his clone, after digesting it for a while, Qian Xunji understood what had happened in the past few days. Ning Fengji. Qian Xunji narrowed his eyes slightly and thought. A few days later, Qian Xunji came to the competition arena, where he would announce the start of the final match. There were still 4 teams left in the Soul Master tournament: Wuhan Academy, Spirit Hall Spirit Tool Academy, Shrek Academy, and Fengwo Academy. It had to be said that Kenghui Academy had really bad luck previously, encountering Spirit Hall Spirit Tool Academy in the previous match. Relying on the mental type spirit tools they mastered, several of them managed to withstand their mental illusions. Just like that, relying on a few students who withstood the mental impact, Kenghui Academy, which once dominated the Heaven Do Empire, was unfortunately eliminated from the competition arena. Sometimes, one had to admit that the element of luck played a really big role. It could be said that if Kanghui Academy's opponent wasn't Spirit Hall Spirit Tool Academy, but Wuhan Academy, it wouldn't be certain who would lose and who would win. But there were no ifs in the world. Just like the people present, who could have expected that Shrek would enter the Final Four? Tang San was still full of confidence at this moment. In his heart, all the misfortunes he had encountered during this period of time were simply tests set for him by the Asura god. Although the tests were somewhat difficult, the final victor would definitely be those destined ones among them, because all of this was arranged by the Asura god. Otherwise, he should have been eliminated long ago. Qian Xunji walked on the red carpet laid by Spirit Hall, quietly moving forward. Behind him were several titled Duluo and Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Wherever Qian Xunji's gaze reached, the people all knelt on one knee to show respect. Only the members of Shrek Academy, regardless of students or teachers, all did not kneel. Yu Shaogang, who was at the front, wore an even more arrogant expression. Qian Xunji glanced at them indifferently and didn't say much. After all, Qian Xunji was still the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. If he personally stepped down to speak, he would lose face no matter what. It was better to let the people behind him speak first, and then he would judge. Although the titled Duluo of Spirit Hall behind him did not understand Qian Xunji's intention, seeing someone disrespect the Supreme Pontiff's authority, they couldn't endure it and shouted severely. Audacious! Why do you not kneel when seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall? Humph! Young masters' knees only kneel to parents. No one else is worthy of young master kneeling. Ma Hongjun said with an arrogant face. Grandmaster also said with a confident look at this moment. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, Spirit Hall doesn't seem to have a rule that one must kneel when seeing Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, right? Qian Xunji replied indifferently. Indeed there are no rules. Hearing these words, Grandmaster smiled. In that case, why should we Shrek kneel? Qian Xunji also smiled and first said to the others. Everyone, please rise first. The crowd stood up one after another, looking at Shrek Academy and the Supreme Pontiff's group, wanting to see how the Supreme Pontiff would deal with Shrek Academy. After finishing speaking to the crowd, Qian Xunji turned his head and said to the Shrek group. Very good, I appreciate the backbone of you Shrek people. Therefore, I specially grant Shrek Academy permission not to kneel. Hearing these words, the expressions of Shrek Academy couldn't help but become even more arrogant. As for the other academies, upon hearing these words, their faces looked extremely ugly. All right, the matter of kneeling will just pass like this. Elder Ghost, take down those teachers of Shrek Academy. Yes, Elder Ghost smiled cruelly. Hearing these words, the members of Shrek Academy were startled, and Grandmaster couldn't help but question angrily. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, didn't you say you wouldn't pursue our Shrek kneeling? I am not pursuing whether you Shrek knelt or not. I am merely capturing fugitives. After all, several teachers of your esteemed academy are fugitives of Spirit Hall. How can we of Spirit Hall allow fugitives to remain at large? Grandmaster's face turned ugly, but Qian Xunji's demonic words came again. In addition, questioning the Supreme Pontiff's authority in public violates the laws of Spirit Hall and deserves a slap across the mouth. Ghost Duluo, slap his mouth. Before Grandmaster could react, a palm came swinging over. Slap. A blood-red palm print remained on Grandmaster's face. You. Qian Xunji glanced at him, his eyes revealing a trace of cold majesty as he asked. What is it? Grandmaster was frozen all over by this glance. Nothing. Grandmaster muttered softly. Since that is the case, break their legs and send them to prison. Hearing this, Grandmaster, not knowing where he got the courage from again, said. Wait, Grandmaster, is there a problem? Although Qian Xunji's aura at this moment was terrifying, Grandmaster still endured the fear and said. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, Spirit Hall doesn't have this rule. This is to prevent them from escaping. But Spirit Hall doesn't have this rule. Qian Xunji replied indifferently. Spirit Hall also doesn't have a rule prohibiting breaking the legs of prisoners. In other words, Spirit Hall has the autonomy to decide how to treat prisoners. There's no need for you Shrek Academy to point fingers here. Grandmaster was clearly choked up for a moment, and in the end, he could only say defeatedly, "Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, let them go. We Shrek will kneel." Hearing this, although the Shrek members looked humiliated, they still slowly knelt down. Seeing that they all knelt down, Qian Xunji said indifferently, "Rise." After finishing, Qian Xunji turned around and left, without the slightest intention of releasing anyone. "Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Shouldn't you release Zhao Wuji and the others?" Qian Xunji frowned. "What does you kneeling have to do with releasing Zhao Wuji and the others? I didn't capture Zhao Wuji and the others just because you didn't kneel." Hearing these words, the members of Shrek Academy wore angry expressions. Ma Hongjun even questioned loudly, "You break your promise." Qian Xunji said indifferently, "Ghost du Luo, slap his mouth." Slap. With another crisp sound, an extra palm print appeared on Ma Hongjun's face. "First, I didn't promise you anything, so I didn't break my promise. Your belief that I would let Zhao Wuji go if you knelt was merely your own wishful thinking. Second, if someone commits a crime and can be let off simply by kneeling and begging for mercy, where would the laws of Spirit Hall be?" Speaking up to this point, Qian Xunji said no more and turned to walk towards the Supreme Pontiff's seat. Only on the way, he said two more sentences. "People of the Star Luo Empire, my Spirit Hall only protects the academies within this Soul Guidance City." The people of the Star Luo Empire immediately understood and slightly bowed to Qian Xunji, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing wore pale faces. "Schoolmaster Ning, it seems you didn't need that many days to make your choice." Ning Fengji's face turned slightly pale, and he turned to say to Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, kneel." "Father, I've already knelt down." "I said kneel. Otherwise, I don't have a daughter like you." Ning Rongrong could only aggrievedly kneel down once again. Qian Xunji smiled and said, "Schoolmaster Ning, why be like this? Your daughter has merely made a small mistake. How can you punish her like this? Your daughter should quickly get up. The ground is cold, it won't be good if she catches a cold." Ning Fengji replied with a solemn face, "Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, how can this do? Rongrong has made too many mistakes. If I indulge her any further, I'm afraid she won't be able to correct her wrongs in the future. Since she made a small mistake this time, I am taking the opportunity to give her an unforgettable lesson for life." Sigh. "Even so, don't kneel for now. Get up first. After all, your daughter has a match shortly, and kneeling like this isn't very good. Moreover, in case this young lady's actions are seen by someone who doesn't know the truth, those unaware might think that I, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, am bullying the weak." After hearing this, Ning Fengji also understood the Supreme Pontiff's meaning and said to Ning Rongrong, "Since that is the case, Rongrong, you get up first. You must thank Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. If it weren't for him, you would still be kneeling right now." Ning Rongrong had no choice but to respectfully say to Qian Xunji, "Rongrong thanks Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff." Qian Xunji also smiled, nodded, and responded, "Good." Chapter 99, End of the Soul Master Tournament. I declare that this Advanced Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament has come to a close in perfection here. First place, Wahun Academy. Second place, Soul Tool Academy. Third place, Windfire Academy. Next, please have the Supreme Pontiff give the final award speech. Hearing this, Qian Xunji also walked forward and said, "First of all, I am here, representing only Spirit Hall to give you. Next, I declare that this Continental Soul Master Tournament has reached its perfection." After a moment of silence, there was enthusiastic applause and discussion. I never expected this Soul Master Tournament to be so exciting. Spirit Hall is truly formidable, with its two directly affiliated academies actually sweeping the top two places of the tournament. More than that, if Kanghui Academy hadn't encountered Spirit Hall's Soul Tool Academy in the second round, Spirit Hall wouldn't have just swept the top two places of the Soul Master Tournament, they would have practically swept the top three. Now that you mention it, that's indeed true. Yeah, if it weren't for the fight between Kanghui Academy and Soul Tool Academy, that Shrek Academy wouldn't even deserve to enter the top 4. Yes, in the future I must let my child join an academy affiliated with Spirit Hall. An academy affiliated with Spirit Hall isn't something you can just enter whenever you want. I heard. Qian Xunji suddenly coughed, signaling everyone present to quiet down first. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Qian Xunji mobilized the divine force in his hand and swept it gently. Following Qian Xunji's sweep, the eyes of the titled Duluo present shrank sharply, and then all of them erupted with a creepy, greedy light. Ghost Duluo, Chrysanthemum Duluo, take it down. Yes. Seeing the two titled Duluo coming over to capture Xiao Wu, everyone from Shrek inevitably panicked completely. Stop right there. What is your Spirit Hall trying to do to our Shrek student? Grandmaster stood out again at this moment, questioning Spirit Hall. By order of the Supreme Pontiff, we are arresting a 100,000-year-old transformed spirit beast. 100,000-year-old transformed spirit beast. Grandmaster's pupils inevitably constricted as he turned his head to look at Xiao Wu, asking with a face full of surprise. Xiao Wu, are you really a transformed 100,000-year-old spirit beast? Facing everyone from the past, Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately still nodded and replied. The titled Duluo present could all see her spirit beast body, so it was useless for her to refute it anymore. However, among them, one should probably exclude Qian Xunji. After achieving the God King realm, Qian Xunji could already see that the Xiao Wu before him was not entirely considered a spirit beast. This spirit beast body was merely a physical body specially crafted for her by the Asura god based on the spirit bone in his hand. 100,000-year grade soft bones rabbit could not be born nowadays, but in the past, when Duluo planet did not have the 100,000-year spirit beast heavenly tribulation, Duluo planet had indeed given birth to quite a few. Of course, killing her would also yield a spirit ring, but that was merely a 100,000-year spirit ring specially crafted by the Asura god using divine force plus the soft bones rabbit bloodline for the sake of realism. Third brother, will you blame me? Xiao Wu asked Tang San with red eyes. Silly Xiao Wu, how could I blame you? Even if you are a spirit beast, you are still my younger sister. Third brother. Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu also looked touched. Seeing Tang San's current appearance, the Asura god in the god realm could not help but say to the god of destruction on the side with satisfaction. How is it? Although my successor's talent is indeed not that great, his attitude towards his lover is not much worse than yours towards the goddess of life. Meanwhile, Destruction had no time to entertain the Asura god. Instead, he looked at Qian Xunji and fell into deep thought. What on earth was that power just now? Why did it give me a sense of palpitation? At this time, everyone from Shrek also spoke up one after another. That's right, we will never let your spirit hall take our sister Xiao Wu away again. Xiao Wu, don't worry. With Godmother here, no one can take you away. Hearing this, Xiao Wu also looked at Lu Erlong and the others with emotion. Godmother, everyone, Xiaogang, Flender, haven't we, the Golden Triangle, made a move for too long? Today, it's time to let people see the mighty reputation of our Golden Triangle once again, and let the people from Spirit Hall know that our Golden Triangle is not to be bullied easily. Yu Xiaogang and Flender exchanged glances and agreed one after another. Immediately, as the three of them used their martial soul fusion technique, the figure of a huge golden sacred dragon slowly manifested. Golden turn, radiating sun and moon. Looking at the golden sacred dragon before him, a slight mocking smile curled up at the corner of Qian Xunji's mouth. Qian Xunji had no desire whatsoever to make a move against the golden sacred dragon in front of him, and simply asked Ning Fengji beside him. Schoolmaster Ning, do you want your beloved daughter to leave Shrek Academy now? Seeing that Qian Xunji was still sitting in his chair without any intention of making a move, Ning Fengji could not help but be stunned. You must know that in Ning Fengji's eyes, although Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo were Qian Xunji's right-hand men, neither of them was good at head-on combat. Would it really be okay for the Supreme Pontiff to just let the two of them confront the golden sacred dragon of Yu Xiaogang and the other two? But before Ning Fengji could think too much, the golden sacred dragon of Yu Xiaogang and the others was broken head-on by Ghost Duluo. Ning Fengji and the titled Duluo present all widened their eyes at this in disbelief. How was that possible? Broken head-on, how could this be possible? Ghost Duluo was not a titled Duluo of the attack system. Just at this moment, Qian Xunji's voice came over once again. So to speak, Schoolmaster Ning does not plan to recall your daughter, and directly intends to become an enemy of our spirit hall. Ning Fengji glanced at Yu Shaogang and the other two who had been defeated ahead, then looked at Qian Xunji beside him, and couldn't help smiling as he said. How could that be possible, Supreme Pontiff? Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is Spirit Hall's most loyal supporter on the Duluo continent. Turning his head, Ning Fengji sternly ordered Ning Rongrong in the Shrek team. Rongrong, come back. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but still ran over. After all, her relationship with everyone in Shrek was not that deep to begin with. She had always stayed in Shrek just to win over Tang San. However, looking at the situation now, Tang San probably couldn't be won over anymore. After giving them one last pitiful look, Ning Rongrong left and stood beside Ning Fengji. Seeing Ning Rongrong leave them without any nostalgia like this, everyone from Shrek was filled with anger. Dai Mubai couldn't help but question loudly, Ning Rongrong, are you going to betray us? Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ning Rongrong glanced back at them and retorted. I never joined you in the first place, so how can there be any talk of betraying you? You. Qian Xunji above frowned as he looked at Dai Mubai, and said towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire. Hey, people of the Star Luo Empire. I don't want to hear dog barking anymore. Everyone from the Star Luo Empire immediately understood, bowed respectfully towards Qian Xunji, and said, Supreme Pontiff, I hereby represent the Star Luo Empire to assure you that you will not hear dog barking again. Qian Xunji smiled and said, Since the Star Luo Empire puts it this way, then I can rest assured. Hearing the conversation between Qian Xunji and the Star Luo Empire at this moment, Dai Mubai's face instantly turned pale. Could it be that all of them from Shrek were really going to fall right here? Chapter 100 Tang Sect Secret Techniques. Family. Great Sumeru Hammer. An angry roar suddenly came, and along with it was that massive hammer figure. Seeing the hammer getting closer and closer, everyone beneath the hammer could not help but show a look of panic. Tang Hao was actually trying to smash them and Spirit Hall to death together. Looking at the clear sky hammer getting closer at this moment, Qian Xunji, however, seemed to have no intention of making a move at all, as if the people sitting beneath the clear sky hammer did not include him. Ning Fengji was frightened out of a cold sweat at this moment. Just as he was wondering whether to order the Bone Duluo beside him to take him away, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was none other than the Ghost Duluo, one of the 2 titled Duluos who had just blasted the Golden Triangle. Relying on his own strength, he abruptly halted the falling speed of Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. However, after enduring the massive impact of the clear sky hammer, the Ghost Duluo was clearly lacking in strength, so he had to shout to the Chrysanthemum Duluo who was hurrying over beside him. Old Chrysanthemum, come over and help quickly. Upon hearing the Ghost Duluo's cry, the Chrysanthemum Duluo's charming and sexy voice also came over. Coming. Old Ghost, what are you rushing for? The Chrysanthemum Duluo flew over and, together with the Ghost Duluo, neutralized Tang Hao's great Sumeru hammer this time. After the clear sky hammer was stopped, a man also slowly appeared within Spirit Hall. He was none other than the long-disappeared clear sky Duluo, Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao was holding the clear sky hammer, with the Slaughter God domain revealed on his body, walking with full killing intent towards the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji. Meanwhile, Qian Xunji still stared at Tang Hao in front of him with a playful expression, wanting to see what tricks he could possibly pull off. Thief Qian, I have come to seek revenge against your Spirit Hall. Looking at the furious Tang Hao, Qian Xunji asked in a playful tone. Oh, do you no longer want your father and your eldest brother? Upon hearing Qian Xunji mention his father and eldest brother, Tang Hao's aura instantly withered visibly to the naked eye, and in the end, he could only say resentfully to him. Thief Qian, if you are a man, have the guts to release my father and eldest brother, and stop always threatening me with them. If you have the guts, how about having a man-to-man duel with me? Hearing Tang Hao's words, Qian Xunji smiled and calmly replied, Not happening. After taking a few sips of the water in the teacup in his hand, he spoke again. Release your father. Why should I release him? What right do I have to release him? You must know that your father committed the grave crime of condoning and even colluding with evil soul masters. If I, as the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, could just release someone with such charges, where would the laws of Spirit Hall be? Where would the justice of Spirit Hall be? You, Tang Hao, a mere titled Duluo, can you shoulder the losses suffered by Spirit Hall's reputation because of this? Speaking of this, Qian Xunji paused to catch his breath, and then calmly said. Moreover, keeping your father to threaten you is indeed not something a gentleman would do, but didn't you also vent your anger on the masses of Spirit Hall everywhere? Is that what a gentleman does? I am no gentleman, but similarly, do not forcibly wrap yourself in the cloak of a gentleman and make people sneer. Between us regarding this matter, there was actually nothing to talk about from the very beginning. You, Tang Hao was so angered that his body trembled and his expression became even uglier. He hadn't expected the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall to be so eloquent. He had originally thought that his previous actions could at least ruin the reputation of Spirit Hall, but he never expected that what ended up being ruined was his own reputation. Therefore, Tang Hao no longer thought too much and directly started fighting. As for his father and eldest brother, Tang Hao could only say a word of apology to them for this. Father, eldest brother, once little San grows up, he will definitely avenge you. Rest in peace for now. Looking at the clear sky hammer getting closer and closer to him, a flash of disdain crossed Qian Xunji's eyes, but he still chose to make a move personally. Simply because on this clear sky hammer, there was a trace of Asura God's divine force upon it. God realm. The god of destruction calmly glanced at the Asura god and said nothing more. Firstly, because Tang Hao belonged to his god candidate, he had a certain authority to provide some assistance to Tang Hao. Secondly, because the god of destruction wanted to see what kind of secrets Qian Xunji had on him, which could actually cause people of his level to feel a sense of palpitation. Just like that, with the help of the Asura god and the tacit consent of the god of destruction, Tang Hao only felt the power of his clear sky hammer sharply increase, as if he had regained the feeling from when he defeated Qian Xunji back then. At this moment, Tang Hao felt invincible, yet in Qian Xunji's eyes right now, he was nothing more than a joke. With a flick of his hand, Qian Xunji removed the Asura god's divine force from the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand. Following that, before Tang Hao could react from the loss of this power, he had already fallen into Qian Xunji's clutches. At this moment, Tang San, who was standing aside watching the battle, finally couldn't hold back anymore. His god of war father from his previous life had actually fallen so directly in this life. Father. Meanwhile, the Asura god and the god of destruction in the god realm could not help being greatly shocked as they watched the methods displayed by Qian Xunji. Destruction, do you know which god's chosen successor in the lower realm this is? They could clearly sense a divine force suddenly surging from within Qian Xunji's body just now, but although this divine force was clearly very strong, they were very unfamiliar with it. They could clearly feel that the source of this divine force was very strong, yet they could not think of any god in the god realm who possessed such methods. After all, the god position inherited by Qian Xunji was obviously not that of an ordinary deity. Judging even from the methods just now, there was a high likelihood that a god-king level existence stood behind it. However, within the god realm, ever since records began, the god of destruction could not remember such a god-king's divine force ever existing. Destruction shook his head, signaling to the Asura god that he didn't know either. Hearing that destruction didn't know either, the Asura god couldn't help frowning. You must know that destruction could definitely be considered the oldest god in the Duluo god realm. Ever since the birth of the Duluo god realm, life and destruction had already existed. It could be said that if even he didn't know the information about this god, then it could already prove that this god, or rather god-king, was definitely not a god from the former Duluo god realm. Thinking of this, the Asura god decided to persuade the god of destruction to go down to the lower realm together with him to exterminate this god-king legacy from another world. After hearing Asura's words, destruction did not agree first, but instead wanted him to wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, Qian Xunji looked at Tang San and said with a smile on his face. Tang San, I will give your father and that little girlfriend of yours a way out alive, if you agree to one condition of mine. How about it? Hearing these words, Tang San's eyes widened, the light in his eyes rapidly revived, and he hurriedly asked the Qian Xunji in front of him. What condition? The condition is. Looking at Tang San's impatient appearance, Qian Xunji couldn't help curving the corners of his mouth into a smile. First, he kept Tang San in suspense slightly, and then said, hand over all your Tang sect secret techniques to Spirit Hall. Hearing the words Tang sect secret techniques, Tang San's pupil shrank sharply. He looked at Qian Xunji in front of him with some disbelief, not understanding how he knew about those things of his. Looking at Qian Xunji's smiling face in front of him, Tang San only felt it was terrifying at this moment. How about it? Do you want to take out your Tang sect secret techniques to exchange for the lives of your father and your little girlfriend? Qian Xunji's demon-like voice came again, and Tang San only felt his heart filled with annoyance at this moment, not understanding how he should choose. Choose father and Xiao Wu. Or choose the Tang sect secret techniques. Tang San fell into annoyance because of this for a moment. Meanwhile, the Asura god in the god realm was constantly arguing with the god of destruction, talking about having the god of destruction go down to the lower realm together with him to annihilate Qian Xunji, this successor of an otherworldly god. However, the god of destruction did not agree, and still firmly blocked the Asura god, refusing to allow the Asura god to go down to the lower realm. This angered the Asura god so much that he almost directly fought with the god of destruction. Chapter 101, Heading to the God Realm. If you don't want to choose, I can help you choose. Oh. Qian Xunji's demonic voice came over once more. At the same time, along with Qian Xunji's voice falling, there was also Qian Xunji's slowly raised right palm. Seeing Qian Xunji's right palm slightly aggregate, Tang Hao's neck was instantly tightened. Why not just choose Tang sect secret techniques? Anyway, your father and Xiao Wu are gone, and it's not like they can't be resurrected in the future. After all, it's not like you can't resurrect them. What do you say, Tang San? Qian Xunji's demonic voice came over, but Tang San only felt his whole body grow cold. How did Qian Xunji know that he had once resurrected people? Could he still know that he had returned through rebirth? If you don't speak again, I will take it that you agree. It's just that after I kill them, whether you can actually resurrect them is another matter. Qian Xunji even deliberately exposed a bit of divine force in his hand to show Tang San. Looking at the divine force in Qian Xunji's hand, Tang San knew that it wouldn't do if he didn't speak anymore. Qian Xunji mastering divine force meant that Qian Xunji would definitely completely annihilate the souls of Tang Hao and Xiao Wu, the kind that even gods could not resurrect. Stop, I agree to you. Third brother, Little San. Tang San ignored the two of them, Xiao Wu, and agreed, thinking that he would just pass down the modified mysterious heaven skill. Anyway, Qian Xunji and the others had never seen what the real mysterious heaven skill looked like, so there was no need at all to pass on the real mysterious heaven skill. Qian Xunji smiled and said, "Good, I hope you aren't deceiving me. Men, bring the person up." Soon, Qian Xunji brought up an ordinary man in burlap clothes with a cautious and fearful expression. Who present wasn't a spirit master. Looking at this man before them, everyone couldn't help frowning. What was Supreme Pontiff bringing an ordinary person up for? Qian Xunji didn't care much about everyone's thoughts and directly said to Tang San, "Come on, impart the mysterious heaven skill to him." Everyone present couldn't help opening their mouths wide, doubting if they had heard wrong. This person was not a spirit master, but just an ordinary person with no spirit power. Everyone present thought that Supreme Pontiff was simply unwilling to give Tang San a chance, determined to put Tang San to death. As for Tang San, his face twitched slightly, and there was a vague sense of unease in his heart, but he still pretended to look puzzled and said to Qian Xunji, "Supreme Pontiff, is there some mistake here?" Qian Xunji laughed and said, "There's no mistake, it's just this ordinary person. This ordinary person without a shred of spirit power." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help sighing with a face of regret. "Ah, what a pity. Tang San's such great technique was about to be lost just like that. What, are you unwilling? Supreme Pontiff, this is an ordinary person with no spirit power, it's simply impossible to teach. Tang San made his final defense, wanting to see if Qian Xunji really knew that his mysterious heaven skill could be passed on to ordinary people. Humph, don't think I don't know, your mysterious heaven skill can be cultivated even by ordinary people. Hearing these words, everyone widened their eyes and looked at Qian Xunji, thinking to themselves if Qian Xunji had gone mad. How could ordinary people possibly cultivate? Ordinary people without innate spirit power cannot cultivate. This was a truth verified for countless years on the Duluo continent. Supreme Pontiff, ordinary people without innate spirit power cannot cultivate. This is an unchanging truth of the Spirit Master's world for tens of thousands of years. Even if Supreme Pontiff wants to kill Tang Hao and his son, there's no need to find such an excuse. At this moment, the leader of the Heaven Do Empire also stepped forward to refute Qian Xunji's words. After all, the powers of the continent were now almost all submissive to Spirit Hall. Among the major powers that had not submitted, there were only the Heaven Do Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If their Heaven Do Empire didn't stand up to express their stance anymore, perhaps even the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would directly submit to Spirit Hall. By that time, it truly would be only their Heaven Do Empire standing alone and hard to support. Hearing the words of this leading prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Qian Xunji said with a face full of disdain. Truth, what is truth? What this emperor says is the truth. If this emperor says ordinary people can cultivate, then they can definitely cultivate. Even if it is a truth that hasn't changed for tens of thousands of years, in front of this emperor, I will make it change. However, Supreme Pontiff's behavior of forcibly making others pass on a cultivation technique to ordinary people is somewhat too tyrannical. Humph, so what? Could it be that your Heaven Do Empire wants to go to war with Spirit Hall? This prince opened his mouth wide, seeming not to have expected the Supreme Pontiff to be so unreasonable. Supreme Pontiff, with actions like yours, aren't you afraid of arousing public indignation and having everyone rise up to attack your Spirit Hall? Qian Xunji smiled and said, even if everyone rises up to attack, you all must have that strength to do so. Having said that, Qian Xunji did not pay any more attention to this prince of the Heaven Do Empire and directly said to Tang San. I know, perhaps your personal energy is not enough to allow an ordinary person to quickly enter cultivation, so I have specially prepared two things for you to help you solve this matter. One thing is a 10,000-year great medicine. I believe that with it, the energy required to dredge the meridians will be more or less enough. Another thing is the spirit power continuously transmitted to you by a spirit Duluo tier spirit master. Presumably with these two things, you can quickly make him become a spirit master. If you fail, you know the consequences. Tang San opened his mouth wide, his heart full of helplessness. He could only obediently circulate the spirit power within his body and impart the mysterious heaven skill to this ordinary person. At worst, wouldn't it be fine to take it back after becoming a deity? Tang San comforted himself this way. It's just that, can Tang San really still become a deity now? As Tang San used his spirit power to gradually comb through the meridians for this ordinary person and took out the great medicine to stabilize their foundation, this ordinary person's spirit power also gradually came into being. Everyone watched this scene before them in disbelief, never expecting that an ordinary person could actually cultivate through Tang San's cultivation technique. This simply subverted the traditions of tens of thousands of years. But immediately afterwards, everyone who realized something saw their gazes rapidly become fervent. This mysterious heaven skill is truly a treasure. Finally, with the help of the two things Qian Xunji gave Tang San successfully elevated this ordinary person to the level of a spirit master. Looking at Tang San's success, everyone felt only one thing: the spirit master's world had changed skies. Spirit masters were no longer the patent of people with innate spirit power, it had become something within everyone's reach. Looking at Tang San, who was already exhausted to the point of collapse, Qian Xunji nodded with satisfaction, then struck Tang Hao and Xiao Wu with a palm, completely abolishing their spirits, and then threw them to Tang San. Seeing Qian Xunji abolish the spirits of Xiao Wu and the other two, Tang San could only stare at Qian Xunji with a face full of anger. You. Qian Xunji only calmly replied. Rest assured, the spirit beast aura and spirit beast identity on that little girl have both been stripped away by me. She is now just an ordinary person, so you don't have to worry anymore about someone wanting to hunt and kill her. Moreover, I only promised you to let you go, but I didn't say I would let you go completely intact. In case after letting you go completely intact, you go and launch revenge against my spirit hall, what then? Therefore, rather than letting you go completely, of course I must first abolish your talents before letting you go. After Qian Xunji finished speaking, he directly used one hand to abolish Tang San's clear sky hammer spirit as well, and said, the clear sky hammer spirit is an evil spirit, and should not exist in the human world. You. After speaking, Qian Xunji directly opened a spatial passage, the opposite side of which was a corner of the continent. Then, ignoring the resistance of the three of them, he directly threw all three of them straight in, and subsequently no longer cared whether the three of them were dead or alive. Anyway, Qian Xunji had fulfilled letting the three of them go. As for whether they would be captured by other forces on the continent in the future and then killed to extort the mysterious heaven skill, Qian Xunji did not care. Looking at the remaining Shrek members before him, Qian Xunji didn't pay attention to them either, only having people expel them from Soul Guidance City. As for whether they would live or die after leaving Soul Guidance City, that would depend on their respective fortunes. After finishing all this, just as Qian Xunji intended to go back and rest well for a bit, a voice came to Qian Xunji's ears. Judging by your excellency's strength, you should have reached the divine rank long ago. Why doesn't your excellency come to the God realm for a chat, how about it? Listening to the voice by his ear, Qian Xunji knew that his actions could no longer be hidden from the gods of the God realm. However, judging from the situation, the gods of the God realm did not seem entirely hostile to him. However, obviously this deity should not be the Asura god. After all, he had directly crippled his inheritor. If it were the Asura god, it would be utterly impossible to speak to him in such a tone. It would already be good if he didn't come over to hack him to death. In fact, that was indeed the case. If not for the god of destruction intercepting the Asura god would have already prepared to come over and hack Qian Xunji to death. Thinking that this person probably wasn't calling him up to fight, Qian Xunji directly agreed. Good. After agreeing, Qian Xunji's body slowly disappeared from Spirit Hall, heading towards the direction of the God Realm. Chapter 102, Qian Runshui's Final Trial. In a flash, when Qian Xunji appeared once again, he was right before the God of Destruction and the Asura God. Looking at Qian Xunji before it, the Asura God still found it hard to conceal the killing intent in its heart. Killing intent continuously surged forth along with the surrounding aura of the Asura God, advancing toward the direction of Qian Xunji. Seeing the endlessly surging killing intent, Qian Xunji could not help frowning. Looking at the Asura God, the source of the killing intent, Qian Xunji's brows furrowed even deeper as he asked with puzzlement. You were the Asura God. As Qian Xunji's questioning words came over, the Asura God merely gave a slight smile, yet that smile was completely filled with killing intent toward Qian Xunji. It seems you know who I am. Qian Xunji looked at the surrounding killing intent, nodded, and said, I have indeed heard some of your titles. The guide of the source of evil on Duluo planet, the savior of the evil soul masters on Duluo planet, the earliest mastermind big boss of Duluo planet. I think these can actually all be titles for you, the Asura God. Although the Asura God did not quite understand what the term, big boss, meant, judging from Qian Xunji's other implications, it could tell this was certainly not a nice term. After all, for a term mentioned in the same breath as the founder of the source of evil and the savior of evil soul masters, could one expect it to be a good term? You were courting death. Seeing that the Asura God was about to make a move, the god of destruction on the side could only stop it with a helpless expression, then looked at Qian Xunji and said, Qian Xunji, my purpose in calling you over this time is not to quarrel or fight with you, but to invite you to join our God realm and become a member of our God realm committee. If so, I can assure you that our God Realm Committee and the Asura God will never easily pursue all past matters. Again, hearing this, the Asura God's expression could not help changing drastically as it said, "Destruction. How can this be?" Before the Asura God could continue speaking, Qian Xunji on the side had already refused. "I refuse." Hearing Qian Xunji's refusal, the god of destruction could not help frowning, while the Asura God directly breathed a sigh of relief. The god of destruction looked at Qian Xunji and said, "Are you sure? If you do not join our God Realm Committee, then I can only agree to the Asura God and join hands with it to eliminate you, an outsider god. After all, I cannot choose to suppress our own gods of the God Realm for the sake of an outer god like you." Hearing the words of the god of destruction, Qian Xunji also fell into hesitation for a moment. After all, his current strength was far inferior to the strength of the God Realm Committee. If he really were to make enemies with them now, in the end, there might truly only be a path of suffering the consequences. Thinking of this, Qian Xunji could not help feeling somewhat troubled by it. Suddenly, Qian Xunji thought of the personality of the god of destruction, upright, unyielding, and placing the development of the God Realm above all else. Since that was the case, he should be able to start from this aspect and let the god of destruction prearrange the battle between himself and the Asura God. "God of destruction, can we speak further between us?" Destruction frowned, glanced at the Asura God beside it, then nodded and brought Qian Xunji to his family castle. Left in place was only the Asura God alone, along with its dark expression. Speaking further was just to leave it out in the cold. When Qian Xunji walked out of the castle of destruction once again, his expression could not help relaxing. He had already settled the god of destruction himself, which was equivalent to having settled half of the god realm. Presumably, there should no longer be any god king in the god realm wanting to join forces with the Asura God to make a move against him. What he needed to deal with now was merely the Asura God alone. Returning to Duluo continent, Qian Xunji came to the main hall of Spirit Hall. After having people pass down the mysterious heaven skill, he hurriedly rushed into the angel temple of Shuiye. After all, this was the reason why the god of destruction could prearrange the duel between himself and the Asura God. In case the Asura God found out, something might happen to Shuiye. Without himself guarding by her side, he could not rest assured. On his side, there were two god kings, while on the Asura God's side, there was only it alone. Coupled with the fact that all of the Asura God's recent actions had greatly disappointed the god of destruction. These matters linked together, making even the god of destruction unable to decide for a moment who was of greater use to the god realm, leading it to prearrange the fight between them. Moreover, coupled with the fact that the authority of the angel god king slightly overlapped with that of the Asura God, there was precisely no need to worry about the chaos of authority in the god realm after Asura disappeared. At this time, Shuiye's angel god trial should be close to reaching the final step, and her 8th trial should also be almost completed. Logically speaking, next, as long as Qian Daoliu sacrificed himself, Qian Runshui could become the final angel god king. However, now with the help of Qian Xunji, who was at the God King realm, how could Qian Daoliu possibly still need to sacrifice himself? If that were the case, wouldn't Qian Xunji, this God King realm expert, be far too incompetent? One day later, when Qian Runshui woke up once again, her strength had also successfully reached the level of a 99th rank limit Duluo. With only the final step remaining, the god trial was about to be completed, and Qian Runshui was about to become a god. Meanwhile, as if there was some telepathy, Bibi Dong also chose to open her 9th trial of the god trial at this moment. The 9th trial of the Rakshasa god trial begins. "Shuiye, how is it?" Qian Runshui shook her head and said, "I am fine, Grandpa. I should be able to start my 9th trial at any time." "Good. Since that is the case, let me open the 9th trial of the God trial for you, Shuiye. It will also fulfill the long-cherished wishes of the past ancestors of the Qian family all the sooner." Qian Xunji grabbed Qian Daoliu's arm and said, "Father, let me handle this kind of matter." Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Xunji, and just as he wanted to say he was being foolish, he saw Qian Xunji directly and brutally open Qian Runshui's God trial space with his hand. No sacrifice. Just brutal power. Just like that, the God trial space was opened. Qian Daoliu opened his mouth wide with an expression of utter disbelief, seeming not to have expected that the God trial space could actually be opened in such a manner. Immediately afterward, Qian Daoliu gave Qian Xunji a deep look, realizing that Qian Xunji's current strength was probably far from being as simple as merely reaching the realm of the gods. Meanwhile, Qian Runshui did not think too much about it, simply thinking that the God trial space ought to be opened this way. After all, she had never seen how other God trial spaces were opened before. Grandpa, father, goodbye. Goodbye, Shuiye. After Qian Xunji smiled and waved goodbye to Shuiye, Qian Daoliu also snapped back to his senses and said with a smile, "Goodbye, Shuiye." Immediately afterward, Qian Runshui was seen entering the God trial space, and Qian Xunji's divine thought also followed inside, leaving behind only a wisp of thought here to deal with Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu turned around, looked at Qian Xunji, and said, "What, do you not plan to give an explanation to this old man of mine?" After Qian Xunji's divine thought entered the God trial space along with Qian Runshui, he hid himself. He was waiting for that fellow the sea god to make a move, and incidentally guarding against any move from the Asura god. However, the probability of the Asura god making a move should not be very high. It should not know yet that what its daughter inherited was not a level 1 god position, but a god-king god position. Unless destruction told it, it probably would not deliberately come over to make a move against its daughter. Therefore, the main target he needed to deal with this time was that 10,000-year-old pervert, the sea god. Chapter 103 Sea God. Qian Xunji quietly sat in a corner, watching the beginning of Qian Runshui's god position inheritance. With the beginning of the god position inheritance, soon, a wisp of aura different from the angel god slowly manifested at this moment. Qian Xunji hid himself well to prevent a situation where his own aura leaked and scared this wisp of aura away. Just like that, after finishing everything, Qian Xunji quietly waited for the complete appearance of this wisp of aura. Soon, this wisp of aura completely manifested, gradually transforming into a humanoid creature. Looking at this humanoid creature, Qian Xunji saw it was the appearance of sea god Poseidon. After confirming, without further hesitation, he chose to strike directly. With Qian Xunji's strike, before that humanoid creature could react, it was grabbed into the palm of Qian Xunji's hand. Sea god Poseidon's divine soul was abruptly grabbed into the palm by Qian Xunji. Before he could react, his expression was completely dazed. Where am I? What is going on with me? Why did a man suddenly appear in front? Sea god Poseidon was just about to question the Qian Xunji before him, who would have thought that Qian Xunji had no intention of listening to sea god speak at all, directly crushing this wisp of sea god's divine soul in his hand and simultaneously cutting off the connection between him and his main body. Far away in the god realm, sea god Poseidon felt the shattering of his divine soul in the lower realm, and his face inevitably turned pale. After all, losing a part of the divine soul, even for a god, required a long time to recover. Who is it? Who actually dares to desecrate this deity like this? Sea god's voice shook the entire angel temple, and even startled the deities living around it. Listening to sea god's angry voice inside the temple, they could not care about anything else and successively chose to stay far away from here, fearing that Poseidon would vent his anger on them. At this moment, sea god Poseidon, who was originally prepared to toy with the next angel god in the angel temple, was full of anger, not understanding why there was still someone capable of destroying his divine soul within the angel god trials. Gradually, as Poseidon slowly calmed down, he also began to have a suspect for this. Could it be a backup plan left behind by the angel god? Poseidon was somewhat puzzled and was considering whether his own consciousness should personally go down to the lower realm to take a look, although he could only split off a portion of his divine soul, preventing his own strength from being fully unleashed because of it. But even so, the angel god's remnant soul shouldn't be his match. Thinking of this, sea god Poseidon immediately decided to personally go down to the lower realm to take a look. Anyway, no one could threaten him. It's just that this time, sea god clearly didn't receive the notice given by Asura god. Although he currently had a cooperative relationship with Asura god, at this moment, Asura god had forgotten about his little buddy sea god. Or rather, at this moment, Asura god was too angry because of the actions of the god of destruction, directly forgetting to tell sea god, this little buddy, about this matter. With Asura god's forgetfulness, sea god lived up to expectations and, following the operational tools of the angel god trials left behind in the angel temple, successfully split his divine soul into two and arrived inside Qian Xunji's god trial space. At the same time, sea god's main consciousness was also within this divided soul of his, which allowed sea god to more conveniently see what reason caused his own divine soul to perish. As sea god arrived in Qian Xunji's god trial space, Poseidon's divine soul swept across, but did not find any remaining traces of the angel god. This made Poseidon feel somewhat puzzled in his heart, and he continued to use his divine soul to sweep through it once more, yet still found no traces of the angel god. Just as sea god was unwilling to give up and intended to use his divine soul to sweep through it once more, Qian Xunji suddenly patted him on the back, giving Poseidon a fright. Looking at this suddenly appearing man before him, Poseidon's expression turned heavy. He didn't understand why his divine soul hadn't discovered the traces of this man, and even though this man was standing right in front of him, he still hadn't sensed this man's chi. Could it be that this person's mental force far surpasses mine? Poseidon was startled by this thought of his, but quickly shook his head, denying this thought. After all, if his mental force had truly surpassed this divine soul of his, then his strength should have already reached the realm of a level 1 god long ago, and he should have long since completed ascension to the god realm. Therefore, his strength should not yet be a level 1 god. Then the reason why he hadn't discovered him was likely not because of his strength, but very likely because he possessed a divine artifact capable of hiding himself. And a divine artifact that could allow someone who was not a god to hide themselves and not be discovered by a level 1 god was very likely a divine artifact no weaker than an ordinary super divine artifact. Thinking of this, Poseidon's eyes gradually became burning hot. A super divine artifact. There were only a few such pieces in the entire god realm, and he didn't expect to encounter one here. Truly heaven was bestowing this upon him. However, Qian Xunji did not give this sea god the opportunity to continue fantasizing about his sweet dream, directly starting a strike without any martial virtue. With Qian Xunji's strike, sea god was startled by Qian Xunji's strength. Damn it, a god king. With Qian Xunji's rapid strike, sea god had no choice but to take out his own super divine artifact, the sea god trident, placing it in front of him to barely resist Qian Xunji's attack. It was just that, in front of a god king, sea god was still lacking somewhat, let alone that what was here was not even 70% of sea god's divine soul possessing his full strength. Under Qian Xunji's full force strike, soon, this sea god's main divine soul was also completely obliterated by Qian Xunji's action. At the same time, sea god thoughtfully left behind a super divine artifact named the sea god trident for Qian Xunji. At this moment, the divided soul of sea god far away in the angel temple of the god realm also opened its eyes. Sea god's consciousness had just returned and had yet to stabilize when the backlash from the damaged divine soul struck. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, actually spraying directly 3 meters away. Sea god's own chi simultaneously plummeted, soon dropping directly to the level of a level 2 god. At the same time, because of the severe damage to his divine soul, sea god would very likely be unable to rely on himself to break through back to the realm of a level 1 god for the rest of his life. Unless a god king was willing to treat sea god at the cost of damaging their own origin, otherwise sea god would never be able to progress further in his lifetime. Yet which god king would be willing to treat sea god at the cost of damaging their own origin? Not to mention that for a god king, sea god was merely a level 1 god. Compared to a god king's origin being damaged, the minor injury sea god suffered was simply not worth mentioning, especially given that sea god himself did not have any special uses. Sea god intended to go find Asura god first, not to have him help him recover, After all, Sea God knew that his relationship with Asura was not yet good enough for such a situation. Sea God would just tell Asura God about the situation here so that he could avenge him, calculating that Asura God also bore a huge reason for why he experienced this matter this time. Now he only hoped that, looking at past affection, Asura God could help him kill Qian Xunji to exact revenge and wipe out the grudge. Qian Xunji, just wait. Asura God will definitely avenge me. Chapter 104, Preparation. After the Sea God left, Qian Xunji glanced sideways at Qian Runshui. Confirming that her inheritance was almost complete and that no one else would likely come, Qian Xunji left a divine thought behind and directly departed from this place. Not long after Qian Xunji left, Qian Runshui within the God trial space also opened her eyes. The final trial of the Angel God trials was complete. The Angel God descended. Inside the Elder Hall. After going through a series of sophistry and questioning between Qian Xunji and Qian Daoliu, past tranquility was restored. Both quietly waited for the return of Qian Runshui ahead, and neither spoke first. Immediately after, a door of light slowly opened before the two of them, and it was precisely the figure of Qian Runshui walking out from within. Accompanying Qian Runshui's figure was an aura of brightness, scorching heat, and majesty. The instant this aura washed over him, all the anxieties in Qian Daoliu's heart were completely smoothed away, causing him to become entirely peaceful and refined. As for Qian Xunji himself, he did not feel much. After all, his strength was not weaker than Qian Runshui's strength at her peak after inheriting the god position, let alone Qian Runshui who had not yet stepped into her peak at this moment. Because Qian Runshui had just inherited the god position, she was currently in a state of having just stepped into the god realm. Judging by her strength, at most, with the help of a god-king god position, she could trade blows with a tier 2 god. But compared to Qian Xunji, whose strength was already comparable to a supreme god-king, she was still far too lacking. She was simply incapable of affecting him in her current state as a minor god who had just stepped into the god realm. In a certain forest, along with the opening of yet another door of light, the new Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, also descended upon the Duluo continent at this moment. At this moment, the Asura god and the Rakshasa god, who were watching this scene from the god realm, nodded in unison upon seeing this. The Asura god directly issued a command to the Rakshasa god beside him. Direct her to come up to the god realm directly. She cannot defeat Qian Xunji. Rather than letting her sacrifice herself in vain, it is better to let her enter the god realm to strengthen our side's power. Lying in the arms of the Asura god, the Rakshasa god slowly nodded upon hearing what the Asura god said, and spoke. All right. Immediately, this previous generation Rakshasa god transmitted a voice message to Bibi Dong, who was already the Rakshasa god, telling her not to worry about Qian Xunji and to head directly to the god realm. Hearing these words, Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment and asked the Rakshasa god. Rakshasa, why won't you let me go find Qian Xunji for revenge? Qian Xunji's strength is already that of a god king. To go see him with your current strength is a dead end. A god king. That's right, a god king. Gods actually have divisions of strength as well. From lowest to highest, they are tier 3 gods, tier 2 gods, tier 1 gods, and god kings. God kings are the highest tier of gods and the realm that Qian Xunji is in, whereas you are currently at the lowest tier of gods, a tier 3 god. Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt somewhat despairing. Does that mean I have no hope of seeking revenge against Qian Xunji in this lifetime? Don't say that. Although Qian Xunji is already a god king, he does not know what is good for him, offending another supreme god king in the god realm who is determined to eliminate him. And I happen to be a subordinate of that supreme god king. Calling you over this time is precisely to have you join us in getting rid of him. Furthermore, you have inherited my tier 1 god position after all. After entering the god realm, your strength will also undergo a baptism, quickly reaching the realm of a tier 1 god. Hearing the Rakshasa god's words, hope slowly reignited within Bibi Dong's heart. Really? Just as Bibi Dong finished asking, she realized how foolish those words were. Could the Rakshasa god possibly lie to her about such a matter? However, thinking about entering the god realm, Bibi Dong suddenly remembered Xiaoging, so she asked again. Can I bring someone up with me? Hearing this, the Rakshasa god frowned slightly at first, but still answered seriously. Of course you can, a tier 1 god can bring 2 people up, but have you really thought it through about bringing him up? Do you truly still love him in your heart? Moreover, there are some things, he is simply utilizing you, did you know that? Having said that, the Rakshasa god also transmitted the information regarding how Yu Xiaoging had utilized her to Bibi Dong. Upon seeing this information, Bibi Dong could not help but be stunned. After reading through the information transmitted by the Rakshasa god carefully, Bibi Dong's tone trembled slightly, and her heart was filled with fury. Yu Xiaoging, how dare you? How dare you? The Rakshasa god calmly watched the scene before her. Anyway, Yu Xiaoging was useless now, and there was no need to keep this matter hidden anymore. Furthermore, rather than letting Bibi Dong bring this Yu Xiaoging into the god realm to disgust herself, it was better to discard him early on. After a while, Bibi Dong slowly calmed down. She suddenly thought of something. Did the Rakshasa god know about these things all along? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong wanted to speak and ask, but hesitated somewhat. The Rakshasa god saw through Bibi Dong's hesitation and her purpose, and thus spoke directly. You want to ask me why I didn't tell you about these things earlier? Hearing the Rakshasa god's words, Bibi Dong slowly nodded. Watching Bibi Dong nod, the Rakshasa god also smiled and said, why would I tell you earlier? Bibi Dong's head exploded with a boom, left dumbfounded by the Rakshasa god's words. You were merely one of my inheritors. Without you, others would still appear in the future, it would simply be waiting a bit longer. Moreover, if I had told you earlier, would you have harbored such great resentment toward Yu Xiaoging? As the Rakshasa god, the most important thing for you is resentment. The more you gave to Yu Xiaoging, the deeper your resentment toward him would be in the future, isn't that right? The Rakshasa god's words made Bibi Dong, who was now also a Rakshasa god, deeply feel what a Rakshasa truly is. At this moment, the Asura god's gaze also left the Rakshasa god and swept directly toward Tang San's side in the lower realm. As it turned out, Tang San was currently being hunted down by countless people, among whom there was no lack of spirit masters at the spirit saint level. Tang San, you have nowhere left to run. Hand over the mysterious heaven skill, and we might still spare both of your lives as a couple. Tang San, with Xiao Wu, stared at these people before him with a heavy expression, not knowing what to do. Could it be that the heavens truly wanted to destroy him, Tang San? Asura god, why haven't you appeared yet? If you don't show up again, he, Tang San, will really die. Just as Tang San was lamenting that the Asura god had yet to appear, a massive handprint descended from the sky, instantly crushing and killing all those people hunting down Tang San in the blink of an eye. The Asura god slowly descended. Looking at the appearing Asura god, just as Tang San was about to be overjoyed, in an instant, Tang San's soul was also imprisoned, and the Asura god retrieved Tang San's soul. Looking at the appearance of Tang San's soul, the Asura god did not say much else. Anyway, after dealing with Qian Xunji, he could just slightly modify his memories. Watching the newcomer directly extract Tang San's soul from his body, Xiao Wu could not help being startled, and didn't even care much about why Tang San's soul and body were completely different. After a long while, just as Xiao Wu mustered the courage to question the Asura god, she saw the Asura god produce a sword and point it at her. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but her consciousness soon gradually faded into unconsciousness. The unconscious Xiao Wu's body slowly changed, eventually transforming into a scabbard that returned to the Asura god sword. Seeing that the objectives of this trip had all been achieved, the Asura god no longer had any desire to continue staying in this place and directly rose to leave. As for why Tang Hao was not seen, and where Tang Hao had run off to, the Asura god couldn't be bothered to care. After all, he was merely a tool. So where on earth had Tang Hao run off to? Ever since he learned that Qian Xunji had completely crippled all of their spirits, Tang Hao had lost all fighting spirit and no longer wanted to seek revenge against Qian Xunji, choosing instead to part ways with Tang San directly. Before parting, Tang Hao also revealed all those things about Tang San that he knew. Thus, even Tang San would find it difficult to persuade him otherwise. Chapter 105, Continent Unified. Open the final test of the Chaos God trial. Yes. As Qian Xunji slowly closed his eyes, his final test had also arrived. When Qian Xunji opened his eyes once more, a new world appeared before him. Qian Xunji was already accustomed to such scenes and quietly waited for the final test prompt given by the surroundings to manifest. However, while waiting for the message, Qian Xunji discovered that this time the world was obviously somewhat special. The abundance of surrounding energy was not inferior to the Duluo God realm he had visited, and even faintly exceeded it. This made Qian Xunji somewhat curious. What kind of place was this energy-rich location in the past? The final test of the Chaos God trial. Break through to the peak of the God King in this place, with a time limit of 1,000 years based on the time of this place. 1,000 years. In a place like this, if calculated according to the time of the God realm and the lower realm, 1,000 years was almost equivalent to more than 360,000 years in the lower realm. Of course, the real situation certainly could not be calculated this way, but staying in a place like this for 1,000 years, Qian Xunji would definitely have no problem breaking through to the Supreme God King. But reaching the peak of the God King, being as strong as the original dragon, was still difficult for Qian Xunji. The greatest difficulty was finding a method that could break through. Thinking of this, Qian Xunji first sat down and began to cultivate, while on the other hand, he also separated a portion of his divine soul to start pondering how to make himself break through to the peak of the God King. In less than 100 years, Qian Xunji had reached the realm of the Supreme God King, but he had already reached a point where he could no longer advance. During this period of time, Qian Xunji thought of two methods to advance his strength further from the Supreme God King. One method was a relatively traditional one, which was to use the abundant surrounding energy for body refining, and in the process of body refining, gradually comprehend the power of the law, allowing himself to gain comprehension and a breakthrough under such long accumulation. However, the time required for this method was too long. Even though the energy here was quite abundant and the laws were very easy to comprehend, 1,000 years was probably completely impossible, and 10,000 years might perhaps be possible. Therefore, Qian Xunji could only choose the second, more adventurous method, utilizing the world within his body, making it continuously complete evolution and enhancement, and ultimately feeding back into himself to achieve his own sublimation. Coincidentally, the abundant surrounding energy at this moment could also allow the world within his body to complete its primitive energy accumulation, achieving the goal of rapid evolution. Thinking of this, Qian Xunji decided to use the second method. First, he released the internal world from his body, placing it side by side with himself so as to absorb energy from here at the fastest speed and accumulate energy for advancement. While Qian Xunji was accumulating energy and completing the God trial, the outside Duluo continent also underwent heaven-earth shattering changes. Spirit Hall established a nation, announcing the establishment of the Spirit Empire, and the Star Luo Empire announced its support, voluntarily becoming a member of the Spirit Empire's territorial scope. Before the Heaven Do Empire could react to all of this, some small countries with good relations with Spirit Hall also successively announced their support and voluntarily joined the Spirit Empire, becoming one of the Spirit Empire's factions. In the blink of an eye, over half of the territory on the entire continent was thus rapidly pocketed by the Spirit Empire, leaving the Heaven Do Empire and the remaining few duchies and kingdoms. Somewhat dazed by the scene before them, scared, Emperor Shui Yi of the Heaven Do Empire hurriedly contacted the surrounding 7 treasure glazed tile school sect master, only to be told by the other party, surrender. You cannot win. The 7 treasure glazed tile school has already surrendered. Emperor Shui Yi was so angered he almost cursed out loud. Damn it, that traitor 7 treasure glazed tile school. When they surrendered, they did not even know to call him along. At this moment, someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was sent over, saying they wanted to unite with the Heaven Do Empire to resist Spirit Hall's hegemony. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shui Yi was overjoyed and readily agreed to the message of alliance between them. Then, with a backhand movement, he reported the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to Spirit Hall. I report. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan intentionally wants to unite with our Heaven Do Empire to obstruct Spirit Hall's grand plan of unification. As a great loyal subject of Spirit Hall and a firm supporter of Spirit Hall's unification of the continent, how could our Heaven Do Empire choose to betray Spirit Hall and support the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Therefore, the Heaven Do Empire had come to surrender. In the process of surrendering, they even presented a big gift package to Spirit Hall. How could Spirit Hall be too embarrassed not to accept it? Emperor Shui Yi of the Heaven Do Empire expressed, fighting or whatever. What the hell is there to fight? On their side, counting fully, there was only one titled Duluo from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, whereas on Spirit Hall's side, just the currently revealed titled Duluo, not counting the father and son pair of Qian Xunji and Qian Daoliu, already numbered 10. Coupled with the surrender of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, what the hell was left to fight? It was true he wanted to preserve the Heaven Do Empire, but he certainly did not want to strike a stone with an egg and foolishly seek death. Ensuring the Heaven Do imperial family continued first was the big issue. Sure enough, right after the Heaven Do Emperor reported the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, on the second day, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was gone. Furthermore, Emperor Shui Yi of the Heaven Do Empire was heavily praised by Spirit Hall's newspapers because of this matter, and those opponents of Spirit Hall even lavished praise on Emperor Shui Yi's profound righteousness. Emperor Shui Yi's handling of this matter was truly too brilliant. I had long seen that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had rebellious bones against Spirit Hall. It is just that there was always no evidence, which is why I delayed reporting and surrendering to Spirit Hall. Ghost Duluo, you must believe in the loyalty of our 3 element academies to Spirit Hall. The Dean of the Fire Element Academy looked at Ghost Duluo, who had come over to subdue them, and hurriedly defended himself. That is right. That is right. If it were not for gathering evidence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan opposing Spirit Hall, our 3 element academies would not have lurked in the Blue Lightning Academy for so long. That is right. If it were not for Spirit Hall, how could that Blue Lightning Academy have the virtue and ability to be mentioned alongside our 3 element academies as the 4 element academies? The only one in our hearts truly qualified to be juxtaposed with our 3 element academies is the Elephant Armor Academy. However, all of this was for Spirit Hall, which is why we were willing to endure it. Ghost Duluo merely sat quietly there, looking playfully at these people from the 3 element academies whose words obviously did not match their hearts, listening to lies pouring out of their mouths in piles, and was not in any hurry to expose them. Half a month later, following the surrender of the last kingdom, Qian Runshui completed her enthronement ceremony on the territory of the former Spirit City. From then on, the continent was unified. Chapter 106, The Crusade Against Sea God Island. In the God Realm, Asura God sat on his throne and looked at his trusted confidants below. His deeply furrowed brow unfurled slightly. Asura God firmly believed that if Qian Xunji or that angel god Qian Runshui dared to come, he would definitely leave them trapped here. At this moment, Asura God was naturally paying attention to Spirit Hall's unification of the continent in the lower realm. However, in his eyes, this so-called unification of the continent was a complete waste of time. As long as he, Asura God, emerged victorious in the end, this game would naturally come to an end. As for the power of faith aiding in increasing strength, Asura God deemed it completely useless. He would not give them enough time to gather the power of faith at all. Granting Qian Xunji a year's time was already giving face to both the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Conveniently, during this time, he could also retrieve his supreme divine artifact and the soul of his precious treasure. Otherwise, Asura God would have long descended to the lower realm to fight Qian Xunji directly. However, Asura God did notice that Qian Xunji had not built a divine statue for himself, but had instead built one for the present angel god, Qian Runshui. Yet, such an action was undoubtedly an even greater waste of time in Asura God's eyes. How could a mere year allow Qian Runshui's god position to successfully advance? Even if the entire Duluo planet were unified to worship Qian Runshui, it would be impossible for Qian Runshui to complete her promotion to God King in just 1 year. Not to mention, to advance to a god king, unless one directly inherited a god king's god position from the start. Elevating a first-class god's god position to a god king required both talent and faith, neither could be lacking. Inside Spirit City, Qian Xunji sat upon the imperial throne, accepting the bows of her officials. Now, our spirit empire has unified Duluo continent, but I believe this is still not enough. There are vast overseas territories waiting for our spirit empire to conquer. Before Father left, he instructed me to unify the overseas continents as well before his return, and to destroy Sea God Island along the way. When mentioning Sea God Island, Qian Xunji's eyes betrayed a cold and ruthless intent to kill. Qian Xunji had already told Qian Xunji about the Sea God. Therefore, Qian Xunji currently possessed not the slightest bit of goodwill toward the Sea God or Sea God Island, which worshipped him. Hearing Qian Xunji's words, the second elder below was taken aback. He was representing the Elder Hall at the Spirit Empire's initial court assembly today, and he hadn't expected to hear such explosive news. The son and granddaughter wanted to wipe out the force of their father's grandfather's old flame. Gold Crocodile Duluo looked at Qian Xunji before him, feeling that this was peak filial piety. However, Gold Crocodile Duluo still thought, what if they didn't know about this matter? Thus, he offered a reminder. Your Majesty, that person on Sea God Island has a rather special relationship with the High Priest. I know. Father knows too. What damn special relationship? Father said that grandfather was just a simp to that woman, and it was entirely a one-sided unrequited crush on grandfather's part. She didn't care about grandfather at all. Besides, this was also helping grandfather sever those improper thoughts, so he wouldn't continue to indulge in romantic affairs. Cultivating diligently to become a god at an early date was the true path. After all, grandfather currently had a chance to reach the god realm on his own power. How could he be allowed to be so obsessed with romantic entanglements? Hearing this, Gold Crocodile Duluo was also stunned. You know, your father knows too, and yet you still want to extinguish the white moonlight in the high priest's heart. What a truly filial pair of descendants you are. However, after hearing this, Gold Crocodile Duluo refrained from advising further. Since he had already offered the advice he should, the rest was their family business. The rest of them only needed to obey orders. In that case, this old man accepts the order. Seeing that even the second elder had obeyed, the others followed suit and accepted the order, preparing for the assault on Sea God Island in a few days. A few days later, following Qian Xunji's command to set out, various types of warships departed from the harbor one after another, and the army crusading against Sea God Island set sail. This time, they were determined to wash away the humiliation of Spirit Hall's disastrous defeat on Sea God Island decades ago in blood. Looking at the various spirit weapons surrounding the ships, the people standing on the deck could not help but feel a sense of reassurance. With so many spirit weapons and the personal presence of Her Majesty, how could our spirit empire lose this time? Even if we fought blindly, we couldn't possibly lose. Half a month later, as the Spirit Empire's army officially arrived at Sea God Island, the people of Sea God Island spotted them at the same time. Quickly notify the High Priestess. Spirit Hall is invading Sea God Island again. Do not panic. I am already here. The figure of Bo Saishi, the High Priestess of Sea God Island, suddenly appeared before everyone present. Seeing the High Priestess appear, the crowd knelt on one knee to pay their respects. Greetings, High Priestess. Bo Saishi gave a soft murmur in response. Beside her, Sea Dragon Duluo spoke up. All right, all of you get up. Yes. Looking at the Spirit Empire fleet ahead, Sea Dragon Duluo narrowed his eyes slightly and said, It seems that battle decades ago didn't teach Spirit Hall a lesson. HMPH, isn't this just right? We can teach them a lesson again so they won't lightly provoke our Sea God Island. Our Sea God Island isn't like those continental forces that can be bullied by Spirit Hall at will. See which, do not underestimate them. Since they suffered a loss decades ago, this time will certainly not be like before. They must have come prepared. So what? Is our Sea God Island afraid of Spirit Hall? Even if they came prepared, we will make sure every single one of them stays behind today. At this moment, Qian Xunji aboard the battleship turned to the person in charge of spirit weapons beside her and asked, "Are the rank 8 spirit cannon shells ready?" "In response to your majesty, 9 rank 8 spirit cannon shells are ready and loaded. We are only waiting for your majesty's command to fire." Since that is the case, let me see the power of these rank 8 spirit cannon shells. I want to see if rank 8 spirit cannon shells can truly match the attack of high-rank spirit masters. If not, the funding for the Soul Guidance Department may have to be put on hold temporarily. Your Majesty, rest assured. The power of a rank 8 spirit cannon shell is no weaker than a full power strike from a regular spirit duo. His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff witnessed it personally. It will definitely not disappoint your Majesty. Qian Xunji nodded gently and then said, but I still prefer seeing it with my own eyes." Seeing that Qian Xunji was still skeptical, the head of spirit weapons didn't press further. Once Her Majesty saw the scene after the spirit weapons fired, she would naturally believe it. Seeing that all targets were locked, Qian Xunji gave the command, and all 9 rank 8 spirit cannon shells were launched. Fire! 9 rank 8 spirit tools flew toward Sea God Island at an extremely high speed. Looking at the incoming spirit cannon shells, the titled duo of Sea God Island felt an ominous premonition, though they could not pinpoint the exact danger. "Intercept these things first," Bo Saishi commanded. Hearing Bo Saixi's command, the titled duo of Sea God Island nodded together and leapt into the air to intercept the objects. With the intervention of several titled duo, these spirit cannon shells quickly exploded. Cough, cough, cough. Asterisk. Sea Dragon duo slowly stepped out of the dust, looking completely disheveled. Meanwhile, the other titled duo beside him were not merely disheveled, some were already injured. Fortunately, most were not serious, except for Sea Witch duo, who, due to carelessness, likely couldn't participate in the upcoming battle. Looking at the scene before her, the Sea God High Priestess Bo Saishi had a heavy expression. To think Spirit Hall actually developed weapons that even titled duo cannot fully defend against. I wonder how many more of these weapons Spirit Hall possesses. Hearing these words, everyone felt an even heavier weight on their hearts. Seeing this, Sea Dragon duo could not help but comfort. Presumably, Spirit Hall does not have many of these weapons. After all, the resources and time required to manufacture them must be considerable. Look, the opposing fleet hasn't continued firing. Bo Saishi also realized she had misspoken earlier, so she boosted everyone's morale. Sea Dragon duo is correct. Such weapons are surely Spirit Hall's trump cards. Even Spirit Hall cannot have too many of them. As long as we defeat this fleet from Spirit Hall, we can threaten them through these captured ships and force them to hand over the manufacturing method for these weapons. That way, our Sea God Island can manufacture these weapons as well. Well said, High Priestess. Let our 7 sacred pillars clash with these Spirit Hall invaders. It is time to let Spirit Hall know that Sea God Island is not to be pushed around, and along the way, we'll force them to surrender these weapons. Meanwhile, aboard the fleet, Qian Xunji nodded with satisfaction at the sight before her. It seems the power of the rank 8 spirit cannon shells is indeed formidable. Even titled duo suffer heavy injuries if they aren't careful. I am very satisfied. When we return, I will have an extra allocation added to the Soul Guidance Department's experimental funds. Hearing this, the head of Spirit Weapons was overjoyed. On behalf of the Soul Guidance Department, I thank your Majesty. Qian Xunji scanned the Sea God Island crowd across the water before addressing the Spirit Hall forces behind her. All forces, attack. Destroy Sea God Island. Leave no one alive. Yes. At the same time, as Qian Xunji's voice fell, the auras of over a dozen titled duo slowly surged forth from the various fleet vessels behind her, with several super duo auras manifesting among them. As these titled duo auras from Spirit Hall manifested, the expressions of everyone on Sea God Island turned grave. Did Spirit Hall bring their entire strength? Are they truly trying to beat Sea God Island to death? Bo Saishi looked at a white-haired, white-bearded old man in the Spirit Hall fleet ahead, her face heavy with gravity. A limit duo. And it wasn't Qian Daoliu. Spirit Hall actually possessed 2 limit duo. Sensing the gaze, Gold Crocodile Duluo looked toward Bo Saishi. Upon seeing her, he was taken aback briefly before offering a slight smile. Chapter 107, Grand Finale. Qian Runshui slowly stepped down from the ship. Looking at the ruined site before her, it was hard to imagine that this was Sea God Island just moments ago. Looking at the disheveled high priestess of Sea God Island, Bo Saishi, Qian Runshui couldn't help but say. Senior Sea God Duluo, it seems that in this struggle, our spirit hall has won after all. Bo Saishi stared at the extremely beautiful woman before her, her eyes flashing with hatred. It was this very woman who had single-handedly destroyed the entirety of Sea God Island. Yet no matter how filled with self-blame and resentment Bo Saishi was, she could not bring the people of Sea God Island back to life. She could only say, Lord Sea God will not let you blasphemers off. Then there is no need for Sea God Duluo to worry. As for the score between our Spirit Hall and the Sea God, even if the Sea God does not come, Spirit Hall will personally go settle it with him. Someone come and send Sea God Duluo on her way. At Qian Runshui's command, the air suddenly fell dead silent. The titled Duluos present looked at one another and all stepped back in unison. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, Qian Runshui couldn't help but look back curiously. Upon seeing the scene of the titled Duluos behind her, her face instantly darkened. In the end, Gold Crocodile Duluo really couldn't take it anymore. He sighed softly and said, I'll do it. Everyone present quickly cleared a path for Gold Crocodile Duluo to pass. Qian Runshui looked at the titled Duluos behind her. Although she knew they were afraid her grandfather would settle accounts with them, her expression still couldn't help but turn somber. Grandpa Crocodile, sorry to trouble you. However, little Shui, if your grandfather tries to settle accounts with me, you must help me hold him back. I really don't want to fight Big Brother and get beaten black and blue by him. Gold Crocodile Duluo spoke in a light-hearted tone, which served as an excuse for Qian Runshui to divert her attention away from the titled Duluos. Don't worry, Grandpa Crocodile. I definitely won't let grandfather fight with you. Haha, then I can rest easy. Immediately following a flurry of flashing blades, the legendary Sea God Duluo Bo Saishi fell then and there. After destroying Sea God Island, Qian Runshui led the crowd to several other continents. After defeating the local natives, she announced that those lands were now under the jurisdiction of Spirit Hall. Among them, only the Sun-Moon Empire possessed some power of resistance, hindering Spirit Hall for a period of time. Most of the forces on the remaining continents were merely savages who had not even formed nations. They couldn't even hinder Qian Runshui and her group in the slightest. Within the God trial space, Qian Xunji slowly opened his eyes, looked at the expanding small world around him, and pulled it back into his body. Next, as long as he digested the energy contained within the small world, he should be able to break through to the pinnacle of God King. In his 900th year inside the God trial space, Qian Xunji slowly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, his aura surged drastically. Pinnacle God King, achieved. Final trial of the Chaos God trial passed. Increasing the trial candidate's Chaos God position affinity by 15%. Chaos God position affinity has reached 100%. Host, please choose whether to inherit the Chaos God position. Inherit. With the fusion of the God position, Qian Xunji felt his strength rapidly rising. Soon, he felt as if his power had broken through once more, reaching another realm entirely. As Qian Xunji made yet another breakthrough, his Chaos God position gradually stabilized. He slowly stood up and left the God trial space. Time to go find the Asura God and the others. At this time, Qian Runshui was handling affairs inside the Imperial Palace in Spirit City. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she raised her head and looked off in a certain direction. Soon, within Qian Runshui's sight, a figure indeed appeared coming from that direction. Father. Qian Xunji smiled and said, I intend to go to the God realm to find the Asura God. Finish handling these matters in the lower realm first before coming to find me in the God realm. Qian Runshui frowned and said coaxingly, No, I want to go with you, Father. I want to help you too. Qian Xunji frowned and said righteously, No, I'm going to the God realm to fight the Asura god, not to play house. How could I bring you along? Father, I'm not a child anymore. My current strength is by no means weak. Once I reach the God realm and undergo the baptism of the God realm, I can directly break through to the first-class God realm. Plus, with my God King God position, ordinary first-class gods are no match for me at all. Just let me help you, Father. Besides, I want to personally avenge us against the sea god. Qian Xunji originally wanted to refuse, but hearing her mention the sea god, he hesitated briefly and ultimately agreed to take her along. Upon arriving at the god realm, Qian Xunji immediately spotted the Asura god waiting for him in the distance and went forward to engage him. The moment Qian Runshui entered the god realm, she broke through to the first-class god realm. Seeing Qian Runshui's breakthrough, the Asura god couldn't help but frown slightly. A god king god position. Only a god king god position could support a newcomer who had just entered the god realm to break through to the first-class god realm in one leap. However, the Asura god soon had no time to ponder Qian Runshui, because he discovered that the strength of Qian Xunji before him completely exceeded his expectations. Going all out, he was actually unable to hurt Qian Xunji in the slightest. Watching the battle from afar, the kindness couple and the destruction couple grew solemn upon seeing that the Asura god, fighting with all his might, couldn't even injure Qian Xunji. This is no longer the God King realm, is it? Even the dragon god's strength didn't seem to reach this level. Can Asura going all out really not even injure him? Just what god position did he inherit? Destruction, do you know? Destruction shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. I thought he had merely inherited a god king god position. But now, it's clearly not the case. Qian Xunji was also somewhat surprised internally, not expecting that the gap in power between himself and the Asura god had grown this vast. With a casual strike, the generation's god king Asura god was forced to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Qian Xunji hesitated no longer and directly slain the Asura god and his vassals with lightning speed. The former Rakshasa god, the new Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, Nine Heavens goddess, Food god, god of war, and other subsidiary deities were all slain one by Qian Xunji. Meanwhile, the sea god was also slain by Qian Runshui. Looking at the god of destruction approaching from afar, Qian Xunji smiled and said slowly, Destruction, everything is over.